In a speeding vehicle, this young man suddenly woke up, completely panicked. At first, Kim Woo-jin thought he was dreaming, but he quickly realized that this was his body from the past, and this scene seemed exactly like one he had experienced in the past. The vehicle was cruising down the road, but the driver suddenly had to slam on the brakes because a horde of orcs had appeared in front of them. The driver frantically banged on the side of the truck and yelled, "Orcs ahead! Everyone grab your weapons and get out here!" Quickly, the people around Kim Woo-jin grabbed their guns and jumped out of the truck. On the other side, the monsters quickly spotted them and charged forward like mad. "Listen up, everyone. We're low on ammo, so only fire when you have a clear shot. Got it?" An older man, who seemed to be the most experienced fighter, spoke up. But just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. The terrified group all looked in the same direction, wondering who the hell jumped the gun and fired so early. Then they saw that the shot had perfectly headshot the first orc with incredible accuracy. And the one who fired that bullet was none other than Kim Woo-jin. When he took down the first orc, the remaining monsters became even more aggressive, but Kim Woo-jin remained perfectly calm and kept shooting. This time, he fired 2 consecutive shots, and both hit their targets. A fourth orc got so close that he couldn't even fire his gun. Luckily, Kim Woo-jin's vast combat experience kicked in, and he quickly retreated to safety. Anyone else would have been smashed to bits by its weapon. After creating enough distance, Kim Woo-jin opened fire again. The fourth bullet also found its target, and he even fired it while mid-air, proving his accuracy was nearly 100% with every shot. Only a single one remained, but it couldn't escape the same fate as its comrades. And just like that, Kim Woo-jin single-handedly wiped out the entire orc pack, a feat the rest of the group probably couldn't have managed even if they worked together. That's why everyone was staring with expressions of utter disbelief. And who could blame them? How could they have imagined Kim Woo-jin taking on 5 orcs all by himself? As for Kim Woo-jin, after that lightning-fast battle, he was slowly starting to believe this wasn't just a dream, because everything felt far too real. Just then, the older man from before approached Kim Woo-jin, but instead of praising him, he started shouting, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Kim Woo-jin didn't even spare him a glance, because his mind still hadn't finished processing the fact that he had regressed to the past. And so, Kim Woo-jin kept his head down and silently moved forward. Seeing his lack of response, the man got even angrier. "Hey kid, when someone's talking to you, you're supposed to answer, you little punk." Kim Woo-jin's strange behavior started a buzz among the others. They started whispering to each other, wondering what the hell was wrong with him today. First, he goes all lone wolf and fights the orcs by himself, stealing all the spotlight. Now he's just huddled in a corner, clutching his head. But there was no way they could understand what was going on in Kim Woo-jin's head when even he hadn't fully accepted the fact that he had returned to the past. And returning with Kim Woo-jin was an overwhelming hatred for Lee Se-jun and Park Shin-hye. If the heavens gave him a chance to live again, then in this life, he definitely wouldn't let those 2 bastards get their way. Just then, Kim Woo-jin received a notification that he had awakened as a player. Immediately, 3 classes appeared before Kim Woo-jin: Indestructible Warrior, Hell's Envoy, and Silent Hunter. Come to think of it, this was the same day he had awakened in his past life, but these 3 class choices were completely different from before. Among the 3 classes appearing before him, the one called Hell's Envoy particularly caught his eye. It was a class granted the power to use various poisons and curses, a class that allowed a player to create an army of darkness from dead monsters. Because its powers were so skewed compared to other Holy Light classes, it resulted in a single player monopolizing almost all of its abilities. In his past life, Johann Georg, also known by the name 5 Poison Kings, had received the favor of Hell's Envoy and wielded all its powers to become the strongest player. In the past life, if Lee Se-jun was the hero, then Johann Georg was the monster. And Kim Woo-jin, in order to defeat that monster, had to meticulously study and analyze this very class. He never expected that after coming back to life, he himself would have a fateful encounter with this fearsome class, and almost without a second thought, Kim Woo-jin chose it. He made up his mind. In this life, it wouldn't be Johann Georg, but he himself, who would become the monster to get revenge on all those hypocritical bastards. After players appeared, another concept followed: the guild. It referred to a group that provided benefits for players. Back then, the Phoenix Guild used every means possible to seize money and power, climbing to the number 2 spot among the guilds in South Korea. Through the dark image of the Phoenix Guild, the noble ideals of the Messiah Guild, led by Lee Se-jun, shone even more brilliantly. After that, Kim Woo-jin went to the Phoenix Guild's headquarters, just as he had in his past life. The person in front of him placed a contract on the table, which clearly stated the guild's conditions, along with a promise of an additional payment for every dungeon cleared. Kim Woo-jin read the contract very carefully. To be honest, this amount of money wasn't enough to buy the items he needed, but there was no other choice. It's not like he could just go join the Messiah Guild, right? How do you prove you're a player? Isn't the only way to check the player's status window? Kim Woo-jin asked. The other person suddenly gave a sly grin, then pulled something from his breast pocket and placed it on the table. The guy said these were skill scrolls exclusively for a Hell's Envoy. Kim Woo-jin just needed to pick one and tear it. If he was really a player, the guy could verify it with his own eyes. Kim Woo-jin looked at the scrolls on the table and quickly spotted one called Blood Poison. The condition to learn it was to have the Hell's Envoy class. This was a skill that could turn the player's own blood into poison. The higher the player's level and skill rank, the more potent the blood's toxicity became. So this is where you get stuff like this, Kim Woo-jin thought to himself. Blood poison was a very complex skill. Although the skill itself is simple, when combined with the blood golem skill, its effectiveness is maximized. It becomes a very worthwhile skill combo. Kim Woo-jin chose the blood poison, then decisively tore it in two. He immediately acquired the skill. In other words, Kim Woo-jin had proven his qualifications as a player and the class he possessed to the other party. Just like that, Kim Woo-jin successfully joined the Phoenix Guild and began his journey of conquering dungeons in this life. That night, he had a dream. In that dream, Kim Woo-jin saw his old comrades from his past life. Back then, he was given a new nickname, Hunting Dog, although it didn't quite fit his holy light. But every time he went on a dungeon raid, he acted just like a bloodthirsty beast. This demeanor made all of Kim Woo-jin's teammates afraid of him, and that day was no exception. While his teammates were gossiping about this nasty nickname, Kim Woo-jin's stern voice suddenly rang out, making them jump. Our hunt has begun. Get ready for this hunt. Hunts like these, though tough, gradually allowed Kim Woo-jin to build his trust in people. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. When he woke up, it was almost dawn. Looking at the clock on his phone, Kim Woo-jin remembered that he had already died and come back to life once. And since he had returned to the past, his wicked enemies were still out there, running free. And Kim Woo-jin was really eager to see if he would run into them again soon. The next morning, he had his first dungeon raid of this life. The meeting point was One Moon Park. The party had 5 people, and the other 4 members had already arrived early. Among them was a bald man named Joseph, who had 4 hunts under his belt, so the other 3 members completely trusted him. So, when is the last guy gonna show up? Joseph asked. Just as he finished speaking, they heard the incredibly jarring sound of tires screeching on the pavement. All 4 of them looked over at the same time and saw an old, beat-up car pull up. It's that brat's first hunt today, and he's the last one to show up. What a rookie. He has no manners at all. The blonde man in the party clicked his tongue, his voice full of annoyance. Just then, Kim Woo-jin stepped out of the car. Yeah, he should be thanking us for even letting him on the team. And what's with that piece of junk car? The only woman on the team couldn't help but chime in with a sneer. Just look at him. I bet he didn't even get decent support items from the guild. Since it's his first hunt, he'll probably just be focused on trying not to get himself killed. Let's just ignore him and get going. And just like that, on his very first hunt, Kim Woo-jin was ostracized by his own party. Even Joseph, as the party leader, told the other members to just ignore him. Just think of it as our party being short one person. It seemed he was already used to being alone, because when he saw the 4 of them happily chatting and leaving him out, Kim Woo-jin felt absolutely nothing. Before officially entering the dungeon, their 5-person party was briefed on the basics of the place they were about to conquer. It was an E-rank, 1-floor dungeon called the Goblin Lair, with an entry requirement of level 10 or below. The clear condition was to eliminate all the goblins inside. Does anyone have any problems or want to quit? If so, speak up now. If not, please check your spatial bags one more time, the person in charge said. Kim Woo-jin pretended not to see the meaningful glances from his 4 teammates, and he scoffed inwardly. After all, they were just a bunch of nobodies whose faces and names he didn't even know, so there was no need to pay them any mind. Anyway, he could clear this crappy E-rank dungeon all by himself. After they finished preparing, the 5 of them approached the dungeon entrance. 3 of the 5 people here were conquering a dungeon for the first time, so they couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the magnificent sight. And after stepping through that gate, they entered a completely different world. A quiet forest surrounded on all sides. And each of them had their outfits changed, equipped with gear suitable for their class. This isn't some virtual reality. It's the real deal. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Whether we're in here or out there, we only have one life. Joseph, as the party leader, immediately reminded his team members, but just as he finished speaking, he saw Kim Woo-jin split off and go his own way. He carefully observed the surrounding trees, using the traces to deduce that the number of goblins in the dungeon was not small at all. Seeing how quiet Kim Woo-jin was, Joseph took the opportunity to bully him. So, he assigned him the task of scouting the surroundings while the four of them set up camp. This was clearly pushing the most dangerous job onto him, but Kim Woo-jin didn't even bother to argue and agreed immediately. I thought he'd be hard to order around, but who knew it'd be this easy? He doesn't even realize it's a dangerous job and just agrees like that. What an idiot, the others muttered. All right, let's get ready to hunt. Now all the items will be ours. At that moment, Joseph drew his sword. His real goal was to get rid of Kim Woo-jin so they wouldn't have to share items with him. Of course, Kim Woo-jin wasn't stupid enough not to realize that, but coincidentally, this suited him just fine, since he didn't want to be with those idiots anyway. Meanwhile, at the Messiah Guild headquarters, all the key members were gathered in the meeting room because that day the guild had a new member, who was also the one entrusted with this mission. The door opened, and Kang Ji-hoo, a big shot in the guild, gritted his teeth and thought, "Tisk, so it's that unlucky punk." "A pleasure. I'm Suzuki Akira," the newcomer said. "There are so many familiar faces, I guess I don't need to introduce myself, do I?" The man's voice was so full of arrogance that even Lee Se-jun had to admit he had guts. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Se-jun. So what's my job from now on?" Akira replied curtly. This attitude angered Kang Ji-hoo, who was sitting next to him, and he slammed the table, shouting, "You little punk, try talking to the boss like that one more time." But even though the other guy was threatening him, Akira didn't seem fazed at all, just lazily glancing over without even bothering to turn and look at Ji-hoo. This made the guy even more furious. He really couldn't understand why his boss would bring such an arrogant person here. In this room, besides Lee Se-jun, there were many other prominent names. For example, Noda Hajime, the one nicknamed the Divine Archer, or Sakahara Ken, nicknamed the Sword Saint, but this whole time, they've all been silent. Only Jiangju couldn't control his emotions, but the angrier he got, the more arrogant Akira became. "What, you mad? Do my words and actions get on your nerves? Or is it about that unsuitable body size incident from before? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge over that? What did you say, you little punk?" Jiangju roared. "All right, you've picked the right day to die." The people around them could only sigh in frustration, because they all realized that Jiangju guy was pulling his usual hazing the newbie crap again. It's just that this Suzuki Akira wasn't someone to be trifled with, but just as the two sides were about to throw down, Lee Se-jun lost all his patience and spoke up. "That's enough. Stop it." Jiangju turned his head and met the ice-cold gaze of his guildmaster. His anger instantly vanished, replaced by an intangible fear. Although he was reluctant, Jiangju still had to sit down sullenly, thinking to himself, "Just you wait. I'll definitely teach this arrogant punk a lesson. Let me ask." "That's enough." Park Shin-hye spoke up to continue the meeting. "Regarding the matter I mentioned before, if it's just about locating the materials, then it'll take 3 days. Before she could even finish, Akira replied decisively. Lee Se-jun nodded after hearing that. 3 days isn't bad at all. As for the specifics of this 3-day plan, we'll find out later. Back at the Goblin Dungeon, where Kim Woo-jin had just split from his team. In his past life, he had already heard the details about this place, and after scouting the area, Kim Woo-jin realized that everything he'd heard was apparently true. While on reconnaissance, a sense of irony suddenly welled up inside him. Thinking back now, Kim Woo-jin found it ridiculous, because everything from scouting to his fighting style was taught to him by Suzuki Akira. Back then, he thought the man taught him for his own good, but it turned out it was all for the sake of the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin had followed that ruthless killer for a long time, and eventually, he too became a loyal hunting dog for the Messiah Guild. But they probably never imagined that those very teachings would now become a blade pointed right back at them. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin finished scouting from a tree and leaped to the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, something suddenly came whizzing through the air toward him. Kim Woo-jin dodged to the right, easily avoiding it. The monsters had appeared, 3 extremely aggressive goblins. Kim Woo-jin quickly opened his inventory and pulled out a dagger. His battle lust started to boil. These goblins were quite similar to the ones in the 7th-floor dungeon he frequented not long ago. Now, they were just test subjects for his newly acquired blood poison skill. With that thought, Kim Woo-jin used the dagger to slice open his palm. Fresh blood immediately trickled out, and as the 3 goblins launched their attack, he used that same blood-soaked blade to strike back. Kim Woo-jin could have easily finished them with his weapon, but he chose to only stab one goblin's arm to test his skill. Immediately, he got a notification that it had been afflicted with blood poison. A moment later, the goblin that Kim Woo-jin had just stabbed went berserk from the pain. It turned and attacked him again. Kim Woo-jin looked visibly disappointed. Even after being afflicted with blood poison, the goblin was still this energetic. It seems the skill's effect isn't all that great. Maybe it's because his level is still pretty low. Seeing that one wasn't enough to deal with Kim Woo-jin, the other goblin's buddies quickly rushed in for backup. This time, he was really out of patience. Kim Woo-jin twirled the dagger in his hand, then threw it straight ahead. It hit the goblin that just rushed in right between the eyes, making it collapse in front of its bewildered comrades. In reality, the battle pattern for goblins is pretty straightforward. They aren't hard to deal with, but the longer the fight drags on, the more of them will show up, and that's when things get a little messy. Seeing the goblins swarming toward him, Kim Woo-jin immediately switched to a different tactic. This time he didn't use a dagger. Instead, he used another weapon, a leather whip. When the effect of the goblin chieftain's whip was activated, the goblins were all terrified at once, and that effect made Kim Woo-jin very satisfied. Preparing in advance was the right call, he muttered. At the same time, the 4 idiots who pushed Kim Woo-jin away were also facing a surprise attack from the goblins. Every single one of them was incredibly aggressive. Since 3 of them were inexperienced, they would surely fall into a panic. Only Joseph, considered the one with the best combat skills, stepped up to block the goblin's first attack. In the eyes of the other 3 newbies, he looked as majestic as a hero. "What are you doing? Don't be scared of these low-level goblins," Joseph shouted. "Come on, focus! There's no need to be afraid of these goblins." In reality, he himself was stressed out of his mind, but to maintain his hero image, Joseph could only tell himself that he was determined and had prepared this longsword. After all, those goblins were just walking piles of meat that weren't too dangerous. However, disaster quickly struck this bald guy when his longsword somehow got stuck in the corpse of the goblin he had just killed, and he couldn't pull it out. Joseph quickly panicked, using all his strength but still couldn't pull the blade out. Meanwhile, the goblins had already started their second wave of attacks. This time, Joseph wasn't lucky enough to show off in front of the newbies anymore. He took a direct hit from a goblin and fell. These monsters, despite being low level, showed no mercy to the players. Joseph's bald head was bleeding non-stop, and he was in excruciating pain. His whole body felt as heavy as a rock, and his vision was blurring. But seeing the goblins charge again, his strong survival instinct urged him to run. So he started to crawl while screaming for help. "Help! Help me! Don't just stand there gawking, you idiots. Do something." Faced with the situation, the 3 newbie players, though terrified, were forced to charge forward. Because Joseph was already down, if they didn't do anything, they would all be goners. In contrast to their desperate situation, Kim Woo-jin was completely relaxed while facing a goblin horde many times larger. With every crack of the whip in his hand, he took down several goblins at once. Some were even so scared they started to run away. But Kim Woo-jin had no intention of sparing any of his opponents. The whip in his hand lashed out again, moving faster than the fleeing goblin, successfully wrapping around its neck several times. Kim Woo-jin tightened his grip slightly, instantly finishing the monster off. Afterwards, he received a notification that the Hell's Envoy was taking an interest in him. At the same time, he got a new title, One Who is Watched. The standards are even lower than I thought. Kim Woo-jin cracked a satisfied smile. He didn't expect that just taking out a few pathetic goblins would be enough to catch the attention of the Hell's Envoy. Thinking about the group he entered the dungeon with, Kim Woo-jin started to sigh. Only idiots would bother swinging those heavy-ass swords. This whip is all you need to handle these goblins. Wasting time in a place like this is just unbelievably stupid. It's a no-brainer. Kim Woo-jin knew those 4 were having a hell of a time, and reality proved him right. After teaming up, the 4 of them managed to temporarily fend off the danger, but they were all injured to varying degrees, and the mood was super heavy. "Hey, I wonder what happened to that new guy." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, obviously asking about Kim Woo-jin. "If he hasn't come back to report anything, he's definitely dead meat," Joseph replied. By now, the newbies' trust in him had pretty much evaporated. They started blaming Joseph for sending Kim Woo-jin off on his own. If all 5 of them had worked together, things would have gone way differently. Joseph refused to back down, so both sides started arguing heatedly, and their shouting match only stopped when they suddenly heard a loud, grinding noise. On instinct, they all jumped to their feet, got back to back, and pointed their weapons in every direction, because that sound was definitely coming from the goblins. They were terrified they were about to be ambushed again, and that sound was indeed coming from the goblins, but they weren't attacking Joseph's crew. They were screaming in agony as Kim Woo-jin slaughtered them. His monster farming was actually super chill. Kim Woo-jin kept catching the Hell's Envoy's attention, and this time he even got a new skill called Skeleton Soldier. Kim Woo-jin quickly opened his inventory. He never thought he'd get this skill so early. In his past life, this was the deadly army that served as the right hand of Johann Georg, one of the 5 poison kings. So, it was one of that man's signature skills. But on the other hand, this skill also had a fatal weakness that allowed Kim Woo-jin to defeat him in the past. The user can only create undead soldiers from the corpses of monsters they personally killed. This was the skill's critical limitation. But even with that, at least with the time Kim Woo-jin had, he was confident he could master it. And so, Kim Woo-jin tore the piece of leather in two to successfully learn the skeleton soldier skill. Since he just learned it, he could only summon 1 soldier for now. But Kim Woo-jin only needed it to distract his enemies anyway. That would make the hunt a whole lot easier. And so, he quickly created an undead goblin. To be honest, watching it transform right in front of him made him feel a little sick. But on a closer look, its hate-filled eyes were exactly what Kim Woo-jin wanted. The sky was crystal clear, with a few clouds lazily drifting over the lush, green mountaintop. In the middle of this peaceful scene, the cold clang of metal echoed softly. Right now, Kim Woo-jin was leaning quietly against a tree, silently watching the scene unfold. He rubbed his chin, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This really isn't what I expected. Kim Woo-jin muttered, "Since my magic power is still low, I guess this is the best it can do." The goblin skeleton turned its head slightly when it heard him. Its movements were still clumsy, but it was full of life. In its deep, dark eye sockets, a faint light flickered, the first sign of a soul. He stepped closer, reaching out to place a hand on its head. "I've got my main weapon now." Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's gaze froze. No matter what, the scene before him was startling. Are those players? A question arose in his mind. Human corpses, hung up like toys. A stream of thoughts ran through Kim Woo-jin's mind. The one thing all monsters, from goblins to dragons, have in common is that they are all entities harmful to humans. There's no reason they'd go easy on someone just because they're a new player. After that, the two of them quickly approached the goblin lair. He thought to himself, so there's no reason for me to waste my compassion on monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sky was pitch black, the darkness swallowing the entire forest. Around a small fire, a group of people sat resting quietly, the faint light illuminating a corner of the silent woods. A large gash was visible on Joseph's forehead, blood still trickling down. He cursed angrily. "Damn it, those freaking goblins!" Beside him, Sung-mi trembled, sobbing in fear. Miss asked worriedly, "Joseph, what do we do now?" He hung his head low, his voice low. "I think we were too careless." Joseph gritted his teeth and said decisively, "We can't die like this." Joseph frowned, his voice strained. "They're just goblins, after all." Suddenly, he shot to his feet and shouted angrily, "We can't die a disgraceful death here." Ms. was stunned, too shocked to speak. She stopped crying too, gently wiping a tear from her eyelashes, her gaze fixed forward. Hayne was startled, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks, and nervously called out Joseph's name. Joseph yelled, his voice full of frustration. "What's wrong with everyone? It's tough, but we can do it." He pointed at Joseph, stammering, "No, not that." Joseph frowned, his eyes immediately following the pointing finger. "What do you mean?" Miss was terrified, her voice trembling. Above your head right now." Joseph asked curiously, then said, "What is it? Is there something on my head?" Just then, above him, the words "level up" appeared, glowing with a dazzlingly brilliant light. Joseph couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Level up? We're not in the middle of a fight. How can this be happening? The only way to level up while sitting still is..." He tried to stay calm, saying stiffly, "It must be a party member fighting." The others were stunned, their voices full of surprise. If that's true, does that mean the new guy is still alive? At that moment, Kim Woo-jin was holding a torch, its flickering flame illuminating the dark cave. At his feet, the goblins guarding the entrance lay defeated, scattered across the ground. The cave entrance was now blocked with a pile of wood. Kim Woo-jin said nonchalantly, "In my experience, the most effective way to kill goblins is..." His face was full of confidence, but this isn't all there is to it. Kim Woo-jin slowly let go, and the torch immediately fell. It landed right in the pile of wood blocking the entrance, and in an instant, the fire roared to life, the blazing red light swallowing the entire entrance. The two of them stood calmly waiting in front of the cave, their long shadows stretching across the ground. The smell of smoke seeped deep into every corner of the cave. A goblin sniffed the air, its eyes flashing with alarm. They whipped around in a panic towards the entrance, their bodies tensing in fear as they saw the thick black smoke pouring in. They couldn't help but tremble, their eyes filled with panic. Before long, the air inside the cave was completely sucked out. A few goblins clutched their throats, gasping and groaning in agony. They collapsed, writhing on the ground in extreme discomfort. One of them urgently pointed towards the cave entrance. In that instant, the goblins snapped to their senses, and without any hesitation, they bolted towards the entrance. Every step was a desperate sprint. Outside, the fire continued to rage violently. Suddenly, the pile of wood began to shift, accompanied by loud thuds. Kim Woo-jin froze, his eyes staring intently at the fire. Soon, through the gaps, the enraged faces of goblins emerged. They struggled desperately to save their own lives. Their screams echoed, filled with hatred, and their eyes flashed with a savage light, as if wanting to tear him to shreds. He stood silently, a slight smirk on his face, quietly savoring the results of his own handiwork. Kim Woo-jin spoke mockingly. "How about we settle the funeral costs for all the players you've killed in one go?" Amidst the sea of blazing fire, countless desperate arms reached out, trembling as they grasped for a life that was just out of reach. In an instant, they were all swallowed by the flames, leaving behind a crackling sound and the stench of burning flesh in the air. The flames roared intensely, lighting up a whole section of the forest. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Hell's Envoy is very pleased with your cruelty." Soon the goblins were reduced to nothing but ash. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the pile of ashes before him. Kim Woo-jin snorted coldly. That's weird." He tightened his grip on the leather whip. "I thought by now I'd at least get to meet it face to face." Then, disappointed, Kim Woo-jin turned to leave, feeling a little irritated. What a pain. Is it hiding somewhere else? Just as the goblin skeleton turned away, a faint crack echoed. The ground beneath the ashes slowly began to give way, as if something was awakening below. Hearing the sound, it whipped its head around. In the blink of an eye, the ground exploded, and a giant goblin shot out from beneath the earth. The goblin skeleton stood there stunned, letting dirt and rocks patter against its body. The goblin was absolutely enraged, snorting scorching breaths from its mouth. He immediately spun around, cracking his whip on the ground. How fortunate, because this place was getting pretty boring. Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth. "I'm so grateful you decided to show up right under my feet." The giant goblin was now overflowing with killing intent, its eyes burning with rage. It was the goblin boss. He continued, saying that many rookies had lost their lives in this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin added that it was all because of this goblin. He quickly opened his hand, channeling his power as his expression darkened. For rookies, running into a goblin champion in a goblin dungeon is like meeting the Grim Reaper. With a single wave of his hand, a brilliant light flared up following Kim Woo-jin's movement, as a thought crossed his mind. However, in a flash, the light vanished to reveal a sword now resting in his hand, as he made a firm resolve. From now on, there will be no more victims. The goblin skeleton slowly turned its head, its cold gaze locked onto the sword. Its bony feet stepped forward slowly, making a crunching sound in the dead silence. The goblin skeleton's movement immediately caught Kim Woo-jin's attention. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's waiting for the right moment." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier stopped, its entire body stiffening. It slowly turned its head, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Kim Woo-jin said with interest, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he watched it. He added, "Its expression has changed." Kim Woo-jin stepped back, leaning against a tree trunk, his eyes calmly observing. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he calmly waited for the impending battle. The goblin Dan shrieked furiously, its eyes glowing intensely, brimming with bloodlust. In that instant, the skeleton soldier crouched down to gather power. Then it launched itself forward, rushing at the enemy. The skeleton soldier's speed was incredible, and it quickly closed in on its opponent. Dan shot forward in response, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, roaring threateningly at its opponent. While dashing behind the enemy, it suddenly spun, sweeping its leg low to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A decisive sword strike landed, and blood gushed from Dan's foot. He froze, his eyes widening slightly, as a thought struck him. Kim Woo-jin remembered the battle against the giant dragon, its whole body ablaze in a sea of roaring red fire, with waves of fire blazing so intensely they seemed ready to burn down the very space around them. A man screamed in terror. "How are we supposed to take that thing down?" He had suggested attacking its legs, and Kim Woo-jin swiftly drew his sword to throw it off balance. That's when our chance to win will come, he frowned, his eyes blazing with iron-willed determination, ready to face the danger ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Woo-jin launched himself into the air, slashing his sword directly into the dragon's leg. His assault was like a raging tempest, causing blood to gush from both of its massive legs. A horrifying shriek resounded all around. The scene unfolding before him only strengthened Kim Woo-jin's conviction. That way of moving, I'm positive. At that moment, Dan collapsed to its knees in agony, planting its wooden club into the ground to stay upright. The skeleton soldier pressed its attack, repeating the same maneuvers. It dodged behind its opponent and then shot forward like lightning. He thought in shock, this fighting style, it's exactly like mine. In the next instant, the skeleton soldier's sword pierced straight through Dan's head, making it log out of the world for good. Kim Woo-jin was completely floored. He mused to himself, I knew that the skeleton soldiers would inherit some of my combat skills and magic power. But Kim Woo-jin thought with a thrill of excitement, I had no idea they could actually copy my fighting style. He recalled with enthusiasm, before I came back to the past, I had mastered every weapon in the world, to the point where no one in the Messiah Guild could beat me in a one-on-one fight. Kim Woo-jin's next words left the skeleton soldier bewildered. But I like it, he muttered. Perhaps my plans will have to change. Suddenly, a ding rang out, and a system window instantly materialized in front of Kim Woo-jin. The flickering light made him jump. He quickly opened the notification and gasped in surprise. It displayed the words, Lord of the Underworld. Congratulations, you have completed a hidden achievement. You have received a legendary skill as a gift. Kim Woo-jin couldn't believe his eyes. Legendary rank. He grinned brightly, thinking no one would have guessed he'd get it here. The scene shifts to the watchtower. A man yelled in a panic, Dan is down! Han Shik shot up, slamming his hand on the table with his eyes bulging. What? Without a second to think, he threw open the door and bolted outside. What he saw in front of him left Han Shik frozen in shock. From inside the dimensional gate, players were slowly emerging, and a wave of shock washed over him. The players had actually returned. Han Shik's jaw dropped as a cold sweat broke out. That meant the dungeon was really cleared in just one day. Wasn't that supposed to be impossible? At that moment, the players were being checked for injuries by the medical staff. He rushed over to them, cheering with relief. Everyone had made it back safely. But when he didn't see the person he was looking for, Han Shik froze, his eyes scanning the crowd. He scratched his head, his voice a mix of confusion and anxiety. Why are there only 4 of you? Where's Kim Woo-jin? The group was silent, their faces grim, and they avoided his gaze. Han Shik adjusted his glasses, his voice catching, so I guess Kim Woo-jin. But suddenly, a sound came from behind, making his heart stop. Hope surged within him that someone was coming out. As the figure slowly materialized, the crowd could barely believe their eyes. Stepping out from the glowing portal was Kim Woo-jin, his hands in his pockets and a strangely calm expression on his face. Han Shik was speechless for a second, then exclaimed, Kim Woo-jin? He walked off decisively without a single glance back, and Han Shik scrambled after him. Wait, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Joseph was dumbfounded. He was still alive. That bastard. How the hell did he clear the dungeon all by himself? Seeing Han Shik trying to talk to him, Joseph's gut churned with jealousy. His face darkened. You gotta be kidding me? How? A single question echoed in his mind. Who the hell is he? In the days that followed, the headlines were buzzing. The global economic growth rate had been in the red for 4 straight years. The European Union proposed a 30% pay raise for players who cleared dungeons in the US. A special act for players was passed. Players received a 10% income tax exemption. Are the players' demands just going to be met that easily? On a jumbotron in the middle of the city, a news anchor's voice boomed across the crowded streets. The ambitions of players worldwide are growing larger and larger. Analysis shows that only players can close dungeons, which has led to them demanding special privileges. However, during this time, the Messiah Guild in Korea made no demands at all, and even cleared a 5-floor dungeon. The news was all about the Messiah Guild, the first guild to ever conquer a 5-floor dungeon. The anchor exclaimed, Lee Se-jun, he has saved the world once again. He went on to say that after the 5-floor dungeon was conquered, the corporation backing the Messiah Guild, the Hansung Group, also saw its stock price skyrocket. Meanwhile, Joseph angrily shut off his phone, gritting his teeth and cursing, Damn it, that freaking Messiah Guild. He slammed his phone down on the table and growled, They're all over the news. It's pissing me off, Joseph complained. And now we're the ones getting called a bunch of trash? who only care about money. Ho-sung chuckled dryly and said, "Why let it bother you? It's not like this is the first time," he then asked curiously. "Oh yeah, how'd the dungeon go this time?" Joseph snapped back furiously. "Don't even bring it up. It's because of that newbie, Kim Woo-jin, that we all nearly got wiped out." Ho-sung looked surprised. "For real? What happened?" Joseph raised an eyebrow and pointed to his bandaged head. "You see this? It's all because of that psycho." Ho-sung looked confused. "Then, is that rumor true?" Joseph clutched his forehead and confirmed irritably. "Yeah, he used the 'I'm a newbie who wants an item' excuse to charge straight into a goblin horde," Joseph continued. "I had to rush in to save his ass, and this is how I ended up." The Sung family member shouted in shock. "What? That kid? If that's the case, you should report him to the guild and demand he be punished." The guy shook his head and sighed. Whatever. Let's just chalk it up to bad luck. He must have done it for the money." He fumed. "I don't care how broke he is. How could he do that? We can't just let this go. I'm gonna spread the word around here so that little punk can't pull this stunt anywhere else." At the same time, in a quiet house, Kim Woo-jin's eyes were glued to a photo on the wall. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Unlike in the past, I can't just rush to find that driver. Kim Woo-jin set a goal for himself. I need to get strong enough before I attract his attention. With that, he stood silently, staring at the wall covered in photos and information. Papers were plastered on top of each other, with red strings connecting one to the next, weaving a tangled web. Kim Woo-jin yanked a piece of paper off the wall. "I'll start at the point where the string connecting me and him ends." The scene shifts to a high-rise building, where a stunned voice rings out. "An orc hunter dungeon?" the male secretary stammered, his voice filled with concern. "Are you trying to push yourself too hard to save your image because of the recent rumors in the guild? You don't actually believe them, do you?" "I don't really know the details myself. Actually, it's just because I need the money." Chairman Lee's eyes were fixed on the person in front of him, his gaze so intense it seemed to pierce right through him. "Because of money?" he asked, his tone serious as he tried to dissuade him. "Mr. Kim Woo-jin, your life is important. Money is great, but shouldn't you prioritize your own safety?" Chairman Lee then made an offer. "If you're in a pinch, you can take a loan from the guild's support fund." Kim Woo-jin firmly raised a hand to refuse. "That won't be necessary. Just go ahead and schedule it for me. I know what I'm doing." He thought to himself, "They must be spreading nasty rumors about me again. But this is actually better. Hunting alone is the best way for me." After Kim Woo-jin left, Secretary Nam quickly reported, "It seems the rumors about this Kim Woo-jin guy are true." The chairman stood with his arms crossed, gazing out at the city, and let out a cold scoff. "Rumors are one thing, but it looks like he's completely clueless about them." "But what's the status of the dungeon floor Mr. Woo-jin plans to enter?" The secretary continued his report. "After a specialized team went in and got wiped out, no one has signed up to enter for the past month." Chairman Lee whipped around. "A specialized team, you say? Who was it?" Secretary Nam answered nervously, looking flustered. "It was a promising prospect from Park Shin-hae's faction." "What should we do?" he sneered. "Even a rising star from Park Shin-hae's faction couldn't handle this dungeon, yet he wants to go in all by himself." He declared, "This newbie's fate is sealed." As if sensing someone was talking trash about him, Kim Woo-jin instantly spun around. Chairman Lee's voice continued to echo, "But you never know. So for now, just provide him with appropriate support." Kim Woo-jin smirked. "If you want to kill a hero, first." Just then, his phone screen landed on a name, Park Shin-hae. Kim Woo-jin continued coldly, "You have to join forces with the bad guys." With that, he drove off, and before long, he arrived at Chuncheon City Hall. Just as Kim Woo-jin got out of his car, a man came rushing over. "You're Kim Woo-jin, right?" The man's face was drenched in sweat, and his voice was filled with skepticism. "But did you really come all by yourself?" Seeing that he didn't answer, the man scoffed inwardly. "With a scummy personality that only cares about money, it's no wonder you can't find any teammates, huh?" After that, Hanjo quickly led the way. "Now please enter the dungeon." "This way?" He secretly glanced at the guy next to him, cursing under his breath. "That psycho. Is he really gonna go in alone?" "Whatever, it's none of my business. I couldn't care less if he lives or dies." The spatial gate slowly opened, and a brilliant light spread out, illuminating the darkness within the dungeon. As soon as Kim Woo-jin stepped inside, the gate slammed shut. Just then, the system displayed an info panel. Orc Hunter. Number of dungeon floors. 1. Dungeon difficulty, C rank. Maximum number of entrants. 3. Entry requirement. Level 13 or below. Clear condition. Eliminate the Orc Hunter. He thought to himself, At my current level, it's obviously impossible to solo this. Kim Woo-jin quickly drew his sword, his entire body tensing up on high alert. But if I can just use an orc as a sacrifice for my skeleton soldier skill, things will be different. In the blink of an eye, an orc appeared in a flash, charging at him. Kim Woo-jin's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with cold, dangerous determination. Just as the orc's mace came crashing down, he swiftly slipped past its body, dodging with perfect precision. Kim Woo-jin planted a hand on the ground, gracefully vaulting back to his feet. He swung his sword, and sharp glints of light flashed from the blade, slicing through the air as he slashed at the enemy. However, the result was not what he expected. The sight before him was startling. Kim Woo-jin realized with concern that even for a normal orc, its hide was so thick that his attack barely left a scratch. He glanced at the spot where the mace had just smashed down. The ground there was shattered into fragments. A thought crossed Kim Woo-jin's mind. On top of that, with that kind of power, a single hit from it could have been fatal. Even so, I just need to take this thing down and summon a skeleton soldier. His heart filled with hope. Soloing this dungeon wouldn't be impossible after all. Kim Woo-jin immediately lunged forward, the world around him seeming to slow down at his incredible speed. The orc glared, tensing its muscles as it tried to snatch his fleeting figure. Seeing its chance, it slammed its fist into the ground, sending rock and debris flying and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A rock fragment suddenly grazed his face, drawing blood instantly. Kim Woo-jin immediately circled around to the orc's back, closing the distance with a flurry of steps. He was on it in a flash, his eyes blazing with determination. Kim Woo-jin aimed right for the wound he'd inflicted earlier and brought his sword down right on that very spot. He attacked relentlessly, as sharp flashes of light erupted around its legs. It all happened so fast the orc couldn't react, forced to just stand there and take the beating. A moment later, Kim Woo-jin landed softly, his stance firm and his aura heroic. It stood there stunned, its entire body trembling in agony, its eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, dark red blood spurted out, staining the ground. He turned and walked toward the orc. The beast, having lost its legs, collapsed to the ground. It glared, its eyes burning with hatred as it stared daggers at the figure before it. Kim Woo-jin raised his sword, growling, "Not so scary anymore, are you?" A precise thrust pierced straight through the creature's body. As fresh blood pooled on the ground, the orc collapsed, dead before it could even close its eyes. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." It was a clear morning, sunlight draped over tall buildings with vibrant signs, and power lines crisscrossed the sky. The streets were bustling, kicking off another busy day. Inside an office, two men were chatting with each other. "Oh, Se-chan," praised admiringly. "A real talent is a real talent." Lena raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What has Oh Se-chan been staring at so intently? Don't tell me he's planning to bring in some weird business item from some godforsaken corner again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a soft chuckle escaped, filled with a mix of amusement and calculation. Oh Se-chan tossed a stack of papers onto the desk, pushing it forward. "If you're curious, take a look at this." As soon as he saw the words on it, the man froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lena shouted in alarm, "What is this?" He couldn't believe his eyes. A newly awakened player who hasn't been around for long actually cleared the first dungeon all by himself? He spoke, his voice full of interest. "I heard he's already entered the second dungeon. This time, he went in solo right from the start. Doesn't that just slap the bold, newly awakened rookie title right in the face?" Lee Jinna was stunned, pointing at the file. "Oh, Se-chan, how can you even believe that? You know how hard it was for me when I first started? Are you really going to trust this anonymous report from who knows where?" He continued. "You're not usually like this. Oh, Se-chan, but you're being way too naive about this one." Just then, Oh, Se-chan came over with drinks, her ice-cold voice sending a shiver down Lena's spine. "Is there a problem with my report?" He flinched and whipped his head around, his face pale with shock. Lee Jin-ah quickly tried to cover his tracks. "This report was prepared by Secretary Lee? No wonder it's absolutely perfect. Where did you even find this rare information?" She slammed the tray of drinks down on the table, water sloshing out, and said in a flat, cold tone, "That's my job." Oh Se-chan took a small sip of coffee. "Since this information was gathered by Secretary Lee, it's 100% trustworthy. If we don't trust Secretary Lee, who can we trust?" Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes landed on the instant coffee packet in the tray. Oh Se-chan roared in frustration. "Actually, I can't trust her. I told you I don't like instant coffee. Stop buying it." Oh Se-chan calmly enjoyed her coffee, ignoring his yelling. "What on earth is this?" She slowly opened her eyes, her face calm, without a ripple of emotion. Oh, Seichan spoke nonchalantly. That coffee was brought over during the meeting with the Phoenix Guild last week, and this report is printed on recycled paper. Oh, Seichan's tone changed instantly. He chugged a few gulps, praising it as he drank. This coffee has a nice, light sweetness. It's delicious. You know, if you're gonna drink coffee, it has to be instant coffee. An aura of generosity seemed to radiate from him. He spoke with feigned sincerity. See, in this world, if you can't trust Secretary Lee, who can you trust? Lee Jin-ah looked on with open contempt, sighing internally. What a cheap, two-faced bastard. His eyes were glued to the figure in front of him, silently judging. So that's why at his age, he's still. Before long, the coffee was gone, leaving only a crumpled paper cup on the table. Oh, Seishan suddenly remembered something and asked, speaking of which, Secretary Lee, how is the dungeon acquisition going? She immediately reported. A few decent dungeons have appeared, but the prices are still too high, so I'm still looking into it. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be surprised. Acquiring dungeons, Lena asked, puzzled. Oh, Seichan, don't we still have the dungeons we bought before? His eyes lit up, like it was some huge bargain. What are you even saying? You're heading back into a dungeon, so you're gonna run out sooner or later anyway, she protested loudly. Huh? What the hell is this? I just got out of the dungeon yesterday. You gotta let me rest a bit. Oh, Seichan waved his hand, putting on a profound air. If people rest too much, they get lazy. Besides, when hardworking people suddenly take a break, their bodies just ache even more. This is all for your own good, you know. Li Jin-ah gritted her teeth. Seriously? Oh, Seichan picked up his coffee cup, hot steam gently rising from it, vanishing into the air along with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a pack of orcs roared threateningly, their eyes blazing with killing intent. They charged madly at the skeleton soldier, and with a single swing of a club, its bones were smashed to bits, sending shards flying everywhere before they clattered to the ground. Kim Woo-jin quickly wiped out the orcs. He sat on their corpses, his gaze fixed on the bone fragments on the ground, muttering, "Damn, my skill level is still too low, so my soldiers are weak as hell." After that, Kim Woo-jin quickly hopped to the ground, but his hand instantly touched an orc's corpse. The 5 Poison Kings Johann Georg, who I faced in my past life, taught me a lesson I was sick of learning. In that instant, magic erupted from Kim Woo-jin's hand, seeping into the monster's body. A blinding light burst forth, making the orcs panic, completely clueless about what was happening. A moment later, the system notification rang out, "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." Right then, the orc's flesh was suddenly ripped apart as a bony hand erupted from the corpse, unexpectedly shooting out. Its teeth clacked together like a predator that had just been activated. Before long, the full figure of the skeleton soldier emerged majestically. Dark, demonic energy billowed around it, coiling into a chilling mist. He said in a cold tone, "As long as my magic holds out, I can designate my own skeleton soldiers." His voice continued to echo, "Equal to the number of offerings on this battlefield." Hearing this, the orcs just stared blankly, their eyes empty. They had no clue that death was right around the corner, just waiting to pounce. In a flash, agonizing screams filled the air, echoing throughout the dark dungeon. The system notifications popped up one after another. "You have leveled up. All of your stats have increased. The blood poison skill has risen to level 2. Kim Woo-jin was disappointed and snorted coldly. "Is that it? Gaining this little in a dungeon is pretty inefficient. Now I need to hurry up and deal with these basic orcs and start looking for the orc hunter." He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, his mind filled with questions. Kim Woo-jin focused on the dungeon map he had just drawn. "I figured since it's a cannibal it would be the leader of the pack," he frowned, muttering. "But it might just be hiding among the other orcs," he thought. "The only place left is..." Suddenly, the skeleton soldier leaned down, its gaze fixed on the drawing on the ground. Kim Woo-jin was startled. "What's up with this thing?" Seeing it staring so intently, he asked curiously, "You're looking at this. You know something?" Kim Woo-jin scratched his head, confused. "No way, right?" he thought to himself. "Either way, I think I have a rough idea of where the orc hunter is." Kim Woo-jin stood up, already calculating his next move. If it's over there won't be any decent sacrifices to use for summoning more skeletons. He lightly tapped the skeleton's head with a stick, his voice firm. "I'll just have to make do with this one." After that, the two of them turned and left, searching for the special orc in the dungeon. Anyway, I'll have to come up with another plan. After the battle, the stench of blood quickly attracted a flock of crows. Seeing the corpses of its comrades scattered on the ground, the orc leader gritted its teeth, its eyes bloodshot with rage. A ferocious roar erupted from its throat, sending the terrified crows scattering. The orc leader bent down, its rough hands grabbing the head of one of its kind and dragging it across the ground. The immense force of the drag ripped the wound on the unfortunate creature's face wide open, splattering fresh blood all over it, leaving a long trail of fresh blood on the ground, as crimson as its hate-filled eyes. In a dark, damp corner of the dungeon, the orc leader sat silently amidst the pile of corpses it had just dragged back. It tore off chunks of still-warm flesh and devoured them greedily. Behind a rock wall, Kim Woo-jin held his breath and watched, his gaze as tense as a drawn bowstring, fixed on the dark figure moving before him. Kim Woo-jin tightened his grip on his bow, thinking to himself that dungeon boss monsters have physical abilities far superior to normal mobs. Attacking these things without a solid plan is just plain stupid, he told himself, but all I need to do is land one blood poison-laced arrow on it. Kim Woo-jin nodded, signaling the skeleton soldier to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, it quickly left its hiding spot and advanced straight toward the enemy. Hearing the sound, the orc leader immediately whipped its head around. It sniffed the air, its mouth wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, letting out a series of threatening growls. In the blink of an eye, the orc leader grabbed its club and charged forward furiously. The skeleton soldier tightened its grip on its sword and rushed toward its opponent like a storm. It swiftly swung its blade, delivering a deadly blow. The orc leader hastily parried it, and the harsh clang of weapons colliding echoed through the air. Its crimson eyes glared at the enemy with pure malice. Then suddenly, the orc leader bit down hard on the skeleton soldier's shoulder. The skeleton struggled, trying to break free from the enemy's sharp teeth. Meanwhile, he raised his bow, certain that its bloodshot eyes proved it was the cannibalistic orc hunter. Kim Woo-jin aimed straight for his target, a thought flashing through his mind. There's a place I can hit besides its thick hide. Guided by that thought, the arrow flew from his bow, aimed at its only weak spot. It shot toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. Only then did the orc leader realize what was happening, but it was too late. There was no chance to dodge. It could only watch helplessly as the arrow flew toward it. In an instant, the arrow pierced straight through the orc leader's eye, knocking it backward. The orc leader quickly dropped to one knee, trying to keep its balance. Its feet skidded across the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In a flash, the orc leader came to a stop, its icy gaze fixed straight ahead. It immediately reached up and grabbed the arrow in its face, and in an instant, the arrow was pulled out and thrown to the ground. The orc leader, furious and panting heavily, glared at its enemy with pure hatred. At that moment, a system notification popped up. The orc has been afflicted by blood poison. He frowned thoughtfully. The weaker the spot, the faster the poison spreads. Kim Woo-jin smirked, his eyes filled with triumph and mockery. His attitude was like adding fuel to the fire, igniting the orc's rage, making it burn even more fiercely. Just then, the system displayed a message. Due to the blood poison, the orc's stamina is continuously decreasing. The toxin quickly seeped into its bloodstream, making the orc leader dizzy as if its life force was being drained. Seeing it collapse to the ground, Kim Woo-jin remarked that the damage from a level 2 blood poison isn't all that high. But he smirked and added, "At this level, it's actually pretty useful, huh?" While the orc leader was still dazed, the skeleton soldier raised its sword. Kim Woo-jin declared coldly, "This is the end for you." In an instant, the blade was drenched in fresh blood as the orc leader collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished. Immediately after, a flurry of system notifications rang out, announcing, "You have defeated the orc hunter. You have cleared the dungeon. You have leveled up. You can return in 1 hour." He lightly kicked a pile of dry bones on the ground, muttering to himself. It devoured everything, human and orc alike. I wonder if anyone from Park Shin-hye's faction was among them? From the kick, scattered bone fragments rolled away, clattering like echoes of the dead. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's eyes happened to land on something. Before him was a lone skeleton, its ribs severed, jutting out like a grim warning of death. Kim Woo-jin touched it, certain that this wound wasn't inflicted by an orc. He observed it closely, thinking that from the looks of it, this person was stabbed in the back, the work of someone used to killing people in dungeons. A thought sparked in Kim Woo-jin's mind. I can't determine if this was a planned murder or just a spur-of-the-moment act, but if it's someone from Park Shin-hye's faction in the Phoenix Guild, it was likely just some dude who kills for money and items. He sighed. There's not much time left in this dungeon, so where can I find a trace of him? The bright moonlight pierced through the darkness of the dungeon, like a guiding beacon, igniting a glimmer of hope for Kim Woo-jin. To get close to Park Shin-hye, anything that could serve as a pretext would do. Suddenly, a strange light flared up from the cliff face ahead. Flickering in the dungeon's darkness, he raised a hand, squinting against the brilliant glare. Kim Woo-jin quickly went to check it out, and it turned out to be a cave. Kim Woo-jin crouched down, carefully peering inside the entrance, which was just large enough for one person. Just then, Kim Woo-jin saw a skeleton huddled in a corner, its hand still tightly gripping a sword. He silently noted that this person's sword was clean and their body wasn't damaged like the others. Seeing the crude scratches on the cave wall, Kim Woo-jin grew more certain that while his teammates were being devoured, this guy had fled in here all alone, and it looked like he just counted the days until he died. Spotting the emblem on the skeleton's cloak, contempt welled up inside him. Of course, the only ones who'd pull such a scummy move would be from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Woo-jin smirked, and a thought continued to form in his mind, especially if this guy was considered a promising prospect in Park Shin-hae's faction. There's no grave more fitting for him than this place. Suddenly, from the skeleton's body, a notebook fell to the ground. Kim Woo-jin froze. What's this? He didn't hesitate and immediately picked it up. Kim Woo-jin quickly opened the notebook. A diary? He rapidly flipped through the pages, muttering, "Doesn't seem like there's any useful info here." Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's eyes landed on a particular page. He gasped in surprise. "This is the blacklist for Park Shin-hae's faction." Kim Woo-jin closed the book, his voice filled with excitement. "Man, finding this is a total jackpot. I can definitely put this to good use." A system notification suddenly rang in his ear. "The Envoy of the Underworld praises your brilliant achievement. He has sent you a legendary skill scroll." Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "A legendary skill?" A slight smirk formed on Kim Woo-jin's lips. "So this is where you get it, huh?" He glued his eyes to the scroll in his hand. The contents described the eyes of Anubis. The condition to receive it is having the Envoy of the Underworld skill at level 1 or higher. The skill's effect is the ability to see the memories of the dead. Reading the last line of the scroll, Kim Woo-jin let out a smug grin. He smirked and read the words out loud. The ability to see the memories of the dead. After that, Kim Woo-jin seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. He decisively tore the scroll to shreds, a stroke of luck he never had in his past life. After the scroll was completely torn apart, the system's voice rang out at the same time. "Notification: you have acquired the eyes of Anubis. You have achieved the title Successor of the Underworld." Kim Woo-jin slowly approached Yonggu's skeleton. He sighed as he carefully raised his hands to touch the skull. Dead men tell no tales. Then, Kim Woo-jin's hands gently touched Yonggu's dry skull. He slowly pulled it closer to him. But Kim Woo-jin's mood suddenly became excited, and his eyes simultaneously emitted a strange light. "That's all in the past for me now." The magic power in Kim Woo-jin's eyes began to gather, quickly swirling into a fierce vortex. All the magic power deep within his eyes slowly overflowed. At that moment, the system announced another notification. "You have opened the eyes of Anubis." Instantly, Kim Woo-jin's magic power surged uncontrollably. It shot directly into Yonggu's eye sockets. Following that, everything around them was suddenly swallowed by a blinding light emanating from his and the man's eyes. All of Yonggu's memories from when he was alive appeared one by one, crystal clear before his eyes. The terrified screams of those damn orcs echoed in his ears. In the chaos, someone screamed for his help. "Yonggu, help me!" Faced with his teammates' cry for help, Yonggu not only didn't help, but he actually gritted his teeth in annoyance. In fact, Yonggu didn't hesitate, choosing to abandon his teammate who was on the brink of death. He just bolted and ran. The cowardly Yonggu could only tuck his tail and run for his life. After running desperately for a while, he luckily found a small cave. Yonggu clutched his head in fear and screamed, "I can't die here. Player hunting is illegal." The brutal images from his memory appeared in fragmented flashes. In the end, Yonggu seemed to have gone insane. He laughed maniacally and screamed, "The day will come when that person becomes the master of the Phoenix Guild." Right after that, Yonggu's memory was left with only one thing: the image of a man with blazing red eyes sitting leisurely on a throne. He screamed the man's name, Park Shin-hae. At this moment, all of Yonggu's dark past memories were seen by Kim Woo-jin. The dark magic power was quickly absorbed back into his eyes. Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth, absorbing all of the man's memories. He tried to endure the intense pain being transmitted to his body through his eyes. After he finished absorbing Yonggu's magic power and memories, the man's skull was finally of no more use. Kim Woo-jin slammed it to the ground. He clutched his head in obvious pain, as if he wasn't used to seeing a dead person's memories. Kim Woo-jin panted heavily. He thought in astonishment, "So this is the memory of the dead?" Kim Woo-jin calmly stared at the skull lying at his feet. He thought to himself that seeing someone else's past was definitely not a pleasant experience, and it seemed to consume more mana than he'd expected. Just then, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He wiped the sweat from his face and started scheming. The preparations are complete. If I approach him with the information from this guy's past and the list I just picked up, it won't be a problem, no matter how cautious he is. Scene change. An elegant building appears against a clear blue sky. Then, a blood-stained hand suddenly appears in the quiet space. The knuckles are still clenched, forming a powerful fist. Looking down at the ground, a skinny man is lying there. He looks like he's trying to endure terrible pain. Yongen's voice rang out shortly after. You let another player attack that dungeon? The man's face was bruised and battered from being beaten by the guard. He screamed in fear, trying to explain. I was wrong. Just in case something unexpected happens. I'll definitely take care of that punk, Yongan replied indifferently. Take care of him? You couldn't even do anything about the dungeon that newbie entered alone. How? He immediately turned to Secretary Kim, who was standing beside him. Do you have anything else to say, Secretary Kim? When she heard Yongan say her name, Secretary Kim immediately understood his intention. She quickly bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Yongan casually continued reading the newspaper. The headlines on it read, A+ rank single-floor dungeon discovered. Immediately, 2 guards appeared and forcibly dragged the man outside. He screamed loudly, Wait, please don't kill me. Please give me just one more chance. No matter how much he begged, Yongan remained completely unfazed. Yongan silently read the lines in the newspaper. Guilds compete in bidding war for A+ dungeon that allows 150 players. After a brief struggle, the door to the room was slammed shut by the 2 guards. The man was finally dragged outside to be dealt with. Yongan slowly turned to another page. The headline at the top immediately caught his attention. South Korea clears A+ dungeon with a level 20 player. He looked surprised. A newbie cleared a whole dungeon by himself? Looks like this guy's pretty skilled, even if it's not that big of a deal. Yongan was a little curious. But isn't that kid's reputation in the guild not so great? Secretary Kim, standing beside him, nodded in response. Yes, sir. She then carefully recounted the entire incident to him in detail. In the first dungeon, he alienated his team members. There are rumors that he monopolized all the rewards for himself, but this hasn't been confirmed yet. Yongan speculated based on the information he just heard. Actually, setting aside the suspicions, if his reputation in the guild is like that, it'll be hard for him to become more successful. He can't just keep acting alone forever. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting the conversation between the two. He said coolly, Go ahead. A voice immediately came through from the other end of the line. Someone named Kim Woo-jin is here asking to see you, sir. After hearing this, Park Shin-hye couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, look at this. Is he walking right into the lion's den? This kid is pretty interesting. The scene changes as a secretary's serious voice suddenly speaks up. Regarding the bidding for the A+ rank, single-floor dungeons, our Phoenix Guild has been allocated a total of 20. This arrangement has settled things relatively smoothly for the guilds. However, he carefully reported the situation he had compiled. Currently, 3 factions, including Park Shin-hye's, are in a fierce war of nerves over those 20 dungeons. The secretary helplessly explained the issue that had been giving him a headache for the past several days. The biggest problem is that even if we give 6 dungeons to each faction, we're still left with 2, and who gets those? The chairman slowly spoke. 3 factions, but only 2 leftover dungeons. What a headache. The secretary looked troubled as he nodded lightly and replied, Yes, that's why we still haven't reached an agreement. The secretary pushed up his glasses with one hand and analyzed in a serious tone. Because with A+ rank dungeons, the probability of obtaining a valuable item is quite high. And since they're single-floor dungeons, the chances are even higher. The chairman rested his chin on both hands. He sighed in frustration and replied, No one is willing to back down. They're all overconfident in their own abilities. If only we knew beforehand what was inside each dungeon. The chairman quickly found himself at an impasse. Unable to come up with a solution, he loosened his tie in frustration. What a pain. He then asked a question. Aren't there any unaffiliated individuals willing to take on those 2 dungeons? The secretary replied in a low voice. No, sir, not as of yet. The chairman knew that was to be expected. He leaned back in his chair and said nonchalantly, That's true. Who would dare to go in without the backing of a faction? There's no telling what could happen inside that dungeon. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, a notification chime suddenly rang out. It's a call from Mr. Park Shin-hye. Upon hearing his name, the secretary's expression immediately darkened. Park Shin-hye? The situation is already a mess. What could he possibly want now? The chairman slowly picked up the receiver and spoke. Speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The chairman suddenly yelled, "Huh?" He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The chairman immediately shot up from his seat, carefully asking for clarification. Kim Woo-jin? What exactly are you trying to say? The secretary was a bit surprised to hear that name, Kim Woo-jin. The chairman tried to remain calm and replied, I understand for now. I'll contact you again later. The secretary couldn't help his curiosity, and as soon as the chairman hung up, he immediately asked, Chairman, what was that all about? The chairman calmly recounted Park Shin-hae's proposal. He asked to give one of the 2 remaining dungeons to Kim Woo-jin without the other factions knowing. The chairman carefully analyzed the situation. He said that since Kim Woo-jin has a bad reputation and always works alone, the other factions wouldn't pay much attention to him anyway. The secretary was clearly curious. Does this mean Kim Woo-jin has joined Park Shin-hae's faction now? The chairman lowered his head and sighed. There's no way to know that for sure. Who knows? Maybe they'll just use him for this dungeon and treat him like a pawn. He pushed up his glasses and slowly voiced his thoughts. If that's the case, what about the other dungeon? If we do that, the other factions will probably fight tooth and nail for the remaining one. The chairman already had a plan. He calmly explained. If we give Kim Woo-jin one dungeon, then Park Shin-hae's faction will back off and won't compete for it. Then we'll only have to deal with the remaining 2 factions. The chairman calmly sat down, resting his chin on his hand, a true master strategist, to think he'd even prepare a pawn like Kim Woo-jin. Right now, he had a lot of questions that needed answers. He might just be chalking this concession up as a debt to be collected with interest later. But at the end of the day, who is Kim Woo-jin? What's his relationship with Park Shin-hae anyway? Scene change. Secretary Kim is confused by Shin-hae's decision. Master, how could you just accept Kim Woo-jin's offer like that? Shin-hae replied nonchalantly. He brought that thing and suddenly made an offer, so I found it interesting. Plus, I didn't have any useful pawns at the moment. And on top of that, he said it with a sinister smile. Someone like that, we can just use him, and then, when we don't need him anymore, toss him aside like a pawn, right? The scene flashes back. 1 hour earlier, Woo-jin brought a notebook to meet with Shin-hae. He slowly picked it up and glanced through it, then turned to ask him, Do you even know what this is? Bringing it here? Woo-jin calmly replied, Yes, I wanted to know what it was, so I looked inside. He tilted his head, looking at him with a curious expression. Then why come here? Are you here to demand money to keep this a secret? He lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitching into a slight smirk. Shin-hae's expression suddenly darkened. He looked up at Woo-jin with ice-cold eyes. With just this, you think you can threaten me, Park Shin-hae? Is that what you think? The 2 bodyguards behind him prepared to make their move. Woo-jin immediately spoke up to explain. It's not a threat. I came to make a proposal. Woo-jin said bluntly, The single-floor A-plus dungeon has been a hot topic lately. I want to raid it. His words left Shin-hae stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Shin-hae couldn't help but burst out laughing. He held up the notebook and pointed it straight at Woo-jin's face. This guy is hilarious. After a hearty laugh, Shin-hae's expression suddenly turned serious. He asked cautiously, Do you have any idea what that dungeon is like to be talking so big? Woo-jin casually scratched his head, answering his question nonchalantly. Yeah, I know it's one of the dungeons that most of the guilds in the country, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, are fiercely competing for, aside from the ones already assigned. Shin-hae confirmed again in a low voice. You know that and you still plan on charging into that battlefield? Then, he suddenly slammed the notebook in his hand down on the table. You must be out of your mind. Shin-hae flashed a sinister smile and nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll grant your request, but I have a proposal of my own. Scene change, Kungbu University. Woo-jin snuck into a lecture by an expert analyzing the situation inside the dungeon. He projected a data chart onto the large screen behind him and pointed at it, speaking loudly. If you look at the dungeon report, we all know that this time, there are at least over 1,000 orcs in the dungeon. The details were displayed on the big screen in great detail. Orc Lord Colony, Floor 1, Orc Lord. Attack conditions, hunt 1,000 orcs and the Orc Lord. Entry requirement, below level 20. Maximum number of participants, 150 people. Quest reward, slay all 1,000 orcs, Orc Lord Hunter. Kim Woo-jin lowered his head and thought silently for a moment. He stood in a corner, recalling everything that had happened. Before he returned to the past, the number of survivors in this raid was. He stood silently against the wall, deep in thought, trying to remember. Even though he couldn't recall the exact number, it was around 7 people, which meant more than half of the players had died. Kim Woo-jin stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. The players chosen for this raid were all elites from their regions. Considering this, there's no way more than half of the players would have died just from fighting monsters. He stared intently at the expert giving the presentation. Back then, he didn't have enough evidence, so he couldn't do anything about it. But Kim Woo-jin's expression immediately turned grim. He was dead certain about his deduction. No matter what, there was a high chance that some of the players had started PKing others, because it was a perfect opportunity to eliminate the competition and steal their items. Kim Woo-jin turned and quietly left the meeting room. And he remembered exactly what the most valuable reward in this dungeon was. The reward for slaying the Orc Lord was the Orc Lord's Fang. Kim Woo-jin also clearly remembered who got that reward. It went to the guild with the highest contribution, the Messiah Guild. He vividly remembered Lee Se-jun accepting that reward with a beaming face. Now, looking back at his expression, Kim Woo-jin felt something was off. Back then, I didn't know anything. But thinking about it now, a lot of things seemed fishy. It's possible that Bastard had already been corrupted even back then. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped outside. Kim Woo-jin walked alone down the hallway. He continued his deduction based on the inconsistencies he'd uncovered. Even if Lee Se-jun was behind it, it doesn't necessarily mean the Messiah Guild acted directly. Kim Woo-jin narrowed his eyes, racking his brain to figure out the truth. I can't rule out the possibility that they planted spies in other guilds. If I use my memories to predict their next move, it seemed he already had an answer. Kim Woo-jin slowly walked out of the building. Scene change. The players began to gather in groups in the middle of the city square. Camera flashes went off all around them. A voice suddenly rang out, bringing everything into focus. The players are now entering the dungeon. The area was packed with adoring fans. They cheered and snapped flash photos of the players preparing to enter the dungeon. A total of 4 guilds were participating in this raid. Each guild had chosen a symbolic color to represent them. First up was the Messiah Guild, with all its members dressed in elegant white suits. Next up was the second guild, the Phoenix Guild. Its members chose fiery red suits to represent their strength and majesty. Following them was the third guild, the Lion Guild. They chose yellow suits paired with black shirts underneath, creating a powerful aura, just like a lion holding its head high. And finally, there was the Skull Guild. They were dressed in black suits with matching masks, which only added to the mystery surrounding the members of this guild. Kim Woo-jin stood silently amidst the chaotic crowd, slowly following behind the players from the other 4 guilds. Kim Woo-jin was the last one to enter the dungeon. Then he slowly pulled down his hood, flashing a sinister smile. First off, that orc's fang you all want to get your hands on? I'll do you the favor of snatching it. In just a moment, all the players entered the dungeon one by one. A flash of light appeared, engulfing the entire forest that was shrouded in darkness. After entering the dungeon, 2 members suddenly got separated from their guild. The girl looked around in confusion and asked, "Where's our guild?" He sighed, tilting his head and said, "There are so many people, it's hard to find them." Jonggi suddenly shouted, "Messiah Guild, form up at the front." As soon as he shouted, all the members of the guild immediately fell into a neat formation, right in front of the other players. A player from another guild, after witnessing the scene, exclaimed in admiration, "That's the Messiah Guild for you. Look how fast they got into formation. So cool." The man behind him said with some annoyance, "Don't give them such pointless praise." Han of the Northern Sword, with a sword on his shoulder, slowly moved forward. He sneered, saying that even if they started first, it wouldn't make any difference. There are at least 1,000 orcs anyway. Han pointed in another direction and shouted, "Orc over there!" Just as the other members were standing around staring at the orc in confusion, the sound of someone's footsteps suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Jack bravely sprinted towards the orc, dashing forward to shield everyone. Jack glanced at the orc and then ordered the other members, "Messiah Guild, we'll handle this. Everyone, stay alert." Immediately, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "The warrior's skill has been activated. The beast has been provoked." At the same time, the shield in Jack's hand emitted a massive sound wave, grabbing the orc's attention. It heard the loud noise and warily turned around. The orc immediately went into a frenzy, raising its fist high and charging at him. Jack quickly used his large shield to block its attack, using all his strength to hold the shield steady. Jack struggled to stand firm on the stone ground after the orc's powerful impact. The monster's expression suddenly changed, a flash of surprise appearing in its eyes. Jack sneered, looking at the orc with an icy glare. "Is that all you've got?" Elena, who was observing from the side, suddenly had her eyes and hands emit a strange light as she muttered an incantation. Next, countless massive vines suddenly shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the orc's arms and neck. The system chimed in with another announcement. "Skill of the Keeper of Knowledge's source, The beast has been bound. Elena continued to chant the spell loudly. The light emanating from her grew increasingly brighter, and at the same time, the vines around the orc's neck tightened their grip. The orc struggled violently, grabbing at the vines wrapped around its neck, its eyes filled with despair. The orc screamed in agony. Its painful cry echoed, shattering the silent atmosphere, and an unexpected wave of power blasted back towards the other members. That force redirected from the air into the ground. It continuously shook the ground beneath the players' feet. They shouted in panic. What is this? An earthquake. A man immediately stepped up, pointing to the forest and shouting, "That's no earthquake. Something's in the woods back there." Hearing that, everyone's gaze snapped to where he was pointing. Everyone was terrified. They held their breath, each person gripping their sword, ready for a fight, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Suddenly, over a dozen giant orcs burst out of the forest, charging right at them. One of the orcs in the lead launched the first attack. It went straight for a member of the Phoenix Guild. The guy casually drew his sword and slashed a few times. Dark red blood immediately spurted out as his blade sliced cleanly into the orc's arm. The other players also charged in to fight. The orcs went berserk. They shot towards the players like arrows. The whole area instantly descended into chaos. It was a chaotic clash between humans and frenzied monsters. But the Messiah Guild didn't fight with brute force. They stood outside the fray, using magic to control the orcs. All the players there fought harder and harder, their spirits getting more and more hyped. When they saw the Messiah Guild controlling the orcs, all the other players gripped their swords and charged in at once. This was the moment. Battle cries instantly echoed all around. Everyone roared, "Charge!" in unison. Players from the same guild started teaming up, working together flawlessly to take down the orcs one by one. No one noticed Kim Woo-jin standing alone on a large tree branch nearby. Kim Woo-jin carefully watched everything unfold. Just as he thought, no one even noticed he was gone. Kim Woo-jin suddenly cracked a sinister smile. "Now it's time to make my move." Kim Woo-jin calmly watched the battle from above, thinking, "I'm still not too far from the other players." Then he quickly moved out, aiming to find the location of the orc boss from this distance. As he zipped through the trees, he was already calculating in his head. The clear condition for this stage is to kill all 1,000 orcs and the boss. To minimize casualties, the guilds will focus on thinning out the orc numbers first. From what Kim Woo-jin knew, the official hunt for the boss would only begin after all 1,000 orcs were dead. A cunning, calculating smile spread across his face. "That's my time limit to figure out the boss's identity." The boss's identity. Meanwhile, in the orc's stronghold, an orc was kneeling in the middle of a great hall before the orc lord. The orc lord said nothing, just stared down the guilty party with piercing eyes. Blood trickled from the guilty orc's mouth as a massive blade was raised. With a sickening thud, the guilty orc's head was chopped clean off. The head rolled in front of the other orcs, terrifying them. Just then, the orc lord slammed his fist on the arm of his throne. He stood up, grabbing the axe in his hand. Then he let out a roar, which was answered by roars from his orc subordinates. After that warning from the orc lord, the subordinate orcs started heading back to the battlefield. This scene even impressed Kim Woo-jin, who was hiding and watching from a corner. That's a damn good way to handle orcs that try to desert. His gaze then shifted to the orc lord. Could that be the orc boss? He looked stronger than I thought, but a smug feeling welled up inside him. I'm so lucky I caught him right as he was sending his minions out to the battlefield. Seeing the massive orc lord sitting alone on its throne, Kim Woo-jin realized his chance had come. While all the other orcs were busy fighting head-on, he schemed with a gleeful smile on his face, thinking he had to attack the orc boss while it was all alone. Back on the battlefield with Jong Ki's group, after wiping out a squad of orcs, the guilds got cocky and loudly declared that it was no big deal, and they should just keep pushing forward. Unlike them, Jong Ki was serious, thinking the numbers seemed smaller than expected, and that there must be a separate main force. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. It turned out to be Henry. He quickly reported what he had scouted. "Sir, a large number of orcs are heading this way." Hearing this, Jong Ki quickly asked, "About how many?" Henry replied in a low voice. "I'd estimate between 900 and 1,000. It looks like their entire force." This confirmed Jong Ki's initial thoughts, so he didn't hesitate for a moment. He shouted for everyone to advance and finish everything today. To face the main force, we need to regroup. However, his enthusiasm was met with annoyance from the members of the other guilds. "Hey, who do you think you're ordering around?" from within the crowd. Ronal from the Lion Guild stepped forward and declared loudly, "We're not errand boys for the Messiah Guild. The Lion Guild will just attack as we please." Zhang Qi still tried to persuade the stubborn group. Right now, a large number of orcs are advancing this way. Competition between guilds is important, but if we don't work together, he concluded in a serious tone, we could all die in this dungeon. Unfortunately, Ronald wasn't listening and just mocked him. What, not confident enough? If you're that scared. He glanced at Zhang Qi and said contemptuously, you shouldn't have come here in the first place, right? After saying that, he led his Leon Guild members forward. Seeing this, Henry couldn't help but sigh. Those guys have lost their minds. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zhang Qi quickly gave an order. Let's find a safe place to rest a bit and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers had been summoned. He and his two skeleton underlings were now preparing for a 3-on-1 fight against the Orc Lord. The Orc Lord was a bit bewildered by the sudden appearance of three reckless fools, but it soon stood up, ready to fight with all its might. Kim Woo-jin and his underlings quickly got into position, ready to clash with the Orc Lord. The two skeleton soldiers charged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, the Orc Lord immediately used a skill. Orc Lord's Fang was activated. Just as the two skeleton soldiers were about to reach the Orc Lord, it suddenly glanced at them and mercilessly smashed one of the skeletons to pieces. The sight left Kim Woo-jin completely stunned. No way. Back to the Orc Lord. It was aggressively charging toward the remaining skeleton soldier. Of course, that skeleton showed no fear and even growled back. Suddenly, the Orc Lord swung its axe at the skeleton, but the skeleton skillfully dodged the attack. However, with its sharp eyes that caught every single moment, the Orc Lord easily landed a direct hit on the skeleton. This made Kim Woo-jin realize his skeleton soldiers couldn't hold out as long as he thought, so he decided to use the arrow in his hand right then and there. Kim Woo-jin aimed his bow at Lot. There was only one chance. He had to seize this moment, right now, while the last remaining skeleton soldier had its attention. The very moment the Lot Orc swung its axe at the skeleton soldier was when Kim Woo-jin let the arrow fly. Lot quickly sensed the danger flying towards it. Unbelievably, in that split second, it still managed to twist its body and dodge. This left Kim Woo-jin in disbelief. It dodged? This monster was way stronger than the stories said. By then, the skeleton soldier had reached one of Lot's legs. It then swung its sword, slashing at the Lot Orc. But instead of wounding it, the skeleton soldier's sword shattered into smithereens. Before Kim Woo-jin's stunned and horrified eyes, Lot raised its axe and slammed it straight down on the skeleton soldier. A loud crash rang out, sending the skeleton soldier's bones flying. Kim Woo-jin watched the bloodthirsty Lot Orc before him and could only mutter, if this keeps up, this is going to be a tough fight. At this point, he had no choice but to change the plan. Seeing the fang around Lot's neck, Kim Woo-jin hesitated to attack right away. It's wearing the Orc King's fang, so a direct fight is pretty much impossible. He quickly decided that a strategic retreat was the best move. Right now, falling back was the only option. Besides, he was running low on mana. Without a second thought, he turned and bolted. But something weird happened that he couldn't figure out. Why wasn't it chasing him? Suddenly, Lot stirred, and Kim Woo-jin thought it had changed its mind. But that wasn't it. Seeing Lot's slow movements made him realize, so does that mean chasing after some scaredy cat wastes too many calories? This made him feel kinda pleased. Maybe that's really it. An A+ ranked dungeon boss really is different, but that's even better. Now I can run in peace. As he picked up the pace, he confidently declared, but next time we meet, you'll regret letting me get away. While Kim Woo-jin was making his escape, his silhouette was caught by some guild members lurking in the shadows. Who the hell is that? Ronal misunderstood. He assumed Kim Woo-jin was from another guild, and bitterly thought that it wasn't just the Lion Guild who sat out of the fight. Just then, Ronal's right-hand man whispered his theory. Chief, what if that guy found the Orc Lord before us? Ronal replied thoughtfully. Perhaps he did, but perhaps not. He then added with a sneer, there are no clues to guess from. We have no idea if he's returning because he found the Orc Lord or not. You can't trust a single soul unless you see it for yourself. Even though he wasn't strong himself, this guy's greed was off the charts. The items dropped from the A+ ranked dungeon boss must belong to the Lion Guild, no matter what. Suddenly, Ronal's subordinate began to sway unnaturally. Then, he unexpectedly collapsed, along with the other members of the Lion Guild. This sight left Ronal completely stunned, caught off guard. He yelled in a panic, "What's going on?" He instantly tensed up, thinking, what the hell is this? I've never heard about any monsters other than orcs showing up here. No. Then, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness, staring daggers at Ronal, sending a chill down his spine as he realized this was no monster. Despite that, he still shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who the hell are you?" Show yourself. You think you can pull a stunt like this and just walk away? The fate for guys like him is always a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in a cave lit by fire, Kim Woo-jin safely regrouped with members from the other guilds. He looked around to check things out and felt relieved. Looks like no one's paying attention to me. Nice. But when he saw everyone's gloomy faces, he got a little curious. What's with this vibe? It's like I walked into a funeral. Then his eyes noticed a bunch of newly made graves. It made him wonder how so many people could have died on the first day. Kim Woo-jin's face was full of curiosity, not understanding what had happened. Something's not right. Only the elites got a spot in here, and they were all armed to the teeth. Did the guilds start fighting each other sooner than I expected? Suddenly, an argument broke out. Hey, why do you guys look so beat up? Your side doesn't look any better. Of course it's different, a bewildered member of the Pixiu Guild asked. Our Pixiu Guild is still doing fine. By the way, got any info on the other guilds? A member from some other guild spoke up. From what we've heard, it seems the Lion Guild took the heaviest losses. A group went into the forest to grab some loot and just vanished. The members of the guild started buzzing with conversation. It wasn't just one or two people who went missing. Is it that bad? It's possible their bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Orcs eat people, you know. They talked about not wanting to be eaten by orcs and then get chewed out by their captain. So gross. I'd rather die, but I don't want to become monster food. Don't jinx yourself like that. It's bad luck. Yeah, sorry, senior. They sat in front of the burning fire. A member's voice piped up, but still, it's just too weird. A curious member wondered to himself. Normally, there should at least be a body left behind, or someone who managed to escape and then died from their injuries, right? The person next to him agreed. You think so too? I hope someone among the missing is still alive. Kim Woo-jin sat at a distance, silently listening to their conversation to gather more information. Whatever, we should focus on staying alive first. 'Cause awesome gear is useless if you're dead, right? The information from their mouths left even him feeling confused. This is an A+ rank dungeon, so this kind of thing can happen, but for so many teams to get wiped out in a single day is not normal at all. The thought of another enemy lurking out there made him feel uneasy. There's definitely something shady going on. My plan could fail if our overall strength weakens. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Day broke, the sun rose, and the orc army was still diligently on the march. Their numbers were massive. This terrified the members from the various guilds. Holy crap, how are there so many of them? There were groans mixed with curses. We keep killing them, but they just keep coming. Shut up and focus, you idiot. An army of guilds fought against the orc army. An orc let out a massive roar, and the battle between the two sides raged fiercely. The commotion from the battle caught Kim Woo-jin's attention. Looks like it started. However, he didn't care much about that because he was busy trying to find something to deal with the Orc Lord. But this is the real problem. I can't land a fatal blow on the Orc Lord with what I have now. Besides, from yesterday's battle, he realized that using the skeleton warriors as bait wouldn't work either. They're too fragile. Suddenly he remembered something. Speaking of which, I wonder if skeleton warriors can shoot arrows? So he decided to test it out by summoning a skeleton soldier. A moment later, Kim Woo-jin went back to Lord O and couldn't help but marvel at how it was still chilling on its throne. You're still looking pretty comfy today, huh? So he decided to make it uncomfortable. Time for round 2. Just like before, Lord O activated its skill. Orc King's Fang has been activated. Its power was boosted exponentially, and with a loud roar, it leaped and charged towards Kim Woo-jin. Just as Lord O was about to attack him, something suddenly flew towards it. This startled it a bit, but it quickly raised its axe and blocked the attack. The arrow fell to the ground after hitting the iron axe. Lord O's eyes glared angrily towards the one who shot the arrow, which was none other than the skeleton soldier. Furious about the sneak attack, Lord O hurled a boulder at the skeleton soldier, but luckily, the two skeleton soldiers quickly dodged it. While dodging, they kept firing arrows. Arrow after arrow flew at Lord O, but it managed to block them. Just as it was busy dealing with the skeleton soldiers, Kim Woo-jin had somehow appeared right above it, so the skeleton warriors can use bows and arrows too. A smug smile appeared on his face. The plan's going smoothly. Kim Woo-jin launched himself high into the air. The moment he was about to land on Lord O's head, it finally started to sense the danger. However, any action now was too slow. Kim Woo-jin delivered a strike to Lord O from above. He also simultaneously cut the Orc King's fang it wore around its neck. The moment the fang fell, Kim Woo-jin quickly snatched the treasure he had longed for. Power began to transfer to him. You have obtained Lord O's fang. At the same time, Lord O's various powers started to plummet. The boss's physical damage has decreased. The boss's defense has decreased. Lord O's agility has decreased. Suddenly, Lord O buckled to its knees, and luckily, Kim Woo-jin managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by a pile of rocks. The reason Lord O suddenly collapsed was because of a poison arrow stuck in its leg. Boss Lord O has been afflicted with blood poison, and the ones who did it were Kim Woo-jin's two skeleton soldiers. The current situation made him incredibly smug. Now I've got its fang. The attack worked. The system provided some more information about Lord O's fang. Lord O's fang. Looted item, legendary, required level, 1 and above. This is the fang of Lord O. Lord O's fang possesses immense power. Effects when equipped. Physical damage plus 30. Attack power increased by 5%. Physical defense increased by 5%. Increases damage dealt by 10%. Oh, after learning about the effects of this treasure, Kim Woo-jin didn't hesitate and decided to use it immediately. Now there's only one thing left to do. The system immediately announced, "You have equipped Lord O's fang." A triumphant smile spread across his face. Equipping the weapon, he gently wiped his blood-stained sword and declared, "Time to take your head." As for Lord O, it was busy fighting frantically against the two skeleton soldiers. One skeleton soldier took that chance to fire a concentrated shot at it. This made it roar in anger. Lord O went berserk, swinging its arms wildly to knock away the arrows flying at it. Suddenly, its eyes filled with panic as it realized it had been hit by an arrow right in the stomach. The system immediately announced that Boss Lord O has been afflicted with blood poison. Suddenly, a figure flashed past. Kim Woo-jin suddenly appeared right behind Lord O. The moment it saw him, it charged forward in a rage to attack. However, he easily dodged and jumped onto its arm. His entire body was suspended in midair, and then he did a flip. Seizing the opportunity, one of Kim Woo-jin's hands gripped the sword's hilt, while the other slammed down on the pommel. Swiftly, he plunged the sword into the Orc Lord's arm. The system quickly displayed a notification that the Orc Lord had been afflicted with blood poison. Realizing he'd been hit by his attack again, the Orc Lord glared at him with pure hatred. Before it could counterattack, Kim Woo-jin sent its axe flying with a single strike. He then flashed an amused smile. "The axe you were using." The axe flew straight towards a skeleton soldier. It seemed this was all part of Kim Woo-jin's plan. The skeleton soldier didn't even try to dodge, but instead looked ready and waiting. It quickly caught the axe. At first, it stared at the axe with a confused look, but then it suddenly tossed aside the bow in its hand. This skeleton soldier seemed incredibly hyped about its new weapon. This made Kim Woo-jin quite satisfied, as he declared that it was the perfect weapon to take its life. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone had landed safely on a high tree branch. He looked around in confusion and wondered, "What's that sound?" Orcs don't usually make that kind of noise. After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to head towards the source of the sound. So someone was fighting the boss nearby. The discovery that someone had already engaged the boss made this guy a bit angry, and he muttered to himself, "Damn it, who is it? I need to find out quickly and report back to the guild." And so, he started moving faster and faster. And once he was out of the dense forest of tall trees, this person quickly landed on a distant rock outcropping. The scene before his eyes left him speechless. He saw Kim Woo-jin and two skeleton soldiers playing a game of cat and mouse with the Orc Lord. Two skeleton soldiers, one player. Seeing only one player like this made him a bit bewildered, and he strained his eyes to look for another figure, but he couldn't see anyone. He couldn't see any other players around, so he was quite surprised, mixed with a bit of disbelief, when he saw only Kim Woo-jin. Is he challenging the Orc Lord alone? How is that possible? This thought also terrified him, and he decided he had to report to the guild immediately. Without a second thought, he quickly turned to leave. But there was one thing. This guy didn't know that Kim Woo-jin had been aware of his presence the entire time. As he was sprinting back to his guild, an arrow suddenly pierced straight into his back. This made him cry out in alarm. An arrow, but no matter what, he couldn't run anymore and collapsed to the ground. Getting ambushed like that left the man dazed as he looked around, wondering, what just happened? Who did this? He thought of Kim Woo-jin and panicked. No way. Did he spot me? It's him. Is he stopping me from reporting that he's fighting the Orc Lord? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared next to the man, making him glance over at a figure that had appeared out of nowhere. This person was none other than a member of the Skull Guild, who was staring down at the poor man with a murderous gaze. The man himself was terrified as he realized, this guy is from the Skull Guild? Before he could even say his last words, he was dealt with. The young man from the Skull Guild stood calmly before the unfortunate man's corpse, while he was now gone forever, never to return. After killing that man, the School Guild guy carefully crossed his name off the list and checked who was next. There were 5 more to go. He looked at the long list of people he'd already taken care of and couldn't help but complain, what a damn waste of time and energy fighting orcs. Wouldn't it be better to just go PKing instead? Suddenly, another school guild member up in a tree loudly reminded him, "Listen up, newbie. Half of that guy's items are mine, so make sure you split them properly." The guy on the ground heard him and replied wearily, "Got it. Don't you worry." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, are you really planning to kill that guy from earlier?" The high-ranking school guild member casually replied, "He's not on the list, but if I get the chance, your boy's still gonna kill him for his loot." The other school guild member worriedly pointed out that since he took on the orc chieftain alone, he's basically a monster, asking if it was too dangerous. However, the high-ranking member insisted, "But after he's done with that orc, he'll be totally gassed, right? Taking him out then will be a piece of cake." After saying that, the guy left. "I'm heading out, finish up the rest and catch up." The other guy heard him and muttered to himself, "There's nothing left to finish up." After that, he picked up the body of the guy he just killed and decided to drag it off to be dumped. He figured he'd just toss it to the orcs and let them handle it. At that moment, someone stepped out from behind a large tree in the forest. It was none other than Kim Woo-jin. He had been eavesdropping and watching every single move these school guild guys made. Back at the battlefield with the orcs and the various guild members, they had managed to wipe out the orc horde that was 100 times their size. Han looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel smug. "This is going faster than I thought." Just then, one of his underlings chimed in. "At this rate, we can clear this dungeon in no time." Han excitedly agreed. "You got that right. But from now on, we don't need to push forward, and if you get a chance, start falling back in the formation." This statement left his underling a little confused. "Huh? What do you mean, boss?" An arrogant thought flashed through Han's mind. "The small fry are almost all cleared out, so starting tomorrow, everyone will begin searching for the orc chieftain." Then, he gave a smug laugh and ordered, "It's time to get ready for the main event." At that very moment, a system window suddenly popped up in front of all the players. Han was also taken aback by this. A line of red text appeared. The message read, "You have defeated the orc chieftain." Han couldn't believe his eyes and blurted it out. The others were also so shocked they yelled, "What the hell is this? Somebody tell me I'm seeing things. Which son of a bee?" He was completely stunned after getting the notification. "How is that possible? The main forces of all the guilds are gathered right here." Henry, standing beside him, quietly asked in confusion, "Boss, what's going on? Does this mean those guys from the Lion Guild who left earlier actually pulled it off?" Zhang Qi shook his head in response. "I'm not sure anymore." His eyes were filled with doubt. "I thought that Lion Guild was all bark and no bite." Over at the Orc Lord's location, its own axe was now stained red with blood. Kim Woo-jin had successfully turned its own weapon against it, using the Orc Lord's axe to send it packing. At that very moment, Kim Woo-jin received another notification. "You have leveled up. You have obtained the Orc Chieftain Hunter achievement." The reward was a whole list of skills. Seeing that he had gained new skills, he curiously checked them out. "A whole new list, huh? I hope it's something useful." The moment he saw his new skill, he was so surprised his eyes widened. This was an unexpected skill sent to him. The Book of the Dead, an E-rank skill, a book containing the power of Osiris. It can store 5 undead monsters. Effect: the souls of the dead sealed within the Book of the Dead receive the power of Osiris, increasing all their stats by 5%. After reading the skill's description, Kim Woo-jin immediately thought of another one of his skills, but the two had one difference. "So this is like that bag, but for storing my monsters. Plus, the ones stored in here get a small power boost." To test out how strong this thing is, he decided there's no time like the present, right? No sooner said than done. He quickly stored 2 skeleton soldiers in the Book of the Dead. A swirling power erupted from the book, sucking the 2 skeleton soldiers inside. Even Kim Woo-jin had to grit his teeth to hold on to the book. A deafening explosion erupted. Thunder and lightning crashed, and dust flew everywhere, making Kim Woo-jin exclaim, "So epic." Seeing the 3 words "orc skeleton" inscribed in the book, he felt pretty damn satisfied. "From now on, I don't need to kill the first monster anymore. I can just summon my soldiers the moment I enter a dungeon." A triumphant smirk appeared on his face. With this, the biggest weakness of the skeleton soldier summoning skill was a thing of the past. Meanwhile, in the forest, a group of people was moving faster than ever before. Turns out, it was Han's guild. The fact that he was rushing towards the Orc Lord's location made his subordinates ask in confusion, "Chief, where are you running? The Orc Lord has already been defeated." Annoyed by their constant questions, he turned around and yelled, "Like I don't know that." His right-hand man heard this but was still puzzled. Then why? So Han had no choice but to grit his teeth and bluntly state the reason why he was running like hell towards the Orc Lord's spot. You idiot. We at least have to go there and check the situation so we can report back. You think you'll get out in one piece if you just go back and tell Mr. Park Shin-hye what happened? The moment the subordinates heard that name, they all shivered in fear. Park Shin-hye. In the end, the whole group ran like their lives depended on it towards the Orc Lord's location. As for the guys from the Skull Guild, they didn't expect things to progress so quickly either. Damn it, I can't believe the Orc Lord went down that fast. So the leader decided to change the plan. Just forget about the guy who soloed the Orc Lord and take care of the targets on our list first. One of the guys in the group heard this and wondered, but what about the rookie who stayed behind to clean up? The white-haired guy in the group sighed in annoyance and replied, I told him to follow us as soon as he was done. After this mission, he's going to need some serious re-education. The leader didn't hesitate to remind the group what they needed to do if they were exposed. If our identities are revealed, our superiors will be in deep trouble. We have to avoid that at all costs. And in the worst-case scenario, be prepared to take yourselves out. With the current situation, he had to hurry his subordinates. We don't have much time now, but we still have to act as secretly as possible. Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Wait, someone's coming. Looking behind, he saw it was the new guy from the group. The way he was running made the whole group confused. The rookie? Why is he running for his life like that? The answer came immediately, as two skeleton soldiers were chasing the Skull Guild's rookie. The white-haired guy quickly recognized the skeleton soldiers. He thought to himself, did he go and piss that guy off? The rookie then ran straight towards where the Skull Guild members were gathered. This action made the white-haired guy so furious he screamed his head off. This bastard! Are you crazy? What are we gonna do if you lead them right to us? He frantically asked their leader. Boss, what now? That damn rookie blew our cover. With their position compromised, the leader's mind raced. He decided to attack us. Does he know something? If we waste any more time, the other guilds will swarm this place. We'll all be dead meat then. Even if it means aborting the mission, we have to kill this guy and cover our tracks. While the leader was busy thinking, the rookie suddenly whipped out a sword. Just as the leader turned to ask his crew if they were ready, the rookie mercilessly sent them all to their graves. The white-haired guy collapsed with a fatal wound. The others quickly met the same fate. Now, the entire Skull Guild squad was dead, leaving only the leader and the rookie. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered, what the hell is going on? Did the rookie betray us? Suddenly, the new recruit ripped off his mask, revealing he wasn't a member of the Skull Guild at all. But Kim Woo-jin, seeing that arrogant smirk on his face, the leader, was so stunned he could only stammer, this guy is… Rewind a few minutes. Kim Woo-jin glared at the Skull Guild's rookie, his eyes filled with killing intent. He seemed to have figured out why the player count had dropped, so these guys were the reason only half of the players made it back alive. After digging through the Skull Guild rookie's memories, he was a bit disappointed he didn't find what he needed. But there was absolutely no information about the Messiah Guild in the rookie's memories. Kim Woo-jin then glanced over at the person the Skull Guild rookie had just killed. He quickly recalled that in his past life, this guy was simply listed as missing. Without hesitating, he quickly stripped the rookie of all his gear. He put it on himself, deciding it was time to pay a visit to the Skull Guild's leader. He was planning to hunt for the information he needed, but first, he had to do some prep work. If I'm lucky, I might find some info on the relationship between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. But first, I have to take care of this brain-dead leader. Back in the present, the leader stared at Kim Woo-jin, completely bewildered, wondering who the hell is this guy? Where did he even crawl out from? The other Skull Guild members stared fearfully at the skeleton soldiers. Watching the two figures slowly advance on them, the Skull Guild members screamed in terror. Stay back! Get away from us! Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was quite pleased that the whole crew was present. Looks like my luck is holding out. Everyone from the rookie's memories is gathered here. While the two skeleton soldiers kept the Skull Guild grunts busy, Kim Woo-jin was focused on overwhelming the leader. He was done playing cat and mouse with this crew. A skeleton soldier growled and raised its axe high. The Skull Guild members shrieked in horror at the sight. Stop! But their begging was useless. They were all going to die here anyway. The Skull Guild leader was terrified by Kim Woo-jin's cruelty. This monster killed without a shred of hesitation, meaning this wasn't his first time. Terrified as he was, the leader still put on a brave face and said, I don't know who you are, but you're not getting anything from me. Knowing he was no match for Kim Woo-jin, he decided to go for a suicide play. Even if I manage to escape alive, I'll just be a liability to the boss. This is the only way out. Just like that, the leader pulled out his sword and ended his own life. Kim Woo-jin was kinda stunned by his actions, like he just self-destructed. After snapping out of it, he said sarcastically, "Bold move, but totally pointless." Looking at the corpse of the school leader, he suddenly felt something was off. Shouldn't I be thanking him, though? He just proved that he knew a ton of valuable information. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kim Woo-jin just went ahead and activated his skill. Eye of Anubis. A memory surfaced in a certain house, and mixed with the sound of trickling water was someone's voice. This global change will be an opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take a great leap forward. The voice came from a hidden room inside the house. We will cooperate with the Messiah Guild to build an organization to expand our influence. Two men were seriously discussing matters. Hado-kun, go to Korea, join the Skull Guild, and dedicate yourself to our country. One of them, a man whose face was unclear, was persuading the other. If we can seize the dungeons and items of both Japan and Korea, he was promising him Songjun, we will build an empire more powerful than ever before. It will be called the Empire. Just then, two men suddenly appeared at the door, and the mysterious man introduced them to Im Seong-jun. Now, I will introduce the ones who will guide you, the angels of Japan, who will help us build Yamato. Im Seong-jun was shocked and stammered, "You are." The moment he saw the two who walked in, his jaw dropped in surprise. He then quickly bowed his head and greeted them loudly. "It is a great honor to meet you both," he thought to himself in awe. "I can't believe I'm meeting the Sword Saint and the Bow Saint here." Back in the school guild leader's memory, he was questioning his subordinate. "There's a guy we need to deal with when the A+ dungeon appears. What's he like?" He was then told, "A Korean dungeon broker, Oh Se-chan, is pretty good. But lately, he's been getting in the way of the Japanese brokers. We have to take him out, no matter what." And then a name was brought up. Apparently, Korea also has a pretty decent broker. What was his name again? Oh Se-chan. After checking and getting the information he needed, Kim Woo-jin dropped the school leader's corpse to the ground in disgust. "I was hoping that wasn't the case, but it looks like I can't. This is absolutely disgusting." He gritted his teeth, filled with rage and resentment. Even in the darkest of times, we still trusted and fought alongside each other. Familiar images of Noda Hajime and Sakahara Ken flashed through his mind. The Sword Saint, the Bow Saint, even you two. In his past life, as Kim Woo-jin recalled, before he returned, he had conquered so many dungeons with them. He had always looked up to them with so much admiration. They were always on the front lines, fighting to save the world. I want to be like them. To him, they were his inspiration. They weren't just my mentors, but my spiritual pillars. More than that, they were the people I trusted the most. They were precious comrades, people I could trust with my life. He had always trusted them, no matter the circumstances. But now, that was no longer the case. Even during the most brutal battles, that's what I always believed. But now, Kim Woo-jin now knew that they were also on Lee Se-jun's side, and so he decided to ruin every single one of their plans. I can't let them do whatever they want this time. The next target was Oh Se-chan, right? He muttered to himself. A dungeon broker. The fact that this guy, Oh Se-chan, was assassinated makes me think he must be pretty damn talented to be on a priority hit list. It seemed like he was about to figure something out. I never heard anything about him in my past life, which means the assassination was successful. If that Amato crew replaced him, Lee Se-jun must have gained something from it. And so, he decided to look for some clues to investigate. As long as he's on the assassination list, assassins will keep coming for him, like moths to a flame. Maybe I can find some clues to weaken them. Besides, he planned to kill two birds with one stone. And I also need a broker to find dungeons for me, so it works out perfectly. Now that my work here is done, it's time to leave the dungeon. In the real world, a few people were talking in a car. Senior, is it always this quiet around the gate? The man called Senior found the question pretty ridiculous and answered with a bit of annoyance. Monsters can't come out of the gate, so of course it's quiet. But as soon as the dungeon is cleared, this place will turn into a madhouse. So you'd better get some rest. The junior heard this and said in surprise, "When the dungeon is conquered, everyone will rush in to interview the players." The senior replied nonchalantly, "That's not the reason, you idiot. It's because the players fight each other over the items." This made the junior exclaim in shock. "They really fight each other?" The senior explained wearily. "Except for the Messiah Guild, everyone will try to get as many items as they can. Anyway, we'll deal with it when it happens. For now, just get some sleep. You won't be getting any rest for a long time." Suddenly, the junior pointed somewhere and stammered, "Senior, that." The senior, getting annoyed by his talkative subordinate, yelled out, "Why is this damn kid so annoying? What is it?" But the junior was still stunned, muttering, "The gate." So the senior also looked confusedly in the direction the junior was pointing. They both saw Kim Woo-jin, covered in blood, walking out of it. They were so shocked they screamed, "A player!" Medics immediately appeared and rushed to give Kim Woo-jin first aid. An A-plus ranked dungeon has been conquered. Treat the injured first. The noise was starting to annoy Kim Woo-jin. Players are starting to come out. Bring the stretchers over here, quick. On another side, two gangs were about to clash, and no one knew why. Senior, there's a brawl over there. Why is it even worse than last time? A few days later, the news from that day was all over the papers. News, politics, economy, society, world news. 31 people dead. News, no one from the Skull Guild survived. All are dead. Daily paper, who defeated the Orc Lord? Dungeon rewards have vanished. Conflict erupts between guild members. The news made someone so furious that he crumpled up the newspaper. Park Shin-hye gritted his teeth and spat out, "How the hell can't we find the bastard who defeated the Lord?" The newspaper on the table had the headline, "Who took down the orc boss?" An angry voice echoed in the room. "And you expect me to believe this crap now?" Members of the Lion Guild were kneeling on the ground in a single line. Their representative, Ronal, looked up and promised, I'm sorry, sir. This incident was just so unexpected. I promise it will never happen again." The man named Park Shin-hye lowered his head, his eyes narrowing as he asked, "Later? What about the time and money I invested in you people? And my disappointment? How are you guys going to compensate me for this?" He leaned on the table with both arms, his voice laced with menace. "This isn't some charity where I give you scumbags chance after chance." Park Shin-hye gritted his teeth hard. He gave a command. "Within 1 week, bring me 5 times the initial investment. When I give you an opportunity, you'd better know how to take it. For your own good." A panicked voice echoed from inside the mansion. Five times, sir?" After Ronal's group had left, Park Shin-hye turned to the person beside him and asked, "Kim Woo-jin, is that guy in the hospital?" Secretary Kim quickly replied, "Yes, they said he was injured in the dungeon this time." Hearing that, Park Shin-hye frowned and turned away. "Seriously, not a single one of them is useful. Injured in a one-floor dungeon?" Secretary Kim hesitantly interjected. "About that, the injuries he sustained in the dungeon weren't caused by monsters, were they?" Park Shin-hye slowly shot her a look. "What's that? You mean he was attacked by players from other guilds? Is that information accurate?" Secretary Kim began to analyze. "We could investigate to see if it's true, but I think it's better to just believe him for now." Park Shin-hye stood up from his chair, put one hand in his pocket, and walked toward the door. "All right, let's head to the hospital. That guy isn't stupid enough to go running his mouth everywhere, is he?" Secretary Kim replied as she hurried after him. "Yes, I told him to keep quiet." Elsewhere, in a hospital, someone was giving instructions. "All right, Kim Woo-jin, you just focus on recovering. And if you remember anything, contact the guild." Nam-sang stood in the hallway, bowing to the person inside the room. He turned and walked away, scratching his head and letting out a long, weary sigh. This is a real mess. How can he not remember anything? What am I supposed to report to the higher-ups? As he reached the elevator, the screen above showed a down arrow, indicating it was on the 4th floor. Nam-sang looked up, thinking to himself, if this is the case, why did Park Shin-hye's faction insist on having Kim Woo-jin participate? Just as he stepped into one elevator, the doors of the one next to it opened. Park Shin-hye and Secretary Kim stepped out. He also noticed Nam-sang. The two of them arrived in front of a hospital room, before Secretary Kim opened the door. Park Shin-hye shared his assessment with her. Judging by the look on that guy who just left, it seems Kim Woo-jin knows how to keep his mouth shut. The door was pushed open, and the noise made Kim Woo-jin glance in its direction. Park Shin-hye entered the room and asked, "Long time no see. How are you feeling?" Kim Woo-jin didn't answer. He just thought to himself, "So you've come?" Clear liquid dripped from the IV bag, drop by drop, down the plastic tube. Kim Woo-jin, sitting on the hospital bed, recounted, "There's almost no information on the people from the Skull Guild, but from what I've heard, it's definitely suspicious. I remember what I saw, and I've confirmed that they participated in the attack on the Fox boss." Kim Woo-jin glanced to the side and continued, "The fact that they were all wiped out means the item was stolen by another power." A few details from the past battle flashed through his mind. Kim Woo-jin added one more thing. "The last thing I saw was them using the Silent Hunter's stealth." Park Young-won, sitting in a chair next to the bed, speculated, "If it's a stealth technique, I know it all too well. It can completely conceal the user, so it's incredibly useful." So it's true, they were only targeting players and bosses. Kim Woo-jin lowered his head, his eyes growing pensive. "Yeah, if it weren't for the blood poison, I probably would have died back there. My attacker, If they hadn't accidentally gotten poisoned by my blood, I probably wouldn't be here right now. Hearing his words, Park Young-won said emotionally, well then, you're one lucky guy. Anyway, the school guild has been completely wiped out, so no one else knows what you witnessed. Kim Woo-jin asked him. Even so, I'll have to be careful for a while. But didn't our Phoenix Guild manage to gather any information? An unhappy expression appeared on Park Young-won's face. He gritted his teeth hard. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Because of that damn school guild, this whole incident was nothing but a loss. He rubbed his chin, secretly making a plan. He couldn't just let this incident slide. Even if it's just to recoup our losses, we have to expose the school guild. What I got from Kim Woo-jin is more useful than I thought. Park Young-won slammed both hands on the armrests of the chair and asked loudly, I get it. So, what do you want? Kim Woo-jin acted like he didn't understand and asked back, what do I want? What do you mean? Park Young-won stood up from his chair. You can stop playing innocent now. He turned around and stated with certainty, you probably tracked the other players to make a deal with me and gave me this info. But you must have some condition for giving me so much information, right? Kim Woo-jin was silent for a moment before parting his lips and stating his request directly. If that's the case, I want to find someone. Park Young-won was a little confused. He asked, someone? Who are you looking for? Kim Woo-jin asked him back. Do you know about the broker, Oh Se-chan? I've heard rumors that he's very capable, but my own connections are limited, so... Park Young-won glanced over, repeating the name he just heard. Oh Se-chan? How do you know about him? Whatever, fine. If you get a call from an unknown number in the near future, just pick it up. He and Secretary Kim turned towards the door, preparing to leave. He suddenly uttered a cryptic sentence. He's an arrogant bastard who picks and chooses his clients. But you have to admit, he's got the skills. Park Young-won stopped in his tracks, turning to the man on the bed with a warning look in his eyes as he continued. And one last thing. This is just a what if, but you absolutely must keep this incident a secret. If rumors get out, you'll be the only one in danger. Kim Woo-jin tilted his head, looking at the back of the man standing at the door, and replied, yes, I understand. The door slammed shut. Before Park Young-won and Secretary Kim left, he left him with a promise. All right, see you later. Kim Woo-jin just lowered his head in silence. He swung his legs off the bed. He slipped his feet into the slippers on the floor, calculating in his head. First off, everything is going according to my plan. They don't suspect a thing. Park Young-won has no idea about the connection between the school guild and the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin stood in front of the window looking out, thinking to himself, if he starts digging for information in that direction, either Lee Se-jun or the Holy Sword of the Divine Bow will catch Park Young-won's attention. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Park Young-won has no clue that he's inflicting these wounds on himself, so he's going to have a tough time for a while. While Park Shin-hye and Lee Se-jun are busy outsmarting each other, I can just focus on leveling up my own power. A black car with its headlights blazing sped down the road, and a voice could be heard from inside. The Skull Guild is massive, but they don't have any corporate backing? Then there's only one explanation. Park Shin-hye sat in the back seat, staring at his phone screen. Moving items from the domestic market to the international one will multiply the investment capital. He watched the red arrows on the map, formulating a plan. We need to look into the international black market. If we go there, we can meet the dealers who do business with them. Park Shin-hye shifted his gaze out the car window. This will inevitably involve their affiliated companies. That day, Kim Woo-jin walked out of the hospital. He reached into his pocket, wondering to himself, shouldn't they be contacting me by now? Still nothing. Right on cue, his phone started ringing. Kim Woo-jin pulled it out, thinking with a smirk. Talk about perfect timing. He put the phone to his ear, and a voice on the other end said, so, I hear you're looking to make a deal with me? Kim Woo-jin's eyes narrowed, realizing it was Oh Se-chan, and he replied, that's right, I'm looking for a dungeon. Oh Se-chan laid out his condition. I need to see what you can do before I make any decisions. Kim Woo-jin asked him, my capabilities? Oh Se-chan didn't elaborate and just said, I'll send you the details in a text. With that, the person on the other end hung up. Kim Woo-jin then saw a text message pop up on his screen. The message simply said to wipe out the kobolds. Number of floors, 1. Dungeon difficulty, C+ rank, max players, 4. Entry requirement, below level 28, clear condition. Annihilate 100 kobolds, location, Songpadong, Inanel-gu, Goyang City, Gyeonggi Province. After reading it, Kim Woo-jin confirmed it for himself. They said he was picky about his clients, and sure enough, he was using a C+ rank, 1-floor dungeon as a test. If I can pull off this deal, it's going to be a massive help. Meanwhile, in a bustling city district, a high-rise building was plastered with all sorts of colorful signs. Inside a room, Lee Jin-ah pointed at a phone and asked curiously, "Hyung, which poor soul is it this time?" The man sitting across from him replied, "He's just another new applicant, that's all. Park Shin-hee was the one who recommended him and gave me the number." Lee Jin-ah lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. "Hyung, after what happened last time, you're really doing this again? What are you going to do if this guy is just another assassin trying to get close to you?" Oh, Sejong stood up and declared confidently, "It's no big deal. They could send a whole truckload of those mid-level scrubs and it wouldn't make a difference." Lee Jin-ah leaned back in his chair, reminding him worriedly, "And if he works for Park Shin-hye, he's probably even more dangerous." Oh, Sejong dismissed his concern. If he was one of Park Shin-hye's underlings, Park would have handled the deal himself. He walked over to his desk and pulled open the bottom drawer. Besides, if the guy can't even pass the test, then it's all meaningless. Even if he's an assassin, as long as he's got the skills, I'm interested. Osei-chan dropped the phone he was holding into the drawer, a thrilled smile on his face. If he's really that skilled, the phone landed with a clatter on top of a huge pile of other cell phones. His voice echoed, saying that someday, someone would clear all the dungeons and end this game. That's exactly the kind of person we need. Lee Jin-ah's face lit up, and she cheerfully pointed a thumb at herself. "Hyung, why would you say that? That really hurts. If there's anyone like that, it's me right here," Sejong bluntly remarked. "You're still lacking in a lot of ways." Lee Jin-ah cried out in disbelief. "Huh? What about me, Hyung?" He judged that you're the type who's just good at surviving, so taking on a dungeon alone would be too much for you. Sejong let out an interested smile. "I've already given him the Cobalt dungeon as a test, so let's just see how it turns out." Lee Jin-ah shook her head and squinted, asking, "The Cobalt dungeon? Isn't that a bit much, Hyung?" Sejong said casually. "Well, it's not mandatory, so if he's not confident enough, he'll probably just give up." Lee Jin-ah clasped her hands behind her head, closed her eyes, and looked up at the sky with a sigh. "You really don't have a business-minded bone in your body, Hyung. But did you forget I burn through energy super fast? I'm starving to death right now." Hearing that, Sejong angrily shot back. "You just ordered a ton of food and stuffed your face. What kind of nonsense are you talking about now?" Meanwhile, a pale yellow car was slowly pulling up to a giant crater. Inside the crater was a dungeon gate. Kim Woo-jin calmly stepped out of the car and firmly shut the door. Kim Woo-jin turned his head to survey the surroundings and wondered, a Cobalt dungeon? Is he not trying to make money or what? He definitely didn't make the test easy, using a dungeon that's way too much for a normal player like this. As he slowly slid down into the crater, he thought to himself, but it's only difficult for those who don't know how to deal with Cobalt. Nearby, a pair of binoculars was raised to someone's eyes. Jisoo reported the situation. "I'm near the dungeon in Songbo Mountain." She lowered the binoculars in her hand, glanced at her phone, and informed the person on the other end of the line. "Kim Woo-jin is approaching the dungeon over here." Jisoo's voice came through the phone's speaker to the two people in the room. "I'm starting the timer now." Sejong was startled and looked at the device making the sound. "What? He's already there?" He picked up the phone from the table and asked the person on the other end. "He's sure in a hurry. So, what did he prepare?" Jisoo replied, "It doesn't look like he brought anything special with him." Sejong gritted his teeth, not knowing whether to call him reckless or just plain stupid. Lee Jin-ah looked up and asked, "Doesn't that just make him a crazy bastard in the end?" Sejong just grunted without saying a word. Lee Jin-ah said contemptuously, "But you never know. Maybe he doesn't need to prepare anything because he's just that confident." Sejong added, "That could be it." But in his mind, he thought, but what if that confidence isn't just all talk? At a Japanese-style restaurant, someone's voice was heard sighing, "Still haven't grasped the situation, huh? I guess the Messiah Guild is only this capable." A voice echoed in a room. "Don't say that, man. Calm down." Kim Jae-hoon of the Messiah Guild waved his hand and analyzed, "You know how hard it is to predict what'll happen in a dungeon? There are just too many chaotic variables. It's a bit pathetic to come back empty-handed, but at least there weren't too many losses." The person sitting opposite him repeated the last few words he heard. "Not many?" Noda Hajime asked him with a stern face. "5 of my disciples are dead, and you call that not many losses?" Kim Jae-hoon was a bit stunned by his attitude, stammering a denial. "No, that's not what I meant." Sakahara Ken, who had been sitting silently next to Noda Hajime until now, finally spoke up. "Lee Se-jun probably knows, right? About our relationship with the Skull Guild. Isn't that why he assigned the A+ rank dungeon to us in the first place?" Kim Jae-hoon was stunned and cursed inwardly. I said the wrong thing. Sakahara Ken, who was in front of him, continued. Of course, it's true that you can't predict what will happen in a dungeon. He frowned and asked, but are you seriously telling us to believe that something like orcs could take out our people? A look of panic appeared on Kim Jae-hun's face when he heard them declare, this matter can't be easily overlooked. Immediately, he placed both hands on the floor, bowing respectfully to the two of them. I am terribly sorry. I should have thought more carefully before spouting such nonsense. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Sakahara Ken smirked and picked up the sake bottle on the table. That won't be necessary. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be so tense. How about a drink? Kim Jae-hun's eyes widened as if he realized something in his words. He raised his cup. Sakahara Ken explained as he poured sake into the cup Kim Jae-hun was holding. Even though this happened, we're still allies with the Messiah Guild, aren't we? Sakahara Ken's eyes held a threatening glint. It's just that we feel a bit insulted. More and more sake poured into the cup, overflowing and spilling right onto the tabletop. Sakahara Ken glanced down at the table. Since we're comrades in arms, if there's a disagreement, we just need to sit down and have a few drinks together. He suddenly asked a question full of hidden meaning. And everything can be forgiven, right? Kim Jae-hun's hand holding the cup began to tremble, causing the sake inside to ripple. Noda Hajime had already left the room. Sakahara Ken followed him, leaving behind only one sentence. Of course, that's if we're still comrades. Kim Jae-hun, still frozen holding the cup, replied, yes, that's right. The door was pulled shut with great force. Only Kim Jae-hun remained in the room. He gritted his teeth, calculating to himself, I was too complacent in front of the Bowmaster and the Sword Saint. I need to come up with a countermeasure immediately. A black car was already waiting in front of the restaurant. Noda Hajime asked the person on the other end of the phone, did you take care of it? What about our losses? He listened to the report from the other side and replied, all right, I understand. Once inside the car, Sakahara Ken looked at the person next to him and asked, is it just as we suspected? Noda Hajime crossed his arms and admitted, yes, it wasn't done by anyone on the assassination list, meaning it wasn't one of the known skilled players. He continued, the next target will be the Phoenix Guild. They're the only ones left. Sakahara Ken mused, if the culprit isn't on the assassination list, then Noda Hajime continued his thought. He belongs to a faction we don't know about and is intentionally hiding his power for some purpose. Elsewhere, the evening sky was covered in a dark blue hue near the Goya dungeon. In a high-rise building in Songpa-dong, Byung-gyun shoved his hands in his pockets and speculated, if players are entering the dungeon today, we'll probably get a few days off. Huh. Daeum, sitting on the sofa, asked him, what are you talking about? That guy went in there alone. He predicted with absolute confidence, and I've yet to see a single sane player come out of there. That guy will be dead soon, and the gate will reopen in no time. Daeum had only managed to say a few more words, maybe even in a minute, when a massive pillar of light erupted from the pit behind him, shooting straight into the sky. Bom Pun pointed in that direction. You were spot on, boss. Daeum turned his head, bewildered. That's not it. The pillar of light from the pit gradually dissipated. He stared intently at the scene before him. That's the signal for a dungeon being conquered, Bom Pun exclaimed in disbelief. What? You're saying that? Daeum grabbed a pair of binoculars with lightning speed and raised them to his eyes. That dungeon was supposedly impossible to clear even with the maximum number of people. Bom Pun reached out, tugging on his arm and calling out, boss. Daeum lowered the binoculars, clearly annoyed, and asked, what is it now? We have to find out who cleared it and where they are. Bom Pun's jaw dropped as he pointed in one direction. Actually, I think I've found him. Over there. He pointed his finger at a yellow car racing down the road. As Daeum watched the car drive further and further away, he screamed in despair, it's all over. In a building covered with signs in the city, an extremely loud voice boomed, what? You're telling me you lost his trail? Oh, Se-chan angrily shouted into the radio. Once you've taken the money, you're supposed to do the job properly. Are you trying to make excuses after taking my money and messing up? Ju, who was sitting at a computer desk on the other side, had to tilt her head and cover her ears. She calmly called out to the man who was cursing non-stop on the other side. Oh, Se-chan replied in an irritated voice. Then Ju spoke to him. I haven't paid them yet. She stood up from her chair and asked him, didn't you say they were from your hometown? Oh, Se-chan asked back, confused. Huh? But we decided we were going to pay them. Ju asserted. Not at all. They just came to help us. Oh, Se-chan crossed his arms and confirmed one more time. Seriously? Ju looked at him and said, seriously. Instead, you said you'd treat them to a round of drinks. Oh, Seichan shrugged, fabricating a reason to evade the topic. What a pity. Because starting today, I'm giving up drinking. Ju slung her bag over her shoulder and walked toward the door. If it's about Kim Woo-jin, you don't have to worry. I'm leaving now. Oh, Seichan asked curiously. Where are you going, Secretary Lee? She didn't answer, only saying, if he intends to work with us, he'll contact us soon enough. Oh, Sei-chan watched her retreating figure and commented, she's so cold-hearted. An image of Ju appeared in his mind, sitting alone on the ground and clutching her backpack. Come to think of it, I met that kid around this time last year. Lee Jin-ah returned from outside carrying a pile of things. Boss, what's wrong with Secretary Lee? I told her to eat something before leaving, but she just completely ignored me. Oh, Sei-chan sat down in his chair and closed his eyes. Just leave her be. She probably has somewhere she needs to go today. A second later, he opened his eyes again and glanced toward Lee Jin-ah. Besides, Kim Woo-jin has already cleared that dungeon. And it only took him half a day. He's got potential. But when he saw the pile of things Lee Jin-ah was holding, he flew into a rage and started cursing. You damn punk, how much money did you spend at that convenience store? Lee Jin-ah nonchalantly chewed his food. Come on, boss. Don't make that face. Oh, Sei-chan commanded. Are you looking for a death wish? Go return it right now. Lee Jin-ah resorted to pleading. Don't be so stingy about a little food, boss. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin's yellow car had reached a stretch of road with a sign. Inside the car, he sat in the driver's seat, one hand on his cheek, frowning in deep thought. Earlier, after clearing the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin climbed out of the pit and walked towards his yellow car. When he got there, he saw a walkie-talkie and a piece of paper on the hood of the car. Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow and picked them both up. What's this? Back in the present, he reached out and touched the item on the passenger seat. A walkie-talkie, huh? So they want to play it like that. Here, the note said, if you make it back from the dungeon, contact us with this walkie-talkie. Business hours start at 9 o'clock. In the morning, don't be late, Kim Woo-jin praised. This guy's pretty clever. A red car was already in its parking spot in the underground garage. The car's lights flashed blindingly. Inside, Kim Dae-hoon had both hands on the steering wheel, his face covered in sweat, cursing to himself. Damn it, I can't just show my face to the leader like this. An image of someone flashed in his mind, and he wondered, do I really have to ask Kang-ju for help? The phone in the storage compartment started vibrating, its screen lighting up as the ringtone echoed. Kim Dae-hoon pressed the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end, this is Kim Dae-hoon. What's up? Suddenly, he yelled, the Skull Guild. Who? The red car quickly sped out of the garage. Kim Dae-hoon said into the phone, got it, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, in a bar, Park Shin-hye smirked and gave an order. It's best to handle this quietly, like always. I don't need to explain why, do I? Jong-hoon, who was sitting across from him, replied, yes, I know. Have you spoken to the person I need to protect? Park Shin-hye answered, not yet, but now that we've talked, I will soon. Hearing this, Jong-hoon decided, then I'll explain the situation to my subordinates as well. Park Shin-hye agreed with his arrangement. All right. Anyway, just keep him alive and get him out of there. I'll take care of the rest. Neither of them noticed a figure that had appeared on the second floor some time ago. He had been watching silently this whole time. Kim Dae-hoon stared down at the floor below, wondering about Park Shin-hye. What's he planning? I wonder how much he knows about the Skull Guild. Suddenly, a man approached him from behind and asked, I'm wondering the same thing. Park Shin-hye might be well connected, but to know about the Skull Guild. Dongman smirked, raising a question. He used the excuse that he needed to know more about the Skull Guild for work, but he also said some strange things. Earlier, in a private room, Dongman had met with Park Shin-hye. He leaned on the table and declared, even for you, Mr. Park Shin-hye, asking me to share information about the Skull Guild is a bit much. Park Shin-hye, sitting across from him, replied, you're being more cautious than usual. Fine, in that case, his face full of confidence, he asked, what if I told you I know the secret about the Skull Guild members who died in that A+ ranked dungeon? Back in the present, Kim Dae-hoon couldn't believe it, his jaw dropping as he confirmed, he really said that? He lowered his head, his face covered in sweat, thinking, if that's true, then this is no longer a problem I can handle on my own. I'll be in deep trouble if I report this to the leader. Kim Dae-hoon turned his head to look downstairs. Who's that talking to, Park Shin-hye? Dongman crossed his arms and revealed the man's identity, Jong-hoon. He's had a lot of business deals with Park Young-won. He also glanced at the guy from Hunyan sitting below and shared some more information. He's a mercenary-type player who doesn't belong to any guild and will take on any job as long as the pay is right. Downstairs, Dong-hun respectfully bowed as Park Yong-won left. Upstairs, Kim Dae-hun said to the person next to him, "Thank you so much for cooperating with the Messiah Guild and sharing this information." Dong-man calmly told him, "The Messiah Guild did me a favor anyway." Finally, Kim Dae-hun just lowered his head, his face scrunched up, and didn't say another word. Down below, Dong-hun went back and sat in his previous spot. Just then, Kim Dae-hun came up to him and made an offer. "Let's talk for a bit." Dong-hun looked up, silently, recognizing him as Kim Dae-hun from the Messiah Guild. Kim Dae-hun also sat down on the bench opposite him, lacing his fingers together. "I don't know what you heard from Park Yong-won, but I have a proposal for you," he said seriously, "a job involving cooperation with the Messiah Guild." Dong-hun smiled, pretending not to understand, and asked, "What are you talking about? Can you be a little more direct?" A sharp glint flashed in Kim Dae-hun's eyes. "I'm talking about a deal that's extremely profitable for you, and you still don't get it? This is going to take a while." Elsewhere, a black car stopped behind the white line on the road, waiting for a red light. Inside the car, Secretary Kim, in the passenger seat, reported the situation to Yong-won, who was in the back. "I've secured a public dungeon as you requested, but it seems your method this time is unusual." She turned her head, puzzled. "Won't things get more complicated if you get involved yourself?" Yong-won rested his head on one hand, not looking at her, his eyes glued to his phone screen. "The Skull Guild will be forced to act since I'm the one who stirred things up like this, and they'll probably be hasty and disorganized." He saw the name of the incoming call on his phone was Kim Woo-jin and asked, "Now that the location and the supporting actors are ready, shouldn't we set the stage for the main actor?" Back in the bar, Kim Dae-hun sat alone at a table near the entrance. He bit his nails, wondering to himself, "Park Yong-won, what the hell? Is he plotting?" Kim Dae-hun recalled what Dong-hun had told him. Since he asked 5 people, including me, to protect that person, he must be extremely important. His name is... He noticed the information on his phone. Kim Woo-jin, level 16, Phoenix Guild. Kim Dae-hun's mind was filled with doubt. He's on the list for the A and C plus rank dungeons, but there's no way he can take on the veterans of the Skull Guild alone. This bait is so obvious, I don't know if I should intentionally take it or not. The next morning, a yellow car was parked in front of the gate of a mansion. Kim Woo-jin sat in the car and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "I guess I passed the test, right?" The person on the other end confirmed, "Yeah, even faster than I expected. You've been hiding your true abilities, haven't you?" He didn't wait for an answer and continued, "Whatever, it's not like I'm suspicious or anything, just personal curiosity." Kim Woo-jin explained, "I only showed my abilities because you asked me to." The voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie came through. "Got it. Anyway, you said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've placed the list of dungeons I found in locker number 19 at the station. Swing by, and if you need anything, just contact me." Kim Woo-jin got out of the car. He informed the person on the walkie-talkie, "Roger that, but I have a few things to take care of right now, so I'll get back to you in a few days." Oh Se-chan on the other end replied to him, "All right, I'll be waiting." Lee Jina, sitting in her seat, felt suspicious. "Boss, are you really planning to do business with him? When has your gut feeling ever been right?" Oh Se-chan smiled, turned to him, and asked back, "When has your gut feeling ever been right? And isn't the brokerage business all about making a living off risks?" Meanwhile, with Kim Woo-jin, he lowered his head, pretending to be extremely worried. "Mr. Park Shin-hye, I think this is a bit dangerous. You're telling me to use myself as bait, aren't you?" Park Shin-hye didn't hide it and admitted it bluntly. "You've got that right." He tilted his head, resting his arm on the armrest, and said, "I'm not sure how our conversations turned into rumors, but it's only a matter of time before the rumors reach the Skull Guild." He thought to himself, "Looks like the kid's starting to get scared, but I don't give a damn." Kim Woo-jin lowered his head in silence as Park Shin-hye's voice reached his ears. "Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" He extended his hand towards him enticingly. "I've personally hired an elite team for you, so trust me, how about entering the dungeon with them?" Kim Woo-jin looked up, facing Park Shin-hye head-on and asked, "But this is still putting my life on the line. Is there any reason we absolutely have to do this?" He came up with an excuse. "I apologize for that, but I owe them a few favors. And I'm the type of person who can't rest easy while I'm indebted to someone." Finally, Kim Woo-jin parted his lips and made a request. "I understand. If that's the case, there's no other way. But I want a raise." Park Shin-hye smiled smugly, thinking to himself, he took the bait. Kim Woo-jin also smirked meaningfully. Park Shin-hye snapped his fingers, signaling the person behind him. "No problem. Secretary Kim stepped forward, placing a brown piece of paper on the table. The boss has prepared something for you, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Park Shin-hye asked again. If you're stronger, your survival rate will naturally be higher, right? Kim Woo-jin glanced at the paper. Secretary Kim pushed towards him, silently realizing it was a skill scroll. After some time had passed, he walked out of the mansion. As Kim Woo-jin walked, he thought, he feels guilty. Before I returned, Park Shin-hye went to meet Fi Jamato. He glanced back at the building and sighed to himself. Following the path of a traitor is truly a sign of the times, but it doesn't matter anymore. Kim Woo-jin took the paper he had just received from his pocket. I can't believe he gave me this. He's more useful than I thought. Inside a stone cave, continuous sighs echoed through the space. How did we end up so pathetic? At this rate, I wonder if we'll even be able to pay off our debt before we die. Han, the leader, heard the complaints and got annoyed, turning back to shout loudly, "Shut your mouths and keep moving!" He crossed his arms and reminded the others, "That bastard Park Shin-hye already went easy on us," the first underling complained. "But this is still too much, boss." The second underling chimed in with his own grievance. "It's not our fault, is it? And how the hell were we supposed to know who it was? How much longer do we have to help out in this dungeon?" Han cursed under his breath before turning and continuing forward. "I don't know either. If you've got the energy to complain, go kill some monsters." In a dark, unnoticed corner of the stone cave, a monster with razor-sharp teeth was watching their every move. That night, a train was crossing a railway bridge. Underneath the bridge, a car was parked, and a group of people were gathered together. The man pressed the phone to his ear, answering the person on the other end. "Everything's ready. Yes, I'll do that." He lowered the phone and ended the call, the screen displaying the caller's name, Park Shin-hye. Jong Hunyun glanced at the person in front of him and asked, "So, basically, we just need to hand Kim Woo-jin over to you guys, right?" The person confirmed. "Yes, that's all." Jong Hunyun smirked, his eyes shifting to the suitcase full of cash. "But this seems a little low, don't you think? Considering we're about to lose an important client, shouldn't you compensate us a bit more?" Kim Jae-hun waved his hand, assuring him, "If it's about money, you'll get a lot more once the job is done. I can also find you other clients if you want." Jong Hunyun made another request. "Instead, I'd rather get a contract with the Messiah Guild. If you can make that happen, I don't think I'll need any extra cash." Kim Jae-hun rejected him outright. "I can't do that, because I can't single-handedly make decisions concerning the guild's interests like that." Jong Hunyun didn't argue further, simply replying nonchalantly, "Got it, fine." A moment later, Kim Jae-hun got into a red car and left. Jong Hunyun's men bowed respectfully behind him. He straightened up and exclaimed, "We've hit the jackpot. We're gonna be filthy rich after this." One of his cronies behind him blurted out, "I didn't think there were people like that in the Messiah Guild." Jong Hunyun smiled. "They're only human. Not everyone is Lee Se-jun, you know." He turned his head and announced to the others, "But what the hell does that have to do with us? We just need to grab this chance and live it up after we get paid." Elsewhere, a flash of light faded, and a group of people stepped out from it. A voice echoed in the space, "The dungeon has been conquered." A man in a black vest hurried over to the three people who emerged from the light. Someone shouted, "All the Skull Guild members survived." Secretary Namha's jaw dropped as he watched the Skull Guild members slowly walk past him, wondering to himself, what happened to the Phoenix Guild members? Are they all dead? He was completely stunned, thinking to himself, they were all elite members from Park Shin-hye's faction. A moment later, Secretary Nam seemed to snap out of it and turned his head to call out, "Excuse me, please wait a moment." He asked the Skull Guild members, "Do you know what happened to our guild members?" Secretary Nam pleaded with them in a very sincere tone, "At least tell me what happened, so I can inform their families. Please." Hong from the Skull Guild stopped in his tracks. He pulled down his mask, smiling wickedly. "Oh, that bunch? I chopped their bodies up so small you can't even recognize them anymore." After saying that, Hong got into a black car which then sped away. Matsumoto, who was in the car tapping on his phone, reminded him, "Did you forget what the leader said? Be careful not to cause a scene." Hong scoffed in reply. "I know." Timoto pressed the phone to his ear and said, "It's me, Matsumoto. We just finished the job, but why is there another one already?" On the other end of the line, Kim Dae-hoon urgently ordered, "I've found the target. He's going into the dungeon as soon as the sun comes up. Get over here." Matsumoto's indifferent voice came through the phone. "And why should we take orders from you?" Kim Dae-hoon threatened him in a loud voice. "There's no time. If we miss this chance, what are you going to tell the boss?" At this, Matsumoto reluctantly agreed. "All right, let's meet there and talk more." After he hung up, a message arrived on his phone just a second later. The message content was, Lizard Man Hunt, 2 floors, D+ difficulty, maximum of 10 people. Entry requirement, below level 29, completion condition, eliminate all lizard men. Meanwhile, over at the luxurious mansion, Park Shin-hee stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his hips, calculating to himself, so there's a foreign faction in Korea. This will be a good opportunity, as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly. He raised a hand to rub his chin. He said to himself, I've always thought it's a waste of talent for me to only operate in South Korea. Park Shin-hye looked at the gold watch on his wrist. He thought, even if the plan goes south and Kim Woo-jin dies, at least I'll get information on the Skull Guild. Now, it's almost time. Over here, a large group of people was already waiting in front of a black tent. Kim Woo-jin stood off to the side, silently raising an eyebrow as he watched them from a distance. Jong-hoon was the first to spot him. He waved him over. Newbie, over here. He held out a hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jong-hoon. Kim Woo-jin also nodded and stated his name. My name is Kim Woo-jin, Jong-hoon replied in a friendly manner. All right, let's do our best to clear this dungeon. There was supposed to be another team, but it looks like they're late. Just as he finished speaking, a white car sped up behind Kim Woo-jin, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jong-hoon smiled at the car. There they are. 4 members of the Skull Guild stepped out of the car. They were all wearing black masks, looking very mysterious. Kim Woo-jin narrowed his eyes at them and suddenly asked a question. Excuse me, but where's the restroom? Hearing the question, Jong-hoon suggested, The restroom? I was about to go too. Let me show you the way. On the wall hung a blue sign with the word toilet and a male symbol printed on it. Jong-hoon crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking, So, you're the one we're supposed to escort? Kim Woo-jin didn't answer, instead asking him back, So you're the team Park Shin-hee mentioned? Jong-hoon stood up straight. It's almost time. Let's talk more on the way. He started explaining his arrangements as they walked. The guys who just arrived don't know we're on the same side, so we shouldn't let them see us together inside the dungeon at first. Kim Woo-jin asked, You're telling me I have to go in alone? Jong-hoon waved his hand to reassure him. Don't worry, we won't be too far from you. Someone will always be secretly following you, he continued. Anyway, there's a high chance of an ambush on the 2nd floor. If we start fighting right off the bat, clearing the dungeon will be really tough. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin, walking beside him, just kept his head down, his thoughts unreadable. Jong-hoon asserted with extreme confidence, Don't you worry, we know what we're doing. Just trust us and go in. Kim Woo-jin glanced at him and replied, All right, I'll do as you say. Jong-hoon said with satisfaction. Good, then you'll go in first. If we go in together, it'll look suspicious. Kim Woo-jin didn't say anything else. He did as the guy said, turning around and heading into the tent alone. Behind him, Jong-hoon watched his back, his eyes glinting with a cunning light, thinking to himself, This seems to be going smoother than I thought. Inside the forest, many large trees grew close together, with rays of sunlight piercing through the gaps to hit the ground. In a clearing, the group had split into 2 sides. On the right were Jong-hoon and his goons, and on the left were the members of the Skull Guild. A notification window popped up. Attention, to proceed to the next floor. Eliminate the hiding goblin to avoid a confrontation with the main horde. Someone spoke up, Looks like the 1st floor is more about exploration. Jong-hoon sternly instructed the remaining members of his team. The completion condition isn't too hard, so let's split up here and search on our own. Next, he pointed at Kim Woo-jin and said to him, It looks like you're alone, so we'll have someone go with you. Jin-guk volunteered himself. Boss, let me go with him. Jong-hoon immediately agreed. All right, Jin-guk. He loudly ordered the other members, Now's not the time for chit-chat. Take out the goblin as fast as possible and move on to the 2nd floor. Finally, the 2 groups went their separate ways, leaving only Kim Woo-jin and Jin-guk behind. Before getting too far, Jong-hoon secretly glanced back and gave a slight nod. Kim Woo-jin caught his signal and nodded back in response. Then, he glanced over at the Skull Guild's group, thinking to himself, So the battle will start on the 2nd floor. A guy named Matsumoto closed his eyes and asked curiously, Why don't we just grab Kim Woo-jin now? Wouldn't it be a huge problem if he kicks the bucket? Jae-hun explained simply, The crew I hired will keep him safe, so there's no problem. The trouble starts when things don't go according to plan. He utters the next few words and Kim Woo-jin bolts. Matsumoto said disjointedly, Are you saying his gaze looks probing? You don't trust our abilities, which is why you had to come all the way here. Jae-hun calmly denied it. No need to be so sensitive. That's not what I meant. In his head, he silently added, I'm just here to clean up Jong-hoon's crew after everything's done. On the other side, Jong Hoon-yun sat under a tree and asked his subordinate, "So what's Kim Woo-jin up to?" The guy in the hood replied, "He's hunting orcs, and he looks pretty good at it. He's using blood poison to pick them off one by one." Jong Hoon-yun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Blood poison, huh? Anything else?" The hooded guy asked, unable to understand. "Why are you so worried?" The bald guy also seemed unhappy. "Boss, you think we can't handle one guy?" Jong Hoon-yun told them. "No, it's because everything is too simple that I'm suspicious." He pushed himself up while analyzing. Park Young-won and Kim Jae-hoon aren't the types to spend a ton of money that easily. "Is Jin-guk still following him?" Someone answered. "Yeah, why? Are you planning to go to him?" Jong Hoon-yun hatched a plan. "If we go with him, he'll trust us more, right? And when his guard is down, catching him will be a piece of cake." Jong Hoon-yun's group ventured deep into the forest. In front of them were white skeletons scattered about. A subordinate turned his head, searching. "I'm sure he was just here. Where'd he run off to?" Jong Hoon made a guess. If he ran, there must be a trail. He glanced around the area. Judging by the smell of blood, this has to be the place. But where's Jin-guk? On the ground in front of them were the corpses of a few hyenas. Jong Hoon spoke up, wondering what happened. He stared intently ahead and exclaimed, "Something's not right." The bald-headed underling seemed to spot something and pointed, yelling, "Boss, over there!" In the distance, Jin-guk was lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood. Near him was the unconscious Kim Woo-jin, also lying in a spreading pool of blood. Jong Hoon shouted for his other men to check on Jin-guk first. The rest of them were to keep watch while Min-sik healed Jin-guk. After receiving their orders, the underlings immediately fanned out to stand guard. Meanwhile, Kim Min-sik rushed over to Jin-guk. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Jin-guk, who had been unconscious, unexpectedly opened his mouth wide, and blood started pouring out. Kim Min-sik broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "This is bad! His neck wound is really severe!" Jin-guk's eyes fluttered open as he coughed continuously. Kim Min-sik pressed down hard on his neck, demanding, "Stay still. I can't stop the bleeding if you keep trying to talk or move." Jin-guk's whole body trembled as he used all his strength to raise an arm and point in one direction. Kim Min-sik glanced in the direction he was pointing and saw Kim Woo-jin lying over there. Beads of sweat dripped down Kim Min-sik's face as he frowned and yelled, "We're handing him over to Kim Tae-hoon anyway. We can deal with that later. Worry about your own life first. The client can wait." Jong Hoon, standing in the distance, turned back worriedly and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? How's Jin-guk?" Kim Min-sik replied while casting a healing spell on him. "He's in critical condition. At this rate, he's a goner for sure." Boss Jong Hoon gritted his teeth, wondering to himself, what the hell happened? They clearly knew they were on the same side, so there's no way the other party would have launched a sneak attack. Wait, he suddenly remembered what Kim Tae-hoon had said. "This involves the Messiah Guild, so be careful. You have to make sure no one finds out about this." Jong Hoon jolted in realization. He plans on silencing all of us. Over here, Kim Min-sik's whole body was emitting a bright light as he frantically shouted, "Snap out of it, boss! Jin-guk is losing too much blood," he reported. "My healing magic alone isn't enough." He trailed off and suddenly went silent. A skeleton soldier had appeared behind him. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. The moment Kim Min-sik's eyes met the skeleton soldier's, it swung its arm and slashed him. A second later, a spray of dark red blood shot out from his body into the air. Both of Kim Min-sik's hands were now covered in bloodstains of various sizes. Seeing this, the bald-headed guy was completely stunned and screamed, "Kim Min-sik!" Jong Hoon was also dazed, analyzing in his head. Did they wound Jin-guk like that because they wanted to take out our healer first? Targeting the healer first means they're very experienced in PK. He glanced at the bald guy. "I think Kim Tae-hoon set us up. I should have been more careful." The request was way too suspicious. Just then, a horde of skeleton soldiers emerged from nowhere, surrounding the three of them in the center. Meanwhile, over with the Skull Guild's group, Kim-sik reminded the others, "Don't go overboard. Save your strength." Hong Dae stepped on a hyena's corpse and praised it. "These things are pretty smart. They know I'm the handsome one, so they keep charging at me." Kim Shich waved his hand dismissively. "I doubt that. It's more likely because of your disgusting stench. Next time we go into a dungeon, could you maybe use a little less perfume?" Hong raised his arm, sniffing himself as he shot back. "What are you talking about? Do you know how much I spent on this cologne?" Kim Shi calmly pointed behind him. "You damn idiot. I've told you a million times. These monsters have an insane sense of smell. Look over there. Your fan club is rushing in again." Behind them, a pack of hyenas was charging forward. Hong stood his ground, confidently asking, As long as I give them a warm welcome, what's the big deal? A hyena opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth as drool dripped down. Before it could land a bite, a hand shot out and grabbed its neck. Hong tightened his grip on the hyena's neck with one hand. With the other, he grabbed one of its legs and hoisted its entire body into the air. His eyes narrowed, glowing with a red, murderous aura. Hong swung his arms wide with all his might, ripping the hyena's body in two. Another hyena raised its claws and lunged forward to attack. As its claws descended, a fist shot up from below. Hong slammed a punch into the hyena. Its head exploded into a bloody mess. The hyena's body collapsed onto the ground in front of him. Hong's face was splattered with blood. He glanced to the side, where another hyena was staring at him with its jaws agape. Elsewhere, deep within a forest of towering trees, sunlight filtered through the green canopy, dappling the ground below. Blood trickled from the corner of Jong-hun's mouth as he gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "You bastard. Why did you betray me?" Kim Woo-jin looked down at him. "Betrayal? You're at death's door and you still refuse to be honest?" he said with contempt. "I've seen so many players who only use their given powers for personal gain that it doesn't even surprise me anymore. But this time, your greed has gone too far." Kim Woo-jin asked him, "You once said that every person has a different price, right?" Jong-hun looked up and cursed. "How did you?" Back in the past, the lamp on the table cast a pale yellow glow as a voice echoed through the room. "Why is someone from the Messiah Guild here? What's so special about that Kim Woo-jin guy anyway?" Both Park Shin-hae and Kim Ji-hoon seemed to be interested in him. Jong-hun explained with a smirk. He said he wanted to keep Kim Woo-jin alive to ask him a few things. A subordinate in a hat complained, "If they don't get to take him out, the boss won't be able to enjoy his little hobby." Jong-hun pulled down his sleeve, revealing the tally marks on his arm to them. "You mean this? It can wait for another time. There's no shortage of prey." A bald-headed goon excitedly pointed to a spot on his arm. "You've already racked up quite a few. Aren't these from those 3 who begged us to save them last time?" he said excitedly. "The more of these requests we get, the better it is. Taking out just 3 people pays way more than clearing a whole dungeon." Jong-hun flashed a wicked smile. "You think every life has the same price? Everything has a different value." He and his lackeys turned to leave, his final words echoing through the room. "And we only kill if the price is right." From a seat they hadn't noticed, Kim Woo-jin had heard everything. Back in the present, he summoned a sword into his hand. "And now, I'm pretty curious." Jung Hoon-yeon couldn't run, he could only look up at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Woo-jin swung his sword. "How much is your life worth?" As he turned to leave, Jung Hoon-yeon's head hit the ground. "How much, I wonder?" That night, in a dark forest, Kim Woo-jin raised an eyebrow and spoke in front of the goblin. "So it's hiding in the same spot as when I came to this dungeon in my past life," he said coldly. "Now, let's head to the next floor." Kim Woo-jin added, "Shouldn't keep my skeleton comrades waiting." And then he raised his sword and finished off the goblin. A system notification popped up. "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." Immediately, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, catching Jae-hun's group's attention. The others exclaimed, "The first floor has been cleared." "What the hell?" Jae-hun thought as he looked back. Wasn't Jung Hoon-yeon supposed to send a signal if he found the goblin? Matsumoto asked doubtfully. "This reaction means this wasn't part of your plan, right?" he said thoughtfully. "The first floor was cleared completely out of the blue. It looks like they've already gone ahead to the second floor and are waiting to ambush us." Obviously. Their group started rushing towards the pillar of light. Jae-hun frowned, thinking, "Damn it, did they figure out my plan to kill them?" Getting betrayed by them first. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was standing in front of a giant gate. He lightly touched the gate, and then Kim Woo-jin gave it a gentle push. The gate swung open, and light from the other side flooded his vision. The system displayed teleporting to the second floor. The scene shifts to a corporate building, where Secretary Kim suddenly speaks up. "Items. Most players buy a ton of them whenever they're about to enter a dungeon, right?" Yongan asked from his chair. "Is there a problem?" Secretary Kim read from the report. "He bought a large number of test tubes, which I found a bit strange. I was told that the blood, bodily fluids, and various parts from many types of monsters are worth a lot of money, but in the dungeon he's heading into, there's nothing valuable at all, which is why I'm reporting it to you." Yongan frowned slightly and said, "Buying containers for materials while using his own life as bait. What the hell is that Kim Woo-jin guy thinking?" Back in the forest, Jae-hun's group slowly approached the gate. Matsumoto said quietly, "Looks like they got to the second floor first. They're probably lying in wait, so be ready." Hongdae, standing beside him, clapped Jun on the shoulder. "Thanks to someone, we finally get to have some fun. We should show a little gratitude, right? But he was fuming on the inside. That bastard Jang Hoon-yun, you'll pay for making me lose face. The whole gang gripped their swords and slowly stepped through the gate. The system announced, teleporting to the second floor. The gate emitted a blindingly bright light, but deep within the lake, a monster, its eyes closed, suddenly snapped them wide open, its glowing red eyes revealing it had been awakened. Matsumoto looked surprised. What's this? I thought they'd jump us the second we appeared, but it looks like that's not the case. Hongdae stepped forward, snapping a tripwire at his feet. They probably got scared and ran away, huh? He sensed something was off and paused for a second. A volley of arrows flew towards Hongdae, and then they shattered on impact, revealing they were filled with blood. The other guys were also splattered by the blood-filled arrows. Hong looked at the blood on his hand and asked, "What the hell is this? Is this blood?" They looked at the blood on the ground and asked each other, the guy with the test tube on his head asking, "What's this?" Someone picked up an arrow and wondered to himself, completely confused. "But that was a perfect chance for an ambush," Hong complained. "It stinks so bad." Kim Woo-jin appeared out of nowhere. "Sorry about the smell. I figured a stench like this would suit you guys." Hong yelled, "You bastard. Stop messing around. Where's Jang Hoon-yun? You think you can get away with screwing us over like this?" Kim Woo-jin frowned, thinking, just as I predicted, this guy still thinks I'm on the same side as Jang Hoon-yun. He smirked and said, "What do you mean, messing around? I knew you'd take care of Jang Hoon-yun and his crew after this was over anyway. But I didn't think you'd follow us all the way here," Kim Jun, of the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin said, "Anyway, let's drop it. This isn't the time for chit-chat." The sharp Matsumoto quickly noticed something was wrong with the lake behind him. "What is that? It's charging this way!" A massive lizardman warrior emerged from the water. It targeted a blonde guy in their group. Too bad for him, the lizardman warrior quickly bit his head off, killing the blonde guy instantly. Hong glared at Woo-jin, horrified by what had just happened. The lizardman warrior came ashore, with the unlucky guy still clamped in its jaws. Matsumoto turned to Woo-jin and screamed, "You son of a B times shh, what did you do?" He held up a vial of blood and said, "The red stuff all over you guys is from that goblin." Woo-jin smirked, "And it also happens to be the favorite snack of lizardman warriors. And since I went to the trouble of slathering you in so much sauce, you're obviously going to be a hearty meal for the lizardman warriors." Matsumoto screamed curses at him. "You goddamn bastard, I'll kill you!" He furiously charged at Woo-jin. Hong turned and called out to him, "Matsumoto, don't just leave us here." Matsumoto immediately raised his sword to attack Woo-jin, who raised his own sword to block. He screamed, "I'm gonna gouge out your eyes and shove 'em up your rear." Woo-jin replied defiantly, "Keep on squawking." Suddenly, Woo-jin noticed something. He looked at the pattern on Matsumoto's sword and thought, "The sword saint's blade." Woo-jin looked up at him and said, "Seeing how you rushed in all hot-headed, I thought you were just some random scrub. But I never expected you to be a disciple of the sword saint." Matsumoto exclaimed in surprise. "What?" he then asked. "How did you know?" Jun looked around, searching. "Where is Jang Hoon-yun's group? Kim Woo-jin isn't the problem." He stood there, lost in thought. "There are only 4 of us left, but that's still more than enough to clear this dungeon." But Hong, holding back the lizardman warrior's wide-open mouth with his axe, screamed. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Jun?" he yelled. "Get over here and give me a hand." Jun frowned, thinking, if Jang Hoon-yun shows up while our forces are split like this, we'll be the ones who get wiped out, Jae-hoon thought. The lizardman warrior stood menacingly before the other two. Swords clashed with a sharp ring. Matsumoto asked suspiciously, "How did you know?" Woo-jin smirked and replied, "Just a guess, but it looks like I guessed right, huh?" Matsumoto flew into a rage and swung his sword at Woo-jin. "Shut up!" He raised his sword to block. So easy to provoke. I have to admit, I've got a real talent for pissing people off. He probably also thinks I'm not skilled enough to duel him, but you're dead wrong. Woo-jin suddenly bit his lip. Matsumoto brought his sword back, preparing to strike. He swung it in a wide arc, forcing Woo-jin to jump backward to dodge. Motochika stared at him, and then Kim Woo-jin pulled a trick, spitting blood from his mouth. His blood splattered onto Motochika's face. He sensed something was wrong and backed away. "Damn it!" Motochika wiped the blood off and cursed at him. "You coward, spitting blood on my face?" A notification popped up. "You have been afflicted with blood poison. Your health is continuously decreasing." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm going to kill you, you bastard. This move is definitely it." Motochika twirled the sword in his hand, then raised it high. A massive amount of power was gathering in the sword. Kim Woo-jin looked at him, genuinely a little surprised. "This move is definitely it." He remembered Lee Sejun and Sakahara Ken, the special skill of the Butcher of Holy Light. Motochika pointed the tip of his sword at the ground, then flicked it up, creating a slash that rushed toward Kim Woo-jin. System notification, Holy Light slash. The Butcher of Holy Light's skill is targeting you. He narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely to block the attack. Motochika's slash left behind a thick cloud of dust. He slumped over slightly from exhaustion. I still haven't mastered it. The strain on my body is too great. Motochika gripped his sword tightly. I should have captured him alive. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin had appeared right behind him without him noticing. He turned his head in horror. No way. He dodged that attack? Kim Woo-jin unleashed a flurry of slashes on Motochika. He couldn't believe it, wondering how some nobody could dodge his full-power attack. His eyes widened as he coughed up blood. Motochika remembered the past. When he was practicing by slashing at straw training dummies, he had collapsed from exhaustion. I can finally use master skill, but with my current ability, I can only do it once. Sakahara Ken approached and said coldly, You've finally learned it, but you still shouldn't use it in a real fight. You've only used it once, and your hand is already trembling uncontrollably. Sakahara Ken pointed at him and said, High damage output means it consumes a lot of stamina and puts a huge strain on your body. If you use this move in a real battle, and your opponent figures out that weakness, you're a goner for sure. Motochika looked like he wanted to argue, but Sakahara Ken quickly cut him off. The time will come when you face enemies who won't go down after that full-power attack, and when you're exhausted after using the move. Kim Woo-jin swung his sword, slashing across Motochika's body. Sakahara Ken's words echoed in his head. The one who dies will be you. Finally, Motochika fell. I've met that person, master. Seeing this, Hongdae yelled, Motochika. However, he left himself wide open. The lizard warrior rammed its head straight into him. Hongdae slammed hard against a tree trunk. The attack was so powerful that Hongdae had to spit up blood. Dio Kwan looked at him and thought, They said they were students of the Sword Saint, but how are they all so useless? Besides, none of the Hunyan guys have shown up either. Our side doesn't stand a chance. Finally, Do Kwan made a decision. Truce! I propose a truce. We don't need to fight to the death like this. The guy said to Kim Woo-jin, It's better to call a truce and focus on clearing the dungeon. If we keep this up, we'll all just end up as monster food. He smirked and said, You don't need to worry about me. The guy exclaimed in panic. What? Kim Woo-jin said, With you guys gone, it'll be even easier for me to clear this dungeon. Dio Kwan looked on in shock. What the hell is that? A skeletal hand emerged from the ground, and a whole squad of skeleton soldiers slowly appeared. System notification, skeleton warrior has been summoned. Kim Woo-jin looked at him with contempt. And why the hell should I trust you? You were just screaming about taking me down a second ago. Di-hun's eyes widened in shock. Blood poison and now even necromancy. Why wasn't any of this in the report? A tall figure was looming right behind him. The lizardman warrior opened its mouth wide. It snapped its jaws shut, but luckily he dodged just in time. However, the lizardman warrior quickly got behind him. Di-hun covered his face and shut his eyes, waiting for his end. But the lizard didn't attack him. A terrified Di-hun opened his eyes to see Hongdae slam an axe into its tail. He yelled, The watchdog of the Messiah Guild. Hongdae growled, You've got time to stand there begging for your life, but no time to actually fight? The lizardman warrior used that opening to get away. It coiled its tail around Hongdae and squeezed tight, trapping him completely. The lizard stared down at Hongdae with its big eyes. Unafraid, he yelled back, Let me go, you stinkin' lizard. Your stench is about to make me puke. The lizardman warrior tightened its tail even more, while Di-hun just stood there like an idiot, thinking, Help you with what? Thoughts and prayers? He looked up at it, calculating, Damn it, what do I do now? How the hell do I get out of this situation? Di-hun gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't handle this lizard on his own, so he cowardly decided that running was his best bet. Then Di-hun turned on his heel, ready to run, planning to play the hiding hero until they cleared the dungeon. He turned to leave, already planning his next move. Survival was his #1 priority. I can't die a pointless death in a place like this. As he was running away, he noticed something. Di-hun looked back and thought, something just flashed by. A skeleton holding a sword stabbed the lizard's neck. He muttered to himself, A skeleton soldier. The system window popped up. The lizardman warrior has been afflicted with the blood poison effect. Di-hun stared at the skeleton in horror, his mind racing. It's just a skeleton. But how can it move like that? It's almost on par with a high-level player. A skeleton. They quickly gathered around the lizard, and what's more, there were 5 of them, not just one. Wait a minute. If Kim Woo-jin is this strong, he thought, It must mean he's already dealt with the Hunyan crew, so that's why they haven't shown up yet. The lizard opened its sharp jaws wide, and the mystery of how the entire Skull Guild was wiped out in that A-plus ranked dungeon was finally solved. The lizard's tail shot up high. Jae-hoon was sweating bullets. He had to get out of here at all costs and report back. But why was the lizard warrior hot on his tail? Why is it ignoring the skeletons just to chase me? A skeleton moved in to block it, slashing its sword multiple times at the lizard warrior's leg. It stared wide-eyed at the skeleton soldiers, and then the lizard crashed to the ground. A system notification popped up. Due to the blood poison effect, the lizard warrior's strength is continuously decreasing. Jae-hoon let out a sigh of relief. They took it down. But the lizard warrior got back on its feet, fixing its sharp gaze on him. Jae-hoon thought in terror. It's still not down? What the hell is this thing made of? And then the lizard's eyes locked onto Jae-hoon, making him jump out of his skin. He panicked, thinking, no way, why is it only targeting me? It's like the skeleton soldiers are completely invisible. Jae-hoon bolted. The skeleton soldiers kept attacking the lizard, while Kim Woo-jin just stood there watching casually. Thanks to you offering yourself up as bait for the lizard, this fight got a whole lot easier. He looked at the guy and said, you probably still don't understand what's going on, do you? Kim Woo-jin said casually, we're still in the era where people only know how to conquer dungeons by relying on levels and items. He recalled something from the past. A woman was holding a handful of gooey mud, complaining loudly. Why do I have to rub this stuff all over myself? Jordan replied, I'm not entirely sure about the details, but I heard that lizard warriors have terrible eyesight. He pointed to his own eyes and said with a wink, so naturally, we have to camouflage ourselves and use that to our advantage. Jordan turned and shouted, am I right, Kim Woo-jin? He smiled and turned back to answer. That's not it. Back in the present, Kim Woo-jin wondered to himself, I wonder if they're all right. The lizard warrior raised its claws to slash at Jae-hoon. He thought, I can't keep running forever. Right ahead of him was Kim Woo-jin, and for some reason, it seemed like the lizard warriors only targeted players. He sprinted towards Kim Woo-jin with all his might. Jae-hoon aimed for Kim Woo-jin, thinking he wouldn't go down alone. You're coming down with me, you bastard! Kim Woo-jin looked at him with absolute disgust. A skeleton stepped forward to block Jae-hoon. He jumped, swinging his sword and shouting, a mere skeleton thinks it can get in my way? Then he leaped right over the skeleton's head. But Jae-hoon's eyes suddenly shot wide open. Another one? A second skeleton that was covering the rear swung its sword, slashing him. Jae-hoon lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. His eyes went wide as he stared at the ground, and the mask he'd been wearing was sliced clean off. After landing the hit, the skeleton moved aside. He was slumped on the ground, unable to move even a little. The lizard warrior was right on top of him. It charged forward, sending him flying with a headbutt. Kim Woo-jin watched without a single change in his expression. Jae-hoon writhed on the ground. Damn it, my leg! He turned his head in terror to look at the lizard. Luckily for him, the skeleton soldiers stabbed it, bringing it down just before it could finish Jae-hoon off. He thought excitedly, they killed it! I'm saved! Kim Woo-jin calmly walked forward. Thanks for distracting the lizard for me, he said coldly. But now it's time to clean up. Hun stammered. What do you mean? Clean up? Suddenly, the guy screamed and begged him. Wait, let's negotiate. What do you want? Just help me get out of this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin pointed behind him and said, fine. If you're asking to be saved, you should ask the guy behind you, not me. Hun turned around and exclaimed, what? The lizard warrior was still very much alive. Kim Woo-jin spoke up. You must be curious why it's only targeting you. He pointed at its eyes and said, those eyes work like a pair of thermal binoculars. Obviously, from the lizard's perspective, since you're a living human, your body generates heat. So of course it has no interest in a bunch of cold skeletons. The guy looked at the lizard in terror, and then the lizard warrior pounced on him. The news broke that a 2-floor A-plus dungeon had been discovered. Online news sites all ran the story. World News. The dungeon boss is a rattlesnake. News of the monster that players all over the world have given up on facing. The rattlesnake, the monster the Messiah Guild gave up on. On TV, an anchor was reporting a special announcement from the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news, the Phoenix Guild is refusing to participate in the new dungeon raid. In the headquarters lounge, Secretary Kim and Park Shin-hae were watching the news. She said in a low voice, I can't believe this is happening right as you're planning to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon. The timing couldn't be any worse. Secretary Kim scrolled through her tablet, reading the news. Just as I predicted, the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has taken a nosedive. The public is relentlessly bashing the guild, just like every time a strong monster appears. What is this? Why are they all chickening out of the new dungeon? They're scared to death but act like heroes for the media. Bunch of cowards. I knew this would happen. Those scumbags from the Phoenix Guild are scared out of their minds. Now the Messiah Guild is our only hope. Park Shin-hye frowned and said, "What's the point of listening to these lowlifes complain? We need to focus on the sixth-floor dungeon for now." The news report continued on the TV. In recent news, the Messiah Guild has announced they will need some time. An official statement from the Messiah Guild. Breaking news. The Messiah Guild postpones entering the dungeon. Urgent bulletin. As this is a matter of great importance, we will organize a conquest after taking the time to prepare thoroughly. Online, the public flooded the comments. We can only trust the Messiah Guild. Comment 11. Our god Park Shin-hye has spoken. Comment 8. If you're Korean, you have to support the Messiah Guild. Comment 14. I'll wait. I'm counting on the Messiah Guild. Comment 12. Elsewhere. Oh Se-chan was scrolling through the comments online. So even the Messiah Guild is postponing. Lee Jin-ah said while eating her noodles. Of course, they don't call it the Serpent of Death for nothing. France, America, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared, and there's still no significant intel on it, he said excitedly, and not a single player who's tried to hunt it has ever made it back alive. When that thing appears, the dungeon's difficulty rating is basically a joke. Oh, Se-chan scratched his chin thoughtfully, and now that thing has shown up in our country with no intel whatsoever. He mused to himself. The public just blindly trusts the Messiah Guild without a second thought. But did the Messiah Guild really make that announcement without some ulterior motive? Suddenly, oh, Se-chan realized something and continued scrolling. Wait, no way? A faint smile appeared on his face. Look at these scumbags, he asked the person sitting across from him. What do you think would happen if all the guilds put off raiding this dungeon? Lee Jin-ah looked up and asked, what else could happen? Those tough-as-nails Germans would just regroup. But it's not like they'd stand a chance, he said, slurping his noodles. After a while, the government will want that dungeon cleared as soon as possible. Other countries will open up their dungeons too. Oh, Se-chan, still scrolling, said that's right. To put it simply, it'd turn into a massive dungeon raid, and if someone were to show up right then and take down that snake, Lee Jin-ah replied, huh, then that guy would get crazy famous. Or wait, is that what you're getting at? You mean the Messiah Guild is intentionally dragging this out for a reason? Oh, Se-chan said cautiously, I'm not 100% sure, but knowing them. And then he showed him a tablet with the Messiah Guild's data analysis. They're definitely stalling for a reason. And the longer it's left alone, the more public fear grows, the more the item drop rate in the dungeon will increase. At that point, whoever manages to kill the rattlesnake will get both fame and fortune. System notification. You have earned the title Lizardman Warrior Hunter. You will receive a reward. Some of your skills have leveled up. A skeleton soldier drove its sword into the Lizardman warrior, finally finishing it off. System notification. Skill Blood Poison has ranked up. Skill Summon Skeleton Warrior has ranked up. The Envoy of the Underworld has bestowed upon you a portion of his power. Kim Woo-jin approached the Lizardman and said, the skeletons having no body heat made this fight a whole lot easier. He thought to himself, but now that he was getting tangled up with the Messiah Guild, Kim Woo-jin saw his reflection in the dead Lizardman warrior's eyes. It's going to be tough to move freely from now on. He then glanced at a nearby skeleton. Kim Woo-jin picked up Machimoto's sword and thought, whatever, I'll just deal with it as it comes. System information. Sword forged from an armored turtle shell. Rank, unique. Level requirement, 20 and above. A sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle, extremely difficult to destroy. Effects. Physical attack 109. Strength plus 11 when equipped, 20% damage increase on all attacks. He frowned at the sword, the weapon that once belonged to the sword master. The stats aren't half bad. He gave the sword to a skeleton, which respectfully took it from his hand. It's yours now. He walked past the skeleton, which admired the sword in its hand, the blade reflecting the skeleton's deep, empty eye sockets. Kim Woo-jin approached Makimoto. Now then, shall we have a little chat? System notification, activating skill, Eye of Anubis's. In the real world, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. A guard yelled, the dungeon has been cleared. A frantic staff member rushed over and asked, great, but what about the others? Kim Woo-jin put his hands in his pockets and replied quickly, they're all dead, except for me. The staff member asked in a panic, what? What are you talking about? Can you please explain in more detail? I need to write a detailed report for the association. Kim Woo-jin walked past the staff member. Just right that the Lizardman warrior was way stronger than anticipated. Now if you'll excuse me, the man called after him. Mr. Kim Woo-jin. He stepped through the rooftop door and pulled out his phone. Yes, I took care of it exactly as you instructed. he said seriously. Just as Park Shin-hye predicted, one of the assassins targeting me used a unique grade sword that belonged to the Swordmaster. As you know, Kim Woo-jin continued, the Swordmaster was a key member of the Messiah Guild and the head of the Yamato faction. The Yamato faction in Japan, that's definitely the Skull Guild's headquarters. He glanced to the side. Kim Woo-jin looked at the TV in the room and said, other than that, I couldn't find out anything else, but if you give me some time to dig deeper, I might find something new. All right, I'll contact you later. He opened the door and walked out, but Kim Woo-jin's eyes were still glued to the TV. Just as he suspected, someone had planted a bug on the back of it. Kim Woo-jin put his hands in his pockets and casually walked out to the terrace. Suddenly, he turned back to look at the door and smirked. A short while ago, Matsumoto had gone to a coffee shop to meet a man from the surveillance team. You don't trust me? The man quickly replied, no, of course not. We have to be extra careful because you'll be in contact with someone the guild has its eye on. He said, I installed it on the back of the TV. I'm just giving you a heads up. Matsumoto pulled up his mask and replied, all right. Kim Woo-jin smirked, thinking, damn Skull Guild. Get ready to fall into the pit you dug for yourselves. Now, I wonder how the Skull Guild is going to deal with Park Shin-hye. The phone in his jacket pocket vibrated. Kim Woo-jin picked it up and saw the caller ID, Park Shin-hye. Speak of the devil. He said to him, I heard the news. So everyone but you was killed. Guess your lucky star was shining. So, you got anything good for me? Kim Woo-jin replied, I couldn't find any important information because I was too busy trying to stay alive. But I think I know where the Skull Guild's headquarters is. As he stepped into the street and opened his car door, Park Shin-hye replied excitedly, not bad. Come to my place tomorrow. I want to hear the details. Kim Woo-jin responded, all right, see you tomorrow. He put the key in the ignition. Kim Woo-jin's destination was the train station, locker number 19. Standing in front of it, he sighed, this Oh-se-chan guy is really cautious. Kim Woo-jin opened the locker door. He probably knew he was a target too. Then he looked down at the item inside the locker. It was a list of dungeons. He thought, I hope this list doesn't disappoint me. Kim Woo-jin took the documents to his car to read them. I can't believe it's this extensive. He looked utterly surprised. No wonder even the Messiah Guild considered him an obstacle. Kim Woo-jin flipped through the pages, reading and pondering. Both the quantity and quality were amazing. Recalling information from the dungeons he'd cleared back when he was in the Messiah Guild, he realized something. So this is where all that info came from. Oh-se-chan wasn't being hunted for no reason. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his eye. The page read, Albino Lizard's Egg, Floors, 2, Difficulty, A rank, Max Participants, 8, Entry Requirement, Below Level 30, Clear Condition, Collect the Albino Lizard's Egg, Clear Reward, Certain Skills and Titles. Kim Woo-jin couldn't help but be impressed. I can't believe he even has this. He thought to himself, there isn't much information about the albino lizard's egg. Even I couldn't find its origin or any info on it. Kim Woo-jin pondered deeply. I wonder what's inside. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. I guess I'll have to find out for myself. He reached for the walkie-talkie. This is the kind of stuff only Lee Se-jun would know. A clue that brings me closer to the truth. Kim Woo-jin looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand and made up his mind. This dungeon. I have to conquer it, no matter what. The walkie-talkie on the other end buzzed. Park Shin-hye was on the other end, listening to him speak through the walkie-talkie. Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? This is Kim Woo-jin. He flashed a sinister smile. Kim Woo-jin, our first round has finally begun. In the morning, Woo-jin drove to the guild headquarters as promised. Park Shin-hye asked him while reading the newspaper. So, you're saying the guys from Hunyan and the Skull Guild took care of each other? Woo-jin replied, yes, there was a pretty strong guy among the Skull Guild members. He explained, based on their sword skills and equipment, they're definitely connected to Japan. Park Shin-hye frowned and said, Japan, huh? There are a few Japanese factions with considerable influence. He slammed the newspaper down on the table and said, as soon as we're done with this dungeon, we'll have to look into this matter carefully. The newspaper reported that Park Shin-hye of the Phoenix Guild was attacking a 6th-floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild conquer the 6th-floor dungeon? The Prime Minister had a discussion with Shin-hye. He crossed his arms and told Woo-jin, and the fact that you were the sole survivor twice in a row while all the Skull Guild members were wiped out. They'll start keeping an eye on you, Park Shin-hye said. Refrain from acting alone until I get back. And Secretary Kim, she swiped on her tablet and reported, the money has been transferred to Mr. Kim Woo-jin's account. Park Shin-hye then said, you heard her? That's your compensation. He picked up the newspaper and told him, after I'm done with this dungeon, I'll contact you again. Woo-jin bowed his head and said, "Thank you, sir." After that, he left the headquarters and walked to his car. Woo-jin suddenly broke into a very smug smile. He remembered the listening device planted behind the TV. When he returns from the dungeon, those bastards will know that Park Shin-hye has my back. They'll focus their attention on him, not me. Woo-jin opened the car door and got in. I'll wait and see how interesting Park Shin-hye's reaction is after he gets out. He reached for the walkie-talkie, thinking, now all the necessary arrangements are complete. That warning about not acting alone, huh? In a place that looked like some kind of warehouse, inside a container converted into a living space, Jisoo was on the phone with someone. Preparations are complete, sir, but I'm not sure if Mr. Kim Woo-jin will agree to this. She turned to the person sitting at the table next to her. Oh, Se-chan chuckled on the other end of the line. Don't worry. If there's a problem, I'll talk to him. Woo-jin walked up to the container just as Jisoo replied, yes, understood. He was about to open the door but stopped when he heard people talking inside. Jisoo said to the other person in the room, Mr. Lee Jin-ah, the boss said you should get ready. He replied irritably, Secretary Lee, I told you to call me sir in public. He added, how many times have I told you I don't like being called Jin-ah because it sounds gay? What if someone overhears and thinks I'm gay? Hearing the name, Woo-jin thought, Lee Jin-ah? The Lee Jin-ah from the Phoenix Guild? Could it really be him? He decisively opened the door and stepped inside. In the room were Jin-ah and Jisoo. Woo-jin glanced at her. Jisoo said flatly, a supervisor will accompany you because you've chosen a dungeon that doesn't match your level. She presented a contract to him and said, if you agree, please sign this contract. You can ask me anything you need clarified. Woo-jin looked at the person sitting across from him and thought, the immortal Jin-ah, the player who can't be killed. He thought to himself, back when I was a hunting dog for the Messiah Guild, he slipped through my fingers twice, and a third chance never came. I never expected him to be connected to Osei-chan. Woo-jin sat down and said, this is the first I'm hearing about needing a supervisor. So, long story short, I have to go into the dungeon with Lee Jin. Ah, SI, right? Lee Jin-ah shot him an annoyed look. Hey punk, were you eavesdropping on my conversation with Secretary Lee? Kim Woo-jin wasn't about to back down. My bad. You prefer to be called sir, I take it? As if he'd been completely triggered, he blew up. Are you smiling now? You hear me, you bastard? You dare look down on me? Kim Woo-jin shot him a sidelong glance and thought to himself, same old hothead. Then he spoke up. All right, let's move on. Can I speak with Osei-chan? Jisoo pointed to the walkie-talkie and said, sure, you can use that. Kim Woo-jin picked up the device and said, hello, can you hear me? Osei-chan replied from the other end, what is it? You don't like the supervisor we've assigned to you? Kim Woo-jin said that wasn't the issue. He voiced his concern. What happens if the supervisor dies inside the dungeon? You can never know what's going to happen inside a dungeon. Lee Jin-ah frowned, thinking, is this mother times Kerr threatening me? Oh, Se-chan burst out laughing. You don't have to worry about that. He can take care of himself just fine. You don't need to worry about him. Kim Woo-jin frowned and replied seriously, I see. As soon as he said that, Lee Jin-ah was suddenly looming over him. He roughly snatched the walkie-talkie from Kim Woo-jin's hand, and then Lee Jin-ah started whining to, oh Se-chan, boss, I think our new client is crazy. If he doesn't live up to expectations once we're in the dungeon, can I just deal with him? He snapped. Deal with him, my ass. I told you to cut back on the eating in the office. Lee Jin-ah yelled back. How am I supposed to get full off one bowl of udon? I need 10,000 kilocalories a day. Oh, Se-chan screamed. Then go buy a can of cooking oil and chug it. 1 liter of oil has 9,000 kilocalories. Now hang up before the battery dies. Jisoo scratched her chin, cutting in. Well, now that that's settled, shall I lead you to the dungeon entrance? Kim Woo-jin replied. Yes, please do. As the group left the room, Lee Jin-ah shot the first warning. Don't try any funny business, he said with an irritated look. I don't show any mercy to people who try to pull something on me in a dungeon. Not that anyone's ever managed to get away with it. Kim Woo-jin looked at him and thought, from what I remember from my past life, he's not bluffing. A small smirk played on his lips. To think I'd meet the indestructible Lee Jin-ah here. My luck just keeps getting better and better, huh? He's going to be incredibly useful. Jisoo looked out the window, talking on the phone. Yes, they just left. But are you sure this is all right? What if Lee Jin-ah Sai doesn't make it back? Oh, Se-chan replied gravely. In that case, we'll consider Kim Woo-jin an enemy. Meanwhile, in the forest, a brilliant pillar of light appeared. A system notification popped up. Attention. To proceed to the next floor, eliminate 111 demon wolves. Lee Jin-ah, fully armored, gestured grandly. Kim Woo-jin, you had a real laugh teasing me earlier, huh? Well, now I'm just going to let you fend for yourself. He looked incredibly smug. 111 demon wolves. Let's just see how you're gonna catch all of them. I'll just sit here and watch until you come begging for my help. And with that, Lee Jin-ah sat down on a rock near a tree and started counting. Kim Woo-jin stared at him, completely speechless. Lee Jin-ah opened his item window, casually pulled out a snack bar, and said, I'm already starting to feel sorry for you. What's wrong? Can't handle it by yourself? He took a bite of the bar and continued, but hey, I'm a merciful guy. Get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness. If you really want my help, I might just consider lending a hand. Kim Woo-jin silently watched Lee Jin-ah and thought to himself, he probably received the blessing of the river Styx. Only those who have the indestructible warrior as their patron god can obtain that legendary skill. Kim Woo-jin thought that even if he were decapitated or had his heart ripped out, that guy would be immortal, impossible to kill. He ignored Lee Jin-ah's bragging and turned to walk away. He probably thinks he's super lucky to have an immortal body. But since you've met me, the system announced that a skeleton warrior had been summoned. Suddenly, Lee Jin-ah stopped eating and looked completely shocked as a skeleton appeared and bowed respectfully to him. Kim Woo-jin glanced back and smirked. I'll show you that it's nothing but a joke. A ferocious roar echoed out. The skeleton, holding a katana, quickly defeated a wolf. Lee Jin-ah sat there commenting like he knew it all. This little guy can really fight, huh? What's its name? Boney or something? He said, I was wondering before, but now I get it. In front of them was a pile of wolf corpses scattered on the ground. The skeleton had taken care of them all by itself. Lee Jin-ah then said, so this is why you can solo dungeons. He finally had to take the situation seriously, even though he couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. Lee Jin-ah recalled the scene of the skeleton taking care of the wolves. A rattling skeleton he thought would just be dead weight, but it could swing a sword just like a high-level player. Not only that, the higher his level, the more skeletons he could summon. He glanced over at Kim Woo-jin, thinking that making an enemy of this bastard would be extremely dangerous. Lee Jin-ah looked at his back and couldn't help but think, just as the boss predicted, he's no ordinary person. He scratched his chin, thinking, I have to report to the boss as soon as I get out of here. Kim Woo-jin turned back and asked, what do you think? Startled, Lee Jin-ah quickly replied, pretty impressive. I guess you don't really need my help, huh? He closed his eyes and said, after we're done here, I'll report the results to Oh-se-chan. Kim Woo-jin replied, okay. Lee Jin-ah's eyes snapped open as he exclaimed, what? Then he stood up and asked, did I hear you right? Did you just disrespect me? A black energy appeared behind him. Lee Jin-ah quickly detected it. The system announced that skeleton warriors had been summoned, and a whole legion of skeletons appeared, surrounding Lee Jin-ah. He smirked and asked, these cute little skeletons seem a little cranky all of a sudden, don't they? What did you do? Lee Jin-ah was a bit surprised and wondered, there are 5 of them? Kim Woo-jin scratched his chin and taunted him. What was that you were saying just now? That you'd just sit back and watch if I didn't beg for help? Lee Jin-ah scratched his head, laughed awkwardly, and replied, why would you say that? I was just kidding. He said that of course he was just joking earlier. My bad, I didn't mean to look down on you. Lee Jin-ah slowly walked towards him, then suddenly dashed forward. That's right, Lee Jin-ah was looking for a fight, raising his leg to kick Kim Woo-jin. My bad, you bastard, he scoffed at him, and then Kim Woo-jin quickly grabbed Lee Jin-ah and slammed him to the ground. Light from above shone down on the forest. Lee Jin-ah lay on the ground, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed, huh? Kim Woo-jin stared at him and said, attacking the summoner directly instead of the skeletons. Nice try. Then, Lee Jin-ah quickly flipped over and sat up. It's like he predicted everything. This bastard has been hiding his personal skills until now. What's his purpose for approaching us? Is it me or the boss, Oh-se-chan? He smirked and said, I don't care what you want, but you won't get anything out of me. I'm great at keeping secrets. Unfazed, Kim Woo-jin ordered his skeleton warriors to surround him. Oh, really? Doesn't look like it to me, he quickly yelled. You bastard, let me down! The skeleton soldiers all pointed their swords at him. Lee Jin-ah was frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. In the end, Kim Woo-jin decided to tie Lee Jin-ah up and leave him dangling from a tree. He furiously screamed, let me down! Kim Woo-jin stood on the ground, looking up at him. Lee Jin-ah went ballistic, shouting, how long are you gonna leave me hanging here? He struggled and yelled, get me some food. Food! Are you planning to let me starve to death up here? Then, Kim Woo-jin used his sword to slash the rope holding him. Lee Jin-ah immediately crashed to the ground. He spoke up, all right, I'll give you one chance. Get ready, Lee Jin-ah asked in confusion. What do you mean? Kim Woo-jin replied, I've shown you what I can do. Now it's your turn, he asked, bewildered. What the hell is this all of a sudden? Kim Woo-jin said coldly. Act as bait so my skeleton warriors can land their hits, and I'll set you free. Lee Jin-ah stubbornly retorted. Like hell, I'm gonna do whatever you say. Kim Woo-jin tightened his grip on the rope, binding him. Oh, really? You don't want to? He threatened. Then how about we hang you back up there for a while? Lee Jin-ah trembled with rage, thinking, this ugly bastard is insane. Although he hated it, he was forced to say with a reluctant tone, You're absolutely right, sir. I have no further comments. Besides, I'm a first-class tanker anyway. Getting to work, Lee Jin-ah ran for his life to lure some wolves, and while he was at it, he just punched them to death. However, more wolves came charging. They gathered into a pack, swarming Lee Jin-ah. He cursed as he punched them. Why are there so damn many? Before long, a pack of dozens of wolves jumped on and pinned Lee Jin-ah down. All he could do now was raise a hand to beg for help. One wolf was about to pounce on Lee Jin-ah, but it caught a scent and quickly turned around. Behind it was a skeleton, ready to take it down. The skeleton raised its scythe, and then the legion of skeletons raised their swords, slashing furiously at the wolves. One slammed into a tree, while another was sent tumbling after being slashed. Lee Jin-ah mustered his strength and threw off the wolves that were pinning him down. Kim Woo-jin stood off to the side, scratching his chin and letting out a small "oh." He stood on a tree branch, watching as the wolves were dealt with one by one. Lee Jin-ah was also fervently punching the wolves. His fists were covered in their blood. Lee Jin-ah was panting heavily. All around him were the corpses of wolves, scattered everywhere. Lee Jin-ah, still panting, glanced to the side. A system notification popped up. You have leveled up. He looked up to see Kim Woo-jin standing leisurely on a high branch. He stared at Lee Jin-ah and remarked, not quite as good as in his past life, but not too far off either. He mused, he's going to be very useful in the future. The sound of howling wolves still echoed through the forest. Kim Woo-jin jumped down from the tree and dashed away. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah was so exhausted he could barely catch his breath. A new wave of wolves kept rushing toward him. Lee Jin-ah glared in Kim Woo-jin's direction, fuming. That bastard isn't giving me a single break. Then, one wolf was kicked to death by Lee Jin-ah. Another was obliterated by a skeleton soldier's slash. The other skeletons were all busy hacking away at the wolves. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah was panting heavily from exhaustion. He wiped the blood off his face with his hand. To his surprise, a wolf was gnawing on his leg, causing Lee Jin-ah to sigh in exasperation. What the hell? There's still one left? After saying that, he immediately kicked the wolf off. It let go of his leg and went tumbling toward a nearby skeleton. Yo, Skelly, this one's all yours. As if on cue, the skeleton soldier immediately dealt with the wolf. A notification popped up. You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon. With the job done, Lee Jin-ah leaned down to talk to a skeleton soldier. You guys are totally being overworked just because you got stuck with the wrong boss, you know? He took a jab at Kim Woo-jin, who was just chilling by a tree, unlike some people. You guys are working way too hard. He held up his hand and said, so gimme a high five. That skeleton just stared at him with its deep, hollow eye sockets. Then it just turned its head and walked away, leaving Lee Jin-ah totally embarrassed. He yelled, how dare a pile of dry bones just ignore me? Lee Jin-ah went to pat its head, but the skeleton dodged by tilting its head to the side. He shouted angrily, what? You're even dodging me now? What else can you do besides glare at me? Bring it on. Today, we're gonna settle who's boss. Kim Woo-jin watched him carefully from a corner. He's so different from what I remember in my past life. He thought, a powerful warrior who fought the Messiah Guild head-on with his immortal body, that Lee Jin-ah was one of the strongest people I had to acknowledge. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah was arguing with the skeletons. What's with that look? You're determined not to let me touch you, huh? Kim Woo-jin recalled his past life. A fighting style of, you can strip my flesh, and I'll break your bones, to make the most of his immortal body. He stroked his chin, thinking, even I didn't dare to approach him carelessly because of that self-destructive fighting style, but looking at him now, there's no trace of that viciousness. Obviously, some catalyst must have changed him. I have no memories of Osei-chan in my past life, but it seems the two of them are extremely close. Perhaps Osei-chan's death was what awakened the Lee Jin-ah of the past. Kim Woo-jin concluded, which means, if Osei-chan stays alive, there's a high chance the Messiah Guild's path will deviate from the one in my past life. And so, he looked up and continued to observe Lee Jin-ah. Lee Jin-ah glanced back at him. I still can't figure out his intentions. But Lee Jin-ah recalled what had just happened. He always brings back the exact number of monsters so that even if I get surrounded, I won't die. He thought, and it's definitely not a coincidence that the next wave always arrives right after I've fully recovered. This isn't just a simple analysis of monsters and dungeons, it's on the level of someone who understands every single detail of the situation. This is beyond the ability of a high-level player. Lee Jin-ah narrowed his eyes, unwilling to admit it, but he's superior to me in every way. Then Kim Woo-jin walked over to Lee Jin-ah and said, "Good work. Let's head down to the second floor," he exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" he said with a smirk. "The second floor will be much easier than this." A notification appeared, teleporting to the second floor. As usual, a pillar of light appeared, piercing the sky. Lee Jin-ah whined, "I'm so tired I could just die." He called out to Kim Woo-jin, "I've been grinding like crazy all day. At least let a guy get some rest." But Kim Woo-jin just took out 4 vials of blood from his inventory. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah asked, "That doesn't look like a potion." "What the hell is that?" Kim Woo-jin asked in return. "Are you confident you can hide fast enough?" Lee Jin-ah looked at him, confused. "Hide? What are you suddenly talking about?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Woo-jin smashed the vials of blood on the ground. Lee Jin-ah looked around in a panic. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Woo-jin?" He smirked and said, "You'd better start running for your life right about now." A howl echoed in the distance. Lee Jin-ah immediately turned to look behind him. An albino lizard rose up from the ground, baring its glowing eyes and sharp jaws at him. Lee Jin-ah said, annoyed, "This son of a gun, I haven't even had a chance to relax yet." Meanwhile, in the real world, Se-chan was reading a newspaper. Things are about to get busy. The headline read, "South Korean government allows foreign guilds to participate in the A+ rank neck snapping snake dungeon," he said quietly. "Although I predicted this would happen if the Messiah Guild pulled out." But Se-chan looked up and asked Jisoo, "How long is the list of foreign guilds participating?" Holding a cup of tea, she replied, "We finished gathering the information this morning." As they were comparing and analyzing, he replied, "Good, we still have time before Lee Jin-ah returns." "But hurry up," Jisoo asked with concern if something had happened to Lee Jin-ah. Back in the dungeon, dirt and rocks were flying everywhere. Lee Jin-ah was running for his life. He thought to himself, the lizard was thundering after him. Why the hell am I the only one getting chased? The skeleton soldiers were right behind it, slashing at the lizard with their swords. Lee Jin-ah glanced back. For some reason, it looked like his only job this time was to be the bait. He screeched to a halt and turned to face the absolutely massive lizard. Lee Jin-ah gritted his teeth in frustration. How the hell is this any better than the first floor? That bastard. Just wait till we get out of here. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. The lizard snapped its jaws at him, but Lee Jin-ah caught them with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin casually watched from a high branch, finding it all a bit strange and letting out a, "Huh." A cloud of dust kicked up. Lee Jin-ah planted his feet to hold his ground. He gave it his all, wrestling with the lizard. Lee Jin-ah smirked. "Stop wasting time." From behind the lizard, a skeleton soldier rushed in, sword at the ready. He smiled and said, "Finish it already." The skeleton soldier aimed its sword to strike the lizard, and then it accurately plunged its sword into the monster. A system notification popped up. The albino lizard has been afflicted with hemolysis. Seizing the opportunity, the other skeleton soldiers leaped in at once, plunging their swords into its body. A notification appeared. Blood poison has reached its maximum level. Lee Jin-ah watched the skeleton soldiers and thought to himself that they moved like elite troops, each one thoroughly trained. Normally, skeletons summoned by other players are just used as cannon fodder or to buy time. But the system announced that the albino lizard's stamina was continuously dropping due to hemolysis. The monster writhed in agony. It tried to swat a skeleton soldier with its tail, but the skeleton dodged. It thrashed its tail wildly, but all the skeletons easily avoided the attacks. The lizard stared intently at one of the skeleton soldiers, its blood-red eyes fixed on its prey. The skeleton soldiers were standing right there in front of it, but the lizard just ignored them and looked away. Lee Jin-ah was baffled, wondering, what the hell, can't it see them? Is that why it's only coming after me? He looked up at Kim Woo-jin on the tree branch. What kind of magic did Kim Woo-jin even use? He remembered what the guy had told him. Just worry about running fast. Lee Jin-ah's eyes went wide. That bastard knew this would happen from the start. Just then, the lizard slammed into him hard. The hit was so powerful it made Lee Jin-ah's eyes pop. The lizard then flung him into a tree with enough force to snap it in two. Kim Woo-jin watched as Lee Jin-ah and the tree crashed to the ground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke, Lee Jin-ah quickly got back on his feet, gritting his teeth in pain and clutching the spot on his side where he'd been hit. A system notification appeared. The blessing of the river stick skill has been activated. Lee Jin-ah straightened up, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Kim Woo-jin thought with satisfaction, an injury like that will heal in no time. He slowly approached the lizard. It was drooling at the sight of him. Lee Jin-ah gritted his teeth and cursed, "You're making me waste my energy for nothing." He started casting magic on both of his hands. Then, Lee Jin-ah summoned a pair of gauntlets for punching his enemies. He immediately charged forward. Lee Jin-ah got into his fighting stance, pulling his right fist back. He put all his strength into this punch. Then, Lee Jin-ah landed a punch right on Rizan. It stared at him with wide eyes. Rizan was stunned by the punch and fell to its knees. The skeleton soldiers immediately closed in. One skeleton soldier was right on Rizan's tail. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah thought in horror, "Those guys are treating me like I'm nothing, just like their master." That skeleton soldier stabbed its sword into one of Rizan's flanks. At the same time, another skeleton soldier stabbed the other flank. Rizan screamed in pain as it was stabbed. The system announced that hemolysis had spread throughout albino Rizan's body. A third skeleton soldier jumped into the air right above Rizan. It delivered the final blow, stabbing the monster right in the head. Rizan collapsed completely, and finally, a notification appeared. Albino Rizan has been defeated. Lee Jin-ah let out a sigh of relief. The system announced that you have leveled up. With that done, Kim Woo-jin jumped down from the tree. The system displayed a series of notifications. Achievement unlocked. Albino Rizan Hunter. You will receive Cedar Lock as a reward. The rank of the hemolysis skill has increased by 1 level. The rank of the skeletal disease skill has increased by 1 level. The Envoy of the Underworld admires your cold-heartedness. The Envoy of the Underworld will bestow a portion of their power upon you. Kim Woo-jin let out a scoff. The scene changes to another location. A giant troll was roaring. It was so strong that it wiped out a skeleton soldier with a single slap. It quickly made short work of the surrounding skeleton soldiers. One skeleton soldier charged forward and stabbed the troll with its sword. It lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. The remaining 3 skeleton soldiers all ganged up to stab the troll. Johann Georg watched and remarked, "These foolish skeletons are useless when there are only 1 or 2 of them. I need to increase their numbers to make them effective." The system announced, 50 trolls have been defeated. You have leveled up. Achievement unlocked. Troll Hunter. Still not enough to gain the attention of the Envoy of the Underworld. He looked up, and Johann Georg thought resentfully, "Taking down 50 trolls by myself still isn't enough to get noticed. Who the hell is the one getting the attention of that damn halo?" Back in Kim Woo-jin's dungeon, he held his sword and stared intently at the Rizan. Lee Jin-ah thought in confusion, "This idiot must be starving. What's he waiting for?" He spoke up, "Hey Kim Woo-jin, it's all over. Let's get out of here." Lee Jin-ah urged him, "Is there something else?" Kim Woo-jin said softly, "The most important part is still left." Kim Woo-jin touched the Rizan's body. He ran his hand along its body, as if measuring it. Kim Woo-jin said, "Around here, I guess." Then he slashed horizontally with his sword, making a cut on the Rizan's body. Kim Woo-jin cut it open and reached inside. "I finally got my hands on this." He pulled out a brightly glowing egg. The system announced, "You have found the albino lizard's egg. You have cleared the dungeon." Holding it in his hand, Kim Woo-jin thought, "The Messiah Guild was so careful as to completely hide what was inside this egg. Now I finally have a chance to find out what it is." Lee Jin-ah suddenly spoke up. "Now I remember, the clear condition for this dungeon was to find a specific item, right?" he asked with a frown. "I was so busy getting tossed around all day that I totally forgot. Anyway, what are you going to do with that thing?" Kim Woo-jin used the hilt of his sword to crack the egg open with one tap. Lee Jin-ah exclaimed in surprise, "Seriously? You don't even know what it's for and you already broke it." The eggshell crumbled to the ground, revealing something glowing inside. "This is..." Kim Woo-jin wondered. "A skill scroll?" He crumpled the paper and gritted his teeth. Lee Jin-ah asked curiously, "What the heck is that?" "There's a skill scroll inside an egg." Kim Woo-jin glanced at the paper and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." The paper stated it was the power of Apophis. The requirement was Hell's Envoy. The level requirement was level 1 or higher. The effect was resistance to all types of poison. Kim Woo-jin wondered how that guy's skill could be here. He thought of one person, the 5 Poison Kings. The 5 Poison Kings, the one who messed around with all sorts of poisons, but was never harmed by them, thanks to the power of Apophis. Kim Woo-jin remembered the crimes he had committed. A scumbag who loved to steal whatever he wanted from others and then use poison to kill them in the most brutal way possible. He remembered what happened before. When his cruelty reached its peak, the Messiah Guild declared they would punish the 5 Poison Kings. Kim Woo-jin recalled, many members of the Messiah Guild, including me, joined the subjugation team against him. But way too many people fell during that campaign. His eyes widened as he thought, Even now, I still clearly remember every single comrade who died from that bastard's poison. The albino lizard's egg. I don't know anything more than the fact that the Messiah Guild once owned it. Kim Woo-jin stared at the egg and thought, I don't think I could get this skill anywhere else, and the Poison King definitely couldn't have stolen it. He frowned. The only remaining answer could be that the Messiah Guild itself gave it to the Poison King. They slowly turned the Poison King into a villain so they could righteously become the saviors. He gritted his teeth, so angry he wanted to rip the skill scroll to shreds. Lee Se-jun, once again, you've shown me that the sacrifices of my comrades were just stepping stones for you. Kim Woo-jin decisively tore the scroll. But now this thing belongs to me. You walking over their dead bodies to get ahead will never happen again. The system announced. You have acquired the power of Apophis. You can resist all types of poison. Kim Woo-jin suddenly thought of someone. But Se-jun, I definitely will. His face was now filled with killing intent. I'll tear you apart with my own 2 hands. Lee Jin-ah broke out in a cold sweat looking at Kim Woo-jin. Why did his mood suddenly get so dark? He's the only one who got the reward, right? A moment later, he spoke up. Let's get out of here. Lee Jin-ah was looking at him, completely bewildered, thinking she understood him less and less. The glowing gate appeared once again. The two of them returned to the container room. Lee Jin-ah excitedly reached for the bag on the table. Just as expected, Boss O is so thoughtful. She sighed. I'm starving to death. But inside the bag, there were only 2 bottles of water and a phone. Lee Jin-ah saw this and screamed, That damn cheap old man! What the hell is this? 2 bottles of mineral water. Why the hell did he even put them in a paper bag? Elsewhere, Oh Se-chan was picking his ear. He glanced at the walkie-talkie on his desk, wondering who was talking smack about him. My ear keeps twitching. Then Oh Se-chan suddenly smiled. That was faster than I thought. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Even though it was a low difficulty one, you cleared a dungeon in less than 3 days. Anyway, how was it? Kim Woo-jin replied. Not too bad. More importantly, did anything happen on the outside? Oh, Se-chan moved the computer mouse and clicked a few times. He opened some online news sites and responded. There's still no new information about Park Shin-hae's forces that entered the 6th floor dungeon. However, there's an announcement that the Great Ancient Guild and the Frontier Guild, 2 of the world's 5 largest guilds, have decided to form an alliance. Oh Se-chan also said, Oh, and also, the dragon hunter caught a golden dragon in a 5-floor dungeon. Kim Woo-jin was lost in thought. When the first golden dragon appeared, people were only interested in its hide. The hide was incredibly tough and had excellent heat resistance. They hoped that armor made from the golden dragon's hide would open up a new horizon for players. He thought of something, but it was the golden dragon's gastric acid that changed history, not its hide. At first, people didn't know its use, because who would have thought that stuff could do anything? But by chance, its ability to remove seals and curses was discovered. Kim Woo-jin remembered the scene where Lee Se-jun stabbed him with a sword. Lee Se-jun's Ban Mung sword was also unsealed using the golden dragon's gastric acid. He thought to himself, its value is even greater than I expected. I have to get my hands on it before anyone else discovers its effects. Oh Se-chan said over the radio, That's all the big news from the past few days. Do you need to know anything else? Kim Woo-jin replied, That's enough. He continued, Good. Then I'll get the details from the supervisor. There's a dedicated phone there for contacting us. He picked up the phone, and Oh Se-chan advised, It can't be wiretapped, so it's much safer. Lee Jin-ah, no detours. Come straight back to the office now. Hearing his name, he got pissed. Can't you let me catch a break, boss? Whose fault is it that I'm being treated like an errand boy? Oh, Se-chan snapped back. Because I'm your boss, I'll buy you a meal, so get your ass back here right now. After that, Lee Jin-ah stood up and snatched the radio from Kim Woo-jin's hand. All you do is boss people around. How is 1 bowl enough? It has to be 10 bowls. He opened the door to leave the room. Before leaving, Lee Jin-ah glanced at Kim Woo-jin and thought, Don't tell me I'm going to be stuck with this bastard for the foreseeable future. Kim Woo-jin, noticing the glance, glared right back. Annoyed, Lee Jin-ah slammed the door shut. The next morning, at the office, Lee Jin-ah flopped onto the sofa and whined, I haven't even gotten enough sleep. You called me first thing in the morning. What did I do wrong? I already submitted the report yesterday. Oh Se-chan, holding a document, said, I called you because of that report. We need to speed up the plan. He placed the document on the table. Here, read this. Lee Jin-ah complained. What's so important that you couldn't even let me eat breakfast? He was suddenly shocked. What? He screamed, holding the document in his hands. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me to go in there alone? The document read, Rattlesnake Hunt, Floors 2. Difficulty, Rank A+. Capacity, 99 people. Entry requirement, below level 35. Completion condition, eliminate the rattlesnake. Completion reward, displayed. Additional information. A total of 58 Koreans and 41 foreigners have confirmed their participation. Oh, Sechan said, annoyed. What are you screaming about? Who said you're going alone? Of course you're going with someone who's pretty capable. Lee Jin-ah scratched his chin and asked, pretty capable, huh? A dragon hunter? Or a special agent? Don't tell me it's Lee Se-jun. But his level is too high. He can't enter a 2-floor dungeon. Is there anyone else as pro as me who's under level 35? Oh, Se-chan said smugly. How could you forget Kim Woo-jin? Lee Jin-ah broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, huh? Kim Woo-jin? I don't want to go with that psycho again. He flailed his arms and legs, yelling, I told you yesterday, besides being skilled, he's definitely insane. There's supposed to be some teamwork between people. That guy has a personality problem. He even used me as monster bait. Lee Jin-ah closed his eyes and said, if you make me team up with that guy again, I'll go on a hunger strike. Oh, Se-chan reached for something in his breast pocket. I'd be very grateful if you actually went on a hunger strike. And then he pulled out a voice recorder. It's replaying what Lee Jin-ah said. The kind of teammate I need is someone who won't get in the way when we fight together. The voice was extremely firm. I don't care about personality at all. Do monsters attack people because of personal issues? No. That's why ability is the most important thing. If there's someone like that, just bring him here. But there's no way he's stronger than me. He turned pale after hearing that. Wait, boss. Oh, Se-chan smirked knowingly. Lee Jin-ah rubbed his head in frustration and exclaimed, you actually had the time to record that, and you kept it all this time? That's a dirty move. He put the recorder away and said, anyway, I've already signed you both up. 2 big pieces of bait. Lee Jin-ah shouted in alarm. You already registered us? Wait a minute, what do you mean by bait? Oh, Se-chan stared at him with a face full of schemes. That night, at some ruins on the outskirts of the city, Kim Woo-jin was sharpening his sword. He pressed the blade against the grinder with his hand. Then Kim Woo-jin took it off and wiped the blade with a cloth. The blade is pretty damaged, huh? I guess I really do need a proper case for it. He glanced at the case next to him. Anyway, Kim Woo-jin pressed the latch on the case. Kim Woo-jin wondered, does Ose-chan have anyone else on this level? Who on earth does the school guild want to kill? I'd like to meet them once. Early in the morning at the office, Lee Jin-ah asked Ose-chan a few things. Hyungnim, are there any spots left in that monster's dungeon? The government had already opened it up to foreign rankers. At the same time, Ju was walking up the stairs toward them, carrying a briefcase. Oh, Se-chan said confidently, you don't need to worry about that. This secretary and I have already prepared everything, Lee Jin-ah asked doubtfully. They're prioritizing rankers, so it won't be easy to find spots for me and Kim Woo-jin, right? Did you spend money this time, Hyung? The office door opened slightly, and Oh Se-chan looked toward it and said, is it always necessary to spend money? He asked Ju. Did you just get back? Was everything handled well? She held out the briefcase and replied, yes. I've finalized the deal with Russia for entry into the dungeon, and I've delivered the items you mentioned to Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin-ah exclaimed in surprise. Huh, Russia? Ju said calmly. The mask you ordered has also been made. Oh Se-chan smirked slightly. Good, you've worked hard. Social media newsfeed, newspapers, comics, audio, sports, weather, society, politics. 41 foreign players have been confirmed to participate. News, 99 players have completed recruitment. Daily news. A world first. Will they succeed in clearing the new dungeon? At a place called Sinpangri in Nan, a sign on the classroom door read, Romokos in Russian. Lee Jin-ah squeezed his mask in annoyance. This damn mask, he grumbled. It's so inconvenient for eating. Lee Jin-ah picked up a piece of bread and glanced at the person with him. Kim Woo-jin. Oh no, AC, are you okay? He teased him. Are you so nervous that you're just stuffing your face with anything you can find? Lee Jin-ah said while chewing. Nervous? I don't even know what the hell nervous is. Kim Woo-jin, in his AC persona, quietly took a bite of his bread and said, right. His leg was shaking. He'd never entered a dungeon of this scale before. How can this bastard be so calm? Lee Jin-ah, in his spasiva persona, spoke up and asked, you're nervous, aren't you? I've asked around, so why are you shaking? He replied, of course I'm nervous. Lee Jin-ah immediately said, oh yeah? Is that right? Don't worry too much. You can just trust me. Kim Woo-jin looked at the screen in front of him and thought, I can't believe it. I never thought this would fall into my hands. Lee Jin-ah glanced at him and said, including the incident before and after this one, you're not going to forget to buy me meat, right? After all, we're a team fighting together in this match, he warned. So don't pull any of that weird crap like last time, got it? Meanwhile, Isaac was reading the item information on his screen. Picture Reaper's Mask, a legendary grade item, usable from level 1 and up. This is the Picture Reaper's Mask. You can effectively communicate with and control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power increases by 10% when equipped, and mana recovery increases by 10% when equipped. He was impressed, never expecting Osei-chan to have something like this. The night before, Kim Woo-jin had received a call from Osei-chan. I heard all about your performance in the dungeon. Do you want to enter the Needle Snake dungeon? He replied. We'll see. It seems dangerous to just go in like that. Oh, Sei-chan burst out laughing. So you're not one to just jump in easily. I knew it. I heard you're pretty good at controlling skeleton soldiers. Back in the present, Kim Woo-jin mused, the king of the undefeated. Even Johann Georg coveted this item but could never get his hands on it. He thought about how he'd never seen the one Johann Georg used, so he didn't know its effects, but Lee Jin-ah's voice cut him off. Hey, Kim Woo. No, Isaac. Are you even listening to me? He gave a slight smile. Clearly, the timeline for destroying the Messiah Guild had been moved up. Then, a staff member opened the door and called out to them. Moko Sky players, please get ready. He placed his hands on his knees, and the two of them left the room together. Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, I have to test the Picture Reaper's Mask thoroughly on the first floor. The dungeon system announced. Notice. To reach the next floor, you must survive for 5 days. The other players yelled, What? A damn survival mission, this is the worst. Everyone was cursing. Someone clutched their head and let out a curse. Lee Jin-ah, in his Spasiva armor, spoke up. A survival mission. On the surface, it just means we have to stay alive for a set amount of time, he said, but it implies the number of monsters will be so overwhelming that even surviving won't be easy. Lee Jin-ah turned to Kim Woo-jin and asked, What should we do? He simply replied, Time for a test. Lee Jin-ah wondered, A test? He suddenly remembered being surrounded by wolves and shuddered a little. No way. Lee Jin-ah screamed internally in frustration. He's going to make me do that again. His face fell as he said, Don't you remember what I told you? You're doing it again? A test? Kim Woo-jin replied, When you get a new item, you obviously have to test its performance, right? Lee Jin-ah clapped his hands. Ah, that's right, a test. Then Kim Woo-jin turned away and said, First, let's move to a quiet place. In a corner of the forest, the system announced that a skeleton soldier had been summoned. A skeleton warrior appeared before them. Lee Jin-ah greeted it cheerfully. Well, hello there, he exclaimed excitedly. Look at that, it even comes with armor? He moved closer to poke fun at the skeleton soldier. Hey, back off. Are you bullying it again? Kim Woo-jin took a mask out of his inventory. He put it on his face. The system displayed its information. Picture Reaper's Mask, a legendary grade item, usable from level 1 and up. This is the Picture Reaper's Mask. You can communicate with and control the undead monsters you summon. Effect. Magic power increases by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery increases by 10% when equipped. A screen popped up. Achievement unlocked. Master of the Picture Reaper. Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, just the magic power boost alone isn't bad. What's this? Suddenly, he saw a thread running down from above. It was connected to the skeleton soldier's head, making Kim Woo-jin wonder. A thread? That thread seemed to start from his blood vessels and shot out from his finger. Kim Woo-jin looked totally shocked. The system announced, Connection established. His eyes shot wide open as a light flashed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lee Jin-ah grabbing his head. Gotcha, little guy. He rubbed its head, looking super amused. What's wrong? Suddenly, the skeleton soldier glared and yelled, Get your hands off me! Lee Jin-ah, as Spasiva, suddenly screamed, The skeleton soldier can talk! The skeleton soldier twisted its whole body, flailing its arms and legs around chaotically. Lee Jin-ah asked, confused, But why is it moving so weirdly? After just a few steps, it face-planted. Seeing that, he yelled, Is it dead already? Then Lee Jin-ah poked its head with his foot. Kim Woo-jin, as Isaac, said with annoyance, Hey, get your foot off me. He thought grimly, Staying quiet isn't as easy as I thought. In the distance, a group of people were talking. John June, what's our plan? Should we wait here first? Or go scout and then come back? John June replied, We don't know how many monsters there are, so we can't make any rash moves. He glanced around and said, For now, let's stay put and check out the situation for a day or two. Everyone else is gathering here too. In this situation, teaming up will be better for our survival. His group looked over at the other teams. Those guys gathering over there probably have the same idea, he thought. June pushed up his glasses, thinking smugly. After all, In a dungeon like this, there's no major power player like the Messiah Guild. In situations like this, it's always the smart ones who have the advantage. Now, we just have to convince them to let us take the lead in this hunt. Night fell over the forest. Li Jin-ah charged in and threw a polite punch, and sent an orc's head flying with one hit. He smirked to himself. What is this? I was so worried since this is a survival challenge. If it's just a numbers game, are these weak-ass monsters all they've got? No way, right? I'm way stronger than this. Ha. Behind Li Jin-ah, the skeleton soldier swung its sword and took out 2 orcs. They collapsed under its blade. Li Jin-ah's face fell as he watched the skeleton soldier. He looked at Kim Woo-jin controlling the skeleton and clicked his tongue, thinking, that bastard is just a freaking monster. Li Jin-ah remembered what happened just a few minutes ago. The skeleton soldier started off all wobbly, and even just walking was a struggle at first. It would take a few steps and then fall flat on its face. But before long, it started running. Now, the skeleton soldier is moving around like a pro. Now it's moving incredibly fast. Li Jin-ah stared intently at Kim Woo-jin, who was just wiggling his fingers. Summoned skeletons are already a pain to deal with, but that guy is controlling it directly on top of that. He gritted his teeth and said, isn't this totally unfair? Some of us have to struggle and fight in danger, while others just chill and wiggle their fingers. This is so dumb. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. A much larger skeleton soldier was being summoned. The system announced, skeleton soldier has been summoned. Li Jin-ah stared at the huge skeleton in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, can he really use a summoning skill in that state? Li Jin-ah thought to himself. So it's possible to use skills while connected to a skeleton, but the mana cost is 3 times higher. And obviously, you can't use poison potions either. The smaller skeleton soldier spoke up, asking, how are you holding up? He crossed his arms and said irritably, hey, when you're talking to someone, you should at least look at them. Li Jin-ah clenched his fists, feeling weird about being ignored by these skeletons. What? You need some common courtesy too? Kim Woo-jin taunted. Oh, is that so? Li Jin-ah stared straight ahead. Kim Woo-jin took off his mask, looming behind him, and suddenly asked, so, are you satisfied now? Li Jin-ah jumped, startled, and turned to look at him. Holy crap, you scared me, Kim Woo-jin asked. So? How's your body feeling now? He gave a weak laugh, waving his hand as he replied, sober enough to teach some manners to those who don't have any. I'm not talking about you. I mean the monsters, Kim Woo-jin replied coldly. Good, then let's officially begin, Li Jin-ah shouted in confusion. We've already killed a ton of monsters, haven't we? Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense? He asked, bewildered. Huh? What do you mean officially begin? Then what were those snails from earlier? Li Jin-ah clapped his hands and stammered. What was it again? Oh right, anemia. I'm anemic. Then he started clutching his head and whining, I'm suddenly so dizzy. What's wrong? Suddenly, a sword was pointed at Li Jin-ah, and he snapped angrily. What the hell are you doing? Kim Woo-jin said half-jokingly. I heard you're anemic, so I figured I'd give you some iron, Li Jin-ah yelled. Iron supplements? You don't mean by stabbing me with a sword, do you? Kim Woo-jin said calmly. Either way, it's still iron entering your body. He yelled in frustration. How can you even say that? Kim Woo-jin, controlling the skeleton soldier, said, seeing you so energetic, your anemia must be getting better. And here I was, about to give you some iron. After that, he turned and walked away, saying there was a lot to prepare. Follow me. Li Jin-ah was so pissed off he was about to lose it. I'm such an idiot. What am I supposed to do now? In front of them was a leafless tree, and with a loud crash, it was chopped down. As Kim Woo-jin and Li Jin-ah worked hard cutting down trees, Li Jin-ah couldn't help but look at him and wonder. What on earth was Kim Woo-jin thinking? Did he enter a dungeon to chop trees instead of killing monsters? Elsewhere, a goblin was charging forward. A group of players were chasing it down, cornering it in the middle, when a tangent-skinned man with a sword slashed and obliterated the monster. A veteran player sent several goblins flying with his slashes. It was early in the morning on the 3rd day in the dungeon. The group of players was still enthusiastically killing monsters. One of the older guys asked, puzzled, why is this so boring? A survival challenge isn't supposed to be like this, right? John Jun, standing beside him, replied, it is strange. There are way too few monsters. He added with a sideways glance. This is a survival challenge in an A+ ranked dungeon. Instead of being hunted, we're way too comfortable. This won't do. Even if it's risky, we have to go scout around a bit. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin and Li Jin-ah had finally finished using the trees to build a barricade. A system notification appeared. Level up. The envoy of the underworld is pleased with your brilliant growth and has sent a gift. Kim Woo-jin, disguised as Isaac, held the paper in his hand and wondered, huh? This? The paper read, Skeleton Warrior Command, an absorption condition from the Envoy of the Underworld. Absorption requirement. Above level 20. Effect. Enhances the abilities of skeleton soldiers and increases the number of skeletons that can be summoned. The higher the rank, the more effective the skill. He looked at it and smirked. Then Kim Woo-jin decided to tear the paper up. The system immediately announced that he had acquired the Skeleton Warrior Command. Kim Woo-jin stood on the barricade and called down, "Let's get going." Lee Jin-ah, as Spasiva, asked back in surprise, "Huh? Why so suddenly?" He tapped the wooden barricade and said, "This place is fine. Why do we have to leave? Do you have any idea how hard we worked to build this yesterday?" Kim Woo-jin jumped down and said the situation had changed, so they had to change the plan. Lee Jin-ah asked worriedly, "The situation? What situation? Did some crazy monster show up or something?" Kim Woo-jin smirked and looked behind Lee Jin-ah. There was the corpse of a snail monster, and he walked over and touched it. The system window popped up. "A skeleton soldier has been summoned. A skeleton soldier has been summoned." This left Lee Jin-ah completely stunned. He stared at the newly appeared skeleton soldiers and exclaimed in awe. "What the?" Lee Jin-ah asked. "Weren't you only able to summon 6 of them?" Kim Woo-jin turned around and said, "That was true a moment ago." He added with a smirk, "But things are different now." Meanwhile, elsewhere, figures were seen dashing through the forest. John June looked back in alarm, then ordered his teammates to change direction. "Everyone this way!" People looked around and saw tons of monster corpses, exclaiming in surprise. "Snails!" John June turned and asked, "How many are there in total?" Then he pushed up his glasses and thought, "This wasn't a battle, this was a massacre. Who the hell did this? I thought I already recruited all the decent players to my team. Did I miss someone?" Suddenly, Jin Hong pointed in a direction. "John June?" They spotted something else down there, and he glanced in the direction Jin Hong was pointing. Then June followed Jin Hong. "What is it now?" He was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. At the bottom of the hill was a massive wooden structure. Needless to say, this was the handiwork of Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah. John June exclaimed in amazement, "This is a maze." He then jumped onto the wooden wall to get a better look. John June and his teammates looked down at the ground inside the maze. Down below, monster corpses were piled up incredibly high. He looked absolutely horrified. They built a wooden maze to lure the monsters into a trap? John June looked into the distance. The number of corpses over there was also quite large. Then he looked back at the maze, but it couldn't compare to the number inside. John June thought to himself, just who in the world came up with this plan? This method is completely different from anything I've ever seen. He broke out in a cold sweat, pushing up his glasses as he pondered. This is how they were able to live comfortably for several days, even though this is a survival test. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah spoke up. "I made a mistake in judgment. We should have gotten all the other players involved. Using traps to defeat them this easily. Even though it's not my style, I still think it's fine." He sighed. "Why do we have to move? This is tiring as hell." Kim Woo-jin said, "Do you really think we have to do the exact same thing again?" He gently patted the head of a skeleton soldier and said, "Don't worry, we don't need that anymore." Kim Woo-jin explained that their firepower had been boosted. "Traps and mazes are just a waste of time now," Lee Jin-ah said excitedly. "From now on, hunting them directly will be faster. That's what a real fight feels like." Of course. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin summoned a sword. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah thought Kim Woo-jin was going to do something to him and started waving his arms around, saying, "All right, this time I'll show you my true power." Kim Woo-jin said, "Because I'll go first." Lee Jin-ah exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" And then he summoned his gauntlets and said, "If that's the case, I'll go all out too. I don't know what you're planning, but I can't stand having some clumsy dude in front of me." A short while later, Lee Jin-ah was completely out of breath. He reached out and called, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin," Lee Jin-ah said with difficulty. "Can't we take a short break?" A skeleton soldier scurried over to him. Lee Jin-ah immediately shot it a dirty look. The skeleton soldier shook its head as if it were looking down on him, and then it just walked away. Seeing that, Jin-ah got pissed and yelled, "Get your ass over here. Are you making fun of me? Come on." Jin-ah stood there cussing while the skeleton soldier had already bailed. He ran his hands through his hair, cursing to himself. "Damn it, that son of a b times. Kim Woo-jin has the stamina of a monster. No, his fighting style is different from mine," Jin-ah thought. "When I fight, I take them on one by one, which drains my stamina, but he just hits them with an overwhelming attack and moves on. It's super efficient." Jin-ah stared straight ahead. Woo-jin noticed his stare and stopped. He turned around and asked, "What is it? Weren't you going to show me your true skills?" Jin-ah wiped his sweat and thought, "He still remembers that?" He replied, "Well, I'm doing it right now." Hordes of monsters started showing up. Jin-ah charged in to take care of them, killing them all in one go. Woo-jin stood on the sidelines, watching him. If this were the Jin-ah I knew, he'd be trying to copy the moves I just demonstrated. Jin-ah was going all out, punching the monsters into oblivion. Woo-jin thought to himself, up until now, he's never had anyone to guide him on this. He watched Jin-ah dodge the monster's attacks, trusting in his immortal body and just running relentlessly. Maybe this fighting style isn't efficient. Woo-jin frowned. As time goes on, it'll become a bit more useful than it is now. Suddenly, he broke into a smug grin. Ah, no, it has to be more useful. On the 5th day, sunlight trickled through the canopy, illuminating the lush green forest. On the ground lay the corpse of an unlucky hyena in a pool of blood. The system announced 24 hours remaining until the survival mission ends. Jin-ah, drenched in sweat, panted as he looked at Woo-jin, thinking to himself, why is he pushing this hard when the mission is just about survival? Woo-jin looked at the system window. You have leveled up. While Jin-ah was completely baffled, did the monsters steal something important from him or what? The system granted Woo-jin his level-up reward. The Envoy of the Underworld is quite pleased with your efficient nature. You have received a skill reward. Jin-ah protested being worked to the bone like this. He yelled, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin, this is straight-up torture, not an expedition. I've been fighting nonstop for 8 hours. You're not human, you're a monster." And when he heard Woo-jin say that, he looked like he'd just been granted a pardon. Jin-ah was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling brightly. For real? Where are we gonna rest? Finally, on break, he took out the food he'd brought and started scarfing it down, his mouth working nonstop. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier walked over, making him pause for a second. Feeling a sense of comradeship, Jin-ah offered it the food in his hand. "What, you want a piece of this?" He waved the food in his hand. Come on, put your hand out and I'll give you some." Surprisingly, the prideful skeleton soldier actually obeyed and held out its hand. Jin-ah stared at it, astonished. Then he started to laugh. "So little Boney finally decided to open up to me, huh?" Jin-ah laughed, showing off. "You see that? Kim Woo-jin. This is what you call true comradeship." He was so moved that tears even welled up in the corners of his eyes. So freaking touching. Comradeship is something that words just can't describe. Jin-ah considerately asked if Kim Woo-jin was hungry, but he suddenly went quiet when he saw his comrade, the skeleton soldier, handing the food over to Woo-jin. "What the?" Realizing he'd been played, he shot up to confront him. "So you were controlling it the whole time? Son of a B times ch, you really get a kick out of messing with people, don't you?" Woo-jin just laughed and said, "I wanted to see for myself what this comradeship of yours tastes like." Poor Jin-ah looked like he'd just been totally scammed by Woo-jin. He put his hands on his hips and went on a tirade. "You son of a B times Th. You work me to the bone, don't even offer me any food, and then you go and snatch mine away? If you're that scummy, you'll end up bald like that boss man." Kim Woo-jin thought to himself while eating. Did he just say bald? This is the first time I've heard about Ose-chan's identity. A flare went off in the sky, and Lee Jin-ah frowned slightly when he saw it. Is that a distress signal? The time limit is almost up anyway, he scoffed. We've slaughtered so many monsters, and those guys still can't hold on. Kim Woo-jin said nonchalantly, "It's not a distress signal." Lee Jin-ah looked at him and asked with a smirk, "Then, what is it?" He took off the bone mask from his face and calmly analyzed. "Because the survival time limit is almost up, we're about to be teleported to the 2nd floor, and they're gathering people to decide the order for fighting the serpent." Lee Jin-ah crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "They might not even win if they all attack together, and now they're planning to split up and take turns fighting it. Unbelievable. They're way too arrogant." Kim Woo-jin stated coldly, "You and I have significantly lowered the difficulty of this floor, so for the past 5 days, they've been able to just chill. Of course, they're feeling super confident." Lee Jin-ah was confused. "What? There's more?" Kim Woo-jin checked the new item he received. "I'll check this reward scroll and then we'll head over." Lee Jin-ah was extremely surprised when he saw the item in his hand. "Huh? That thing?" He couldn't help but shout, "It's a real golden scroll!" Kim Woo-jin smirked with amusement. This is the main skill Johann Georg often used. The scroll contained the skill Corpse Explosion. Requirement: Hell's Envoy, level 30 or higher. Effect: if mana is infused into a monster's corpse, that corpse can be detonated at any time. Scene changed to a clearing where everyone was gathered. By the time everyone had gathered, it was already dark. On a high rock, Joho-jun shouted, "Everyone listen up!" He began his speech. Almost all the survivors have gathered, so I declare that, in a short while, the survival mission will be complete and we will be teleported to the second floor. The Allied forces, including the Pixiu Guild, will hunt the spiked serpent first. Any objections? Lee Jin-ah glanced at Kim Woo-jin and whispered softly, "Just like you said, these guys are crazy. Are they really going to take turns?" Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Jo Ho-jun continued from the high platform. "Since there are no objections, I'll say this beforehand so everyone is careful. Remember, do not interfere with our hunt." At this point, he paused slightly and then emphasized, "If you deliberately interfere, we will execute you on the spot." Kim Woo-jin thought indifferently. "A threat? Huh?" Lee Jin-ah asked in a low voice. "What do we do now? You have a plan, right?" Suddenly, someone shoved him. A burly hunter came over, acting tough. "Do you understand what he said?" Lee Jin-ah had a short fuse, and he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Is this guy nuts? Can't you speak properly?" Before he could get physical with the other guy, his arm was stopped by Kim Woo-jin. Lee Jin-ah turned to look and saw him shaking his head, signaling not to make a scene. Kim Woo-jin signaled that he wouldn't interfere with their hunt. "All right, good luck." The troublemaker smirked. "Good." Then he turned and left. Lee Jin-ah didn't get it, and he asked in a low, dissatisfied voice, "Why did you stop me?" Kim Woo-jin decided to enlighten his companion. "Are you planning to fight all of them by yourself?" Lee Jin-ah didn't understand. He pointed to the crowd. "Look at the red band tied on his arm. That's to identify them as being on the same team, and now look around." Lee Jin-ah's eyes followed his gesture and noticed that besides the two of them, almost everyone had a red band tied on their arm. He tried to save a little face. "I noticed that too, you know." It dawned on him, so that's why no one objected. After figuring out who was friend and who was foe, Lee Jin-ah started to get worried. "There's no one not wearing a red armband. Wait, does that mean we can't fight them?" Kim Woo-jin just gave a mysterious smile. "You really think so?" When the time was up, the system announced to all the hunters, "You have completed the survival mission, now teleporting to the second floor." In the forest on the second floor, a giant thorny snake was on the move. Its long tail dragged, scraping the ground, as hunters hid behind trees waiting for the right moment to attack. The snake looked around cautiously. It seemed to sense the danger in the air. Some of the weaker ones trembled a bit as they saw the snake looking back and forth. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The thorny snake kept moving, its huge tail randomly whipping the ground. But its path was already ambushed up ahead. John June saw the time was right and gave the order to fire. The whole team obeyed, and the mages focused their attacks on the thorny snake from a distance. The surprise attack caught it off guard. It thrashed and slammed around, making the ground explode. Countless explosions, big and small, went off, their booming sounds echoing through the night. Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin stood casually on a cliff, watching the situation unfold. Lee Jin-ah couldn't help but ask, "Are you really just going to stand there and watch the show? The way things are going, they might actually pull it off." Kim Woo-jin replied emotionlessly, "No, not a chance." Lee Jin-ah didn't get what Kim Woo-jin meant. "Why not? Isn't a group that big enough?" Instead of answering, he asked him a question. "When you encounter a monster, what's the first thing you do?" He crossed his arms and thought, "The first thing I'd do? I'd just run in and slash at it, because I don't know what it's going to do. It's hard to deal with unexpected stuff if you go all in from the start." Kim Woo-jin nodded and then pointed at the thorny snake. "Exactly. So that monster over there, right now the snake is taking a fireball to the face. Are you also planning to just give it a slash?" Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah's face went blank for a few seconds. Then he stammered, "Well, isn't it obviously better to take it down quickly with manpower?" Kim Woo-jin crossed his arms, looking at the distant battlefield. "Of course it's good if that happens. But if it were such an easy mission, why hasn't anyone escaped this dungeon yet? Do they lack manpower? Did the ones who failed not have the same strength as the rest?" At that moment, seeing the snake get hit, John June observed the situation and prepared to give an order. He was excited. "Great. Everyone advance. Charge." The snake wasn't interested in fighting at all. It turned and fled. Its massive body rushed forward, zipping past the hunters' heads. Seeing this, a team member reported that the snake was getting away. John June felt this hunt was too easy. If it keeps going like this, it's only a matter of time before they catch it, and he'll become the first player to kill the venomous snake. The thorny snake slithered away quickly, its huge body leaving a very obvious trail, but then its eyes widened, surprise written all over its face. Ahead of it were jagged, sharp rocks, blocking its easy escape route. Someone had made a move, activating the Master of Knowledge's destruction skill, causing huge, sharp chunks of earth and rock to jut high into the air. The thorny snake ignored the obstacle and just rammed right into it. In a contest of hardness, its body was harder. The rocks shattered, and the snake charged through freely as if nothing was there. Lee Jin-ah stared wide-eyed at those guys. It looks like they were already prepared. They even knew beforehand that the venomous snake would try to escape. However, Kim Woo-jin saw things differently. He said nonchalantly, "It's starting now." Lee Jin-ah was baffled. "What? It's just starting? But it looks like it's almost over," Kim Woo-jin explained. "No, that poisonous snake never attacks head-on, and the sharp spikes on its body are. Don't you see?" On the battlefield, Johann gave the order to keep up the attack, focusing on its head. The snake lifted its head, watching the countless magical attacks aimed right at it. Thunderous explosions echoed as the spiky snake growled furiously. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind the archers and mages. The snake's tail swung high in the air, poised to slam down on them. One of the mages noticed. "Huh?" Sure enough, the snake swept its tail toward the ranged group. The ferocious snake watched from afar, its long and massive body allowing it to easily launch long-range attacks like this. However, things didn't go so smoothly for the snake. A loud crash echoed, and the thick dust forced the mage to cover his face. A warrior yelled, "Form up! We have to continue the attack! We've been assigned to protect this area." The mage glanced in that direction, and a flash of light caught his eye. Over there, a group of warriors with shields was blocking the snake's tail, preventing it from hitting the main DPS group. The mage steadied himself with a hand on the ground, his hand trembling. He pushed himself up and took off running. "Yeah, let's end this!" Ranged attacks continued to bombard the snake's head. The explosions were non-stop. Johann commanded, "It's starting to move slower. Get into formation." The rest of the group began to form up, but in the snake's eyes, they were just like ants gathering together. Its blood-red eyes pierced through the dust cloud like lasers. The spiky snake suddenly shot straight up, towering like a tree scraping the sky. Seeing this, Johann was a little surprised because the snake had been trying to run away until now. Then, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The snake's head flared out like a cobra's hood, with its jagged spikes pointing in every direction. Johann quickly shouted an order, "Cease the attack! Everyone on defense!" The moment he finished speaking, the spikes on the snake's body launched out, aiming straight for the hunters below. A rain of spikes descended, sending everyone scattering for their lives. Thunderous crashes echoed out, and the dust was so thick it was impossible to see the casualties. The spiky snake's body was now covered in black holes where its spikes had been, a truly gruesome sight. It let out a furious roar, the sound wave spreading through the forest and forcing even Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin to take a step back on their rocky perch. Kim Woo-jin was only a little surprised. He had thought the spikes would be coated in a deadly poison, but it turned out they were just ordinary spikes. Lee Jin-ah dazedly thought to herself, "That was a powerful attack, but that's all there was to it." After the sound wave passed, the snake made no further moves. The dust slowly settled, revealing Johann, completely unharmed. His glasses were cracked, and he was still reeling from the shock. What was that? That's it? It took Johann a moment to get his bearings. He thought the snake had some kind of secret weapon, but it was just a wide-area attack and not a huge problem. A warrior near a giant spike pushed himself up using it, but he heard a cracking sound as the spike shattered. He tried breaking a piece off with his hand and found that the spike was hollow, with a shell as brittle as an egg. Were these spikes really from the poisonous snake's body? He couldn't believe they were so fragile. Looking closer, he finally understood. It was completely hollow inside. The ferocious snake roared, but it no longer had any spikes or anything that could threaten them. John June loudly declared, "All right, the snake has no more spikes." He seized the opportunity, attacking right before it could recover. The hunters swarmed in, unafraid of the spiked snake. This time, the melee fighters with swords and shields joined the battle. John June pushed up his glasses, thinking smugly, "What's this? Killing a snake or whatever is no big deal." Seeing victory right in front of them, the warriors charged forward. Suddenly, someone staggered. A blonde tanker saw it and yelled, "Hey, you, stop!" He moved past his comrade, frowning as he asked, "What are you doing? Stop hesitating and move." Then, he saw his comrade covering their mouth and coughing up blood, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. This bizarre event left him stunned for a few seconds, forgetting to even move. From behind, there was another sound of heavy armor hitting the ground. Another comrade fell backward, their eyes wide as they coughed up blood. Seeing his teammates collapse one after another, the blonde tanker froze. A few seconds later, he started to feel sick and nauseous. The system sent him a notification that he had been poisoned by the spiked snake. The tankers in the rear saw this and froze. "It's poison. Fall back. Quick." Someone quickly reported back to the rear guard. "Hey, John June, we're taking heavy losses here. Many of the tankers can't fight." John June was stunned, muttering to himself, "Poison." He looked at the hollow spikes stuck in the ground. What the hell was he supposed to do now? There were no signs at all. Could those spikes be poisonous? The tankers started to retreat, while John June just stood there, trembling all over. For the tankers to collapse so quickly, it had to be a potent poison. At that moment, up in a tree, a skeleton soldier's eyes glowed, observing the entire battlefield, the panicked group of people trampling over each other as they fled. The screams were utterly chaotic. "Move! Get out of the way! Take me with you!" Kim Woo-jin, sharing the vision of his skeleton scout, sighed at the sight. What a disaster. Lee Jin-ah watched from afar, not understanding why the other group was running away. Oh man, this is so frustrating. Why the hell are they suddenly running away? Kim Woo-jin explained that they were retreating because of the spiked snake's poison. Hearing that, he screamed, "Poison? What are you talking about? You mean the spikes it shot from its body are poisonous?" Lee Jin-ah kept guessing. Or maybe there's poison inside the spikes, but he was wrong. Kim Woo-jin said that wasn't it, explaining that the recent area of effect attack also hit their rear guard. If the spikes were poisonous, the people in the back would have collapsed before the tankers did. Lee Jin-ah, like an eager student, asked, "Why's that? When did everyone get poisoned?" Then he remembered the moment the snake let out a huge roar. The sound waves spread throughout the forest. Damn it, he said the strategy was going smoothly. So what is this? The snake of death or something? Lee Jin-ah, having no ideas of his own, could only ask, "So what? What do we do now? Team up with the rest of them over there?" Kim Woo-jin stood up. "No," he said with a dangerous look. "Now that we know the source of our prey's attack, it's our turn to make a move." Behind them, the skeleton squad had finished off a group of aggressive goblins. Seeing that Kim Woo-jin intended to approach the snake, Lee Jin-ah freaked out. "What? You're gonna go over there? Are you insane?" Without turning back, Kim Woo-jin casually ordered, "I just need to get to the snake. You stay here and get ready for something else." Lee Jin-ah breathed a sigh of relief, but he could already smell a setup. "Am I really that lucky?" "No way, you bastard. I didn't come here to run your errands." Kim Woo-jin just smiled at him. "Oh, really? Lucky you. In that case, you can just leave. I've got nothing to do with this." Seeing how easily he was being ditched, Lee Jin-ah immediately changed his tune. He shook his head frantically, saying that's not what he meant, just that he was volunteering to stay and work hard as requested. That's all. The thorn snake stood motionless, not taking any action. A gentle night breeze blew, and a colorless poison gently wafted from the hollow pits on the snake's body. A figure was hiding behind a nearby tree. Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, "It's colorless, odorless, tasteless, and practically invisible, so the other players couldn't have noticed it. So that's why the entire first attack force was wiped out. The mystery was solved." He glanced at the unlucky souls sprawled on the ground. By the time they realized the danger, the damage was already irreversible. But he was different. Kim Woo-jin reached up and adjusted his bone mask. A system notification popped up. "The power of Apophis is activating. You are immune to the thorn snake's poison. The thorn snake's poison enhances the effect of hemolysis." Seeing that last message, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. He never expected the power of Apophis could also boost hemolysis. Talk about a lucky break. Suddenly, something caught Kim Woo-jin's eye. He looked down at a spear lying on the ground. Kim Woo-jin crouched down and opened his system window for a look. He browsed the items in his inventory. Kim Woo-jin mused, "With a body that big, its hide must be incredibly thick. I'll deal with it piece by piece instead of taking it head on." He smirked. "That'll be more effective." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a young man with a red cord on his wrist slammed his fist into a tree. John June couldn't stop blaming himself. "Damn it, I don't know what to do. Everything that happened is my fault," he asked a teammate. "How many people made it out?" Jin Hong turned and answered, "I'm not sure. I caught a glimpse of about 30 people while we were running, but everything's a total mess right now." He pleaded with John June, "Let's go save them. There might still be a lot of survivors." But June had other ideas. "We'll wait here. We need to gather the remaining survivors. Anyone still back there is already dead." He adjusted his glasses. Jin Hong yelled angrily, "Wait! With the people we have left, I don't even know if we can mount an attack, especially since we're seriously short on tankers," June said decisively. "All we'd be doing is collecting bodies. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Instead, It's better if we regroup our members and try again. He'd already given up on succeeding this time. Going back now would just be feeding ourselves to that snake. Jin Hong grabbed his head and swore, pointing at the exhausted survivors gathering nearby. But there are still people left. Affected by the snake's poison, everyone felt sick, clutching their heads. Jin Hong demanded, "So there's no other choice but to abandon our comrades like this? How can you even say that?" John June clenched his fists, thinking, even if we regroup, the outcome is obvious. Fighting without a tanker is like going into battle with no armor. Still, at times like this, I have to keep a level head. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance, snapping the group to attention. "This sound," a panicked team member said, "you don't think it's heading this way, do you?" "Just in case." John June immediately gave the order. "Quick, pinpoint that snake's location." A player skilled in scouting immediately leaped into the trees. With his agility and nimble movements, he found a sturdy branch high above. Looking into the distance to find the snake's location, the scout immediately froze. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, the person below got impatient. "What are you doing? Report the location already." The scout struggled to find the words. Although it was hard to believe, a player was fighting the spiked snake. This news stunned John June. "What?" Jin Hong was skeptical. He impatiently demanded, "Is that for real? Explain it better. Hurry up." The scout pointed towards the snake. "Like I said, someone is fighting the spiked snake. If you don't believe me, come up here and see for yourself." John June was petrified on the spot, unable to believe it. Someone's just breathing in that hellhole, just like that? Jin Hong was stunned, questioning incredulously. "For real?" John June broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that it was impossible to even get close because of the snake's poison. To confirm, the whole group jumped up to a high branch to get a look, and they really did see the snake being attacked by someone. They all had the same thought: how is that possible? John June quickly realized the problem. Wait a minute, does that mean the poison is gone now? If not, then how? He clenched his fist. Right now, if we... But everyone is already exhausted. After a moment of internal struggle, John June made up his mind. "Let's go in." Jin Hong's eyes widened. "Go back in there? You just said that was suicide." John June yelled impatiently. "The report is, for some reason, the spiked snake's poison has disappeared." He was eager to fix his mistake. This was the perfect chance to make up for his earlier blunder. He rallied everyone, saying that if they didn't team up to catch it now, they might not get another chance. On the distant battlefield, the spiked snake had lost its spikes and was growling ferociously. Its body was being hit by a constant barrage of arrows. Dull thuds echoed out, but the snake was completely unharmed. In fact, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were just pissing it off, but the skeleton soldiers below were emotionless, showing no fear, just continuously firing arrows on Kim Woo-jin's command. Thanks to the skeleton soldiers creating a diversion, he was free to circle around to the snake's rear, thinking to himself that, as expected, arrows and spears couldn't penetrate its thick hide. The snake was unaware of the approaching danger as Kim Woo-jin, holding two sharp spears, jumped onto its body, but there was a simple way to do it. Infect it with blood poison by bypassing its tough hide. Continuously harassed by the skeleton soldier's arrows, the spiked snake went berserk. Its bloodshot eyes filled with rage as it opened its mouth wide and charged at the skeleton soldiers. Seeing the snake wanting to engage in close combat, the two skeleton soldiers below immediately went on alert. The spiked snake lowered its head, its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow these two annoying skeleton soldiers. However, the skeleton soldiers were incredibly agile. They both leaped into the air, dodging the snake's powerful attack. The snake lost its momentum, and its head slammed into the ground, sending dust flying. By now, Kim Woo-jin had already gotten close to its head, but it was completely unaware. Seizing this opportunity, he twirled the spear in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Stab! Kim Woo-jin plunged the two sharp spears into the dark holes on the snake's body. The system sent a notification that the spiked snake had been infected with blood poison. A soul-searing pain made the snake immediately whip its head around to look at him, the culprit who had just wounded it. Kim Woo-jin spoke to it like an old friend. "The spikes disappear, and these holes appear, so I'll just stick a spear covered in blood poison in here." A faint poisonous gas emanated from inside the holes. He paid it no mind and said, "In human terms, you could call them pores. That must hurt like hell, huh?" Who knows if the snake understood, but it opened its mouth wide and hissed at him. Kim Woo-jin smirked. "You were deliberately running away and pretending to be in danger just now, weren't you? That's how you get humans to let their guard down and get closer." The snake immediately lunged toward him. He took out a new spear, chuckling to himself. The players who fell for its trick would never have seen this coming. Kim Woo-jin raised the spear high. Those ordinary spikes disappeared, leaving only these holes. As the snake's head drew nearer, he forcefully threw the spear in his hand. In reality, a huge amount of poisonous gas was being spewed out. This time, the spear aimed straight for the snake's eye. With a sickening thud, the snake roared in pain, its eye now injured. The system continued to send notifications. The spiked serpent has been infected with blood poison, continuously taking damage. It writhed in agony, its body twisting violently, kicking up clouds of dust. However, its actions didn't harm Kim Woo-jin at all. He nimbly leaped from branch to branch, moving to another area. He glanced back and asked tauntingly, "You're a bit sluggish for your size, aren't you? How does it feel to be poisoned, huh?" Elsewhere, the corpse of a goblin slammed onto the ground. Legion Ah, disguised as Spasiva, looked toward the battlefield and complained. "He told me not to stand out, but he's the one making a huge scene." He gritted his teeth in frustration. "And he's making me move monster corpses? Why you gotta treat a talent like me so badly?" At least Kim Woo-jin was nice enough to leave a few skeleton soldiers to help him, but Legion Ah just couldn't let it go, so he flipped off one of the skeleton soldiers, getting more pissed the more he thought about it. "Eat this!" Suddenly, the skeleton soldier's jaw opened, and it was Kim Woo-jin's voice. Situation report. Lee Jin-ah totally freaked and snatched his hand back. "Holy crap, you scared me! When did you get here?" Kim Woo-jin ignored the middle finger and asked coldly, "Are you finished with the task I gave you?" Lee Jin-ah gave an awkward laugh. "Of course, just this last spot and I'll be done. But are you sure the snake will head this way? How do you even know its path?" Kim Woo-jin replied coldly. "No time for explanations. Just hurry up and finish." Lee Jin-ah yelled in frustration. "Hey, no way. You're working me like a dog without a single explanation?" He didn't care. The skeleton soldier in front of Lee Jin-ah suddenly fell silent. The connection had been severed. Kim Woo-jin figured things over there were ready, so it was time to start. He dashed through the forest, heading toward his intended target. Back at the battlefield with the spiked serpent, a skeleton soldier was frantically hacking at the snake's body with its sword. Suddenly, it turned its head as if sensing something, and a sharp blue light flashed in the skeleton soldier's eyes. Connection established. Kim Woo-jin was now in control of this skeleton soldier. He made it drop the sword in its hand, turned its head to look at the sharp, gleaming spears nearby, and immediately went to grab one. Kim Woo-jin controlled the skeleton's body, making it charge forward with the spear. His target was the damn spiked serpent not far away. After getting a running start, he made it leap high into the air. Then, Kim Woo-jin maneuvered the skeleton's body, zigzagging between the tree branches. Thanks to the element of surprise, he successfully ambushed the snake. 2 spears plunged into 2 of the holes on its body. The snake writhed in agony, caught completely off guard by the enemy's attack. The system announced that the spiked serpent had been afflicted with blood poison. The snake immediately turned and located the skeleton soldier. Kim Woo-jin was controlling, but he had already decisively severed the connection. The now uncontrolled skeleton soldier came to its senses, only to find that its master, Kim Woo-jin, had left it in a deadly predicament. Right in front of it was the massive, gaping mouth of the spiked serpent. Then, another skeleton soldier nearby took a running start and leaped up. This skeleton was also holding 2 poison-laced spears, launching itself into the air and aiming for the snake's head. A second later, the 2 spears plunged into the pores right on the snake's head. That move just saved its comrade, and also forced the snake's head down. The skeleton soldier that just attacked suddenly spoke in Kim Woo-jin's voice. "To make you live up to your name, Thorn Snake, I'll give you a little makeover." With that, Kim Woo-jin controlled the skeleton to relentlessly stab its spear into the thorn snake's pores, while the snake was completely helpless. The system announced that the thorn snake had been afflicted with blood poison, and its abilities were decreasing. By now, the black pores on the snake's head were bristling with countless spears, looking like newly sprouted thorns, but only the snake knew how agonizing they were. It panicked and tried to flee. Not far away, a skeleton soldier held a poison spear, staring intently at the beast. This was the skeleton he was currently possessing. He prepared to throw his spear again. "You're so big, it's taking a while for the poison to kick in, huh?" After speaking, he forcefully threw the spear towards the snake. Immediately after, he switched his connection to the skeleton soldier that was clinging to the snake's body. This skeleton soldier's mission was to catch the spear he had just thrown. Kim Woo-jin controlled it to leap up nimbly, its gloved, bony hand snatching the spear out of the air. Next, he gathered his strength and swung, aiming for another one of the snake's pores. With a sickening squelch, The spear plunged deep. The system spammed notifications. Thorn Snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn Snake's stamina is decreasing. Thorn Snake's resistance is decreasing. The intense pain made it thrash around wildly, but its opponent was just too cunning, so the snake could do nothing but roar in agony. It tried shaking its head violently to fling the skeletons off, but they just held on tight to the spears, gripping the edges of the pores, making it impossible to dislodge them. So, the snake decided to make a run for it, no longer daring to face Kim Woo-jin. As it fled, the skeleton Kim Woo-jin was controlling took the chance to leap off its body. He landed on a nearby tree branch, couldn't take it anymore, and had to run. Kim Woo-jin disconnected from the skeleton soldier, returning to his original body. The snake, barely able to see, fled for its life. In its path lay the scattered corpses of several goblins. Little did it know, its tragedy was just getting started. The moment it reached them, boom, a massive explosion erupted. The corpse explosion skill of the Envoy of the Underworld had been activated. The snake's head was caught in the blast, and it dazedly lifted its head from the thick black smoke. It shook its head, trying to clear the fumes and regain its senses. Then, the snake turned and fled in the opposite direction. Kim Woo-jin, watching through the eyes of a skeleton soldier, saw it running and smirked. Running the other way is useless too, and just as he predicted, its new escape route was also littered with a pile of goblin corpses. As its roaring head charged past the bodies, Kim Woo-jin triggered another explosion. The corpse explosion skill of the Envoy of the Underworld has been activated. The snake only had time to see the flash of fire erupt right beneath its jaw. This explosion set off a chain reaction. A continuous series of booms echoed out, and brilliant flames lit up the entire sky. The system sent a notification. Thorn Snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn Snake's resistance is decreasing. Thorn Snake's health is decreasing. It has been eliminated. The scene shifts to an office, where a newspaper is slammed down on a desk with a breaking headline on the front page. Fourth floor dungeon attack fails. Oh, Se-chan smirked meaningfully. So, this is how the personal army raised by Park Shin-hye ends. This is getting more and more interesting. If they manage to clear the 6th floor dungeon, I wonder how heartbroken Park Shin-hye will be. He instructed Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the front of the Thorny Snake dungeon. Oh, Se-chan was stunned. Huh? It hasn't even been a week since they went in, has it? Chairman Jang laughed and said, "It's not like I want to spend a lot of money just for them to wear masks. If no one around pays attention, they can coordinate and show their true strength." Secretary Osei-chan tilted his head and looked at him. So, like usual, we can't rent any car from a junkyard? Their identities are now Russian nationals. He immediately stood up. We have to prepare a diplomatic vehicle so we can pull out immediately if something happens. Hearing the word diplomatic, Chairman Jang broke out in a sweat, his heart aching. Diplomatic? How much more money is that going to cost? So he made a pouty face and called out to Osei-chan. Wait, hold on, Secretary Lee, can anyone even do diplomatic stuff without a car? Knowing his boss's stinginess, he answered no and slammed the door shut. Back in the dungeon, Lee Jin-ah stood on a cliff observing the whole scene. Seeing the snake being forced to flee in the exact direction Kim Woo-jin had planned, she was amazed, thinking, did that guy actually predict its escape route? Using explosions to block it and hurt it in there, Kim Woo-jin and his group of skeleton soldiers surrounded the snake, finally cornering it in the right spot. The snake shook its head, trying to clear the black smoke, its body covered in gruesome wounds. The system announced that the blood poison had spread throughout the thorny snake's entire body. Kim Woo-jin smiled. Even though it looked full of energy, it was too late. Below, the skeleton soldiers continued to fire arrows into the snake's body. In pain, it angrily turned its head to glare at the skeletons. But the skeletons weren't letting up. They just kept shooting. The enraged snake turned to hiss back, but when it turned right, the skeletons on the left attacked. Startled, it glared to the left. Kim Woo-jin thought they were having too much fun. Now there was no need to attack with full force since the blood poison was spreading through its body. The longer it took, the more its stamina would drain, only prolonging its suffering. Meanwhile, John June led his team, rushing towards the snake at full speed. As he ran, he was confused. All he had heard so far were screams. It was clear that most of the players had been overwhelmed by this dungeon. John June was really curious. Just what kind of person was he? While they were running, all the players in the dungeon received a notification. The thorny snake has been killed. Everyone was shocked. What? The thorny snake has already been taken care of? One person was overjoyed. Now we can get out of here alive, another person asked. Was it that guy? He'll probably take the thorny snake's corpse before he leaves. John June's eyes widened. No way. Someone actually hunted that monster? Jin Hong saw him stop and immediately turned back, shouting, John June, this way, hurry up! He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately started running. That's right, I can't leave without getting something out of this. John June changed his objective. He had to see that person's face. Over on his side, Kim Woo-jin received another notification from the system. You have achieved the title of Master Thorny Snake Hunter. The representative of the world of shadows has bestowed a portion of their power upon you. Second notification, Master Thorny Snake Hunter. Achievement rank, unique. Achievement effect, all stats plus 20. Thorny Snake Hunter. Achievement rank. Achievement effect, all stats plus 3. Next was a notification that the rank of the blood poison skill had increased by 1 level, rewarded with a proficiency stone. A light descended from the sky onto Kim Woo-jin. His level had increased, and finally, a personal quest for him. Notification, find and collect the yellow dragon within the thorny snake's body. Staring at the giant snake's body in front of him, Kim Woo-jin sighed to himself. What a pain. Just then, John June's group came running. However, a figure blocked their path. Lee Jin-ah, disguised as Spasiva, stood in the middle of the road and yelled at them in English. Back off! Jin-hong was stunned. What? Why are you blocking our way? John June tried to persuade him. Hey, we're not here to hurt you guys. Lee Jin-ah didn't say a word, just raised her hand in a stopping motion, not letting them pass. One of John June's teammates turned to the others and asked, he doesn't know Korean. Does anyone here speak English? John June cautiously raised both hands as a sign of peace. Hey buddy, I just want to take a quick look. We're not bad guys. In response, he was met with Lee Jin-ah's cold stare and 3 massive skeleton soldiers, which sent a chill down his spine. Are those skeleton soldiers? Looking at the skeletons, John June realized that if they were skeletons, they wouldn't be affected by the poison gas. Although it would be effective against the thorn snake, that was just unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. The player gathering was infiltrated, but there's no way the thorn snake attack could have failed. There was still something he couldn't grasp. Just as he was thinking he needed to check the thorn snake's limbs himself, a sudden tremor came from the distance. A flock of birds flew out of the forest in a panic. Jin-hong and his teammates' eyes widened when they saw the cause of the commotion. One of John June's teammates turned to the others and asked, What is that? Even Lee Jin-ah, Kim Woo-jin's ally, had to turn and look. Behind them, the snake lifted its head, but its flesh and blood were melting away, leaving only a giant skeleton. John June struggled to find his voice. That's the thorn snake. He was terrified. Don't tell me he's trying to summon a skeleton? Taking advantage of Lee Jin-ah's distraction, John June dashed forward. He ducked low, avoiding Lee Jin-ah's line of sight, determined to see who was there. John June didn't hesitate, running at full speed, and zipped past Lee Jin-ah. However, in the next second, a dark figure flashed in front of Lee Jin-ah, reached out an arm, easily grabbing John June by the neck and throwing him down. He was shocked by the speed and strength of this blonde Russian guy. With a loud thud, John June was slammed to the ground, his body sliding across the dirt. When he stopped, he gritted his teeth and asked, What kind of move was that? Lee Jin-ah, playing the part of the aggressive Russian, angrily repeated the threat in English. I told you. Back off. John June, realizing he couldn't get past this defense, told his crew, Damn it, let's get out of here and check. I remember his face. Meanwhile, on Kim Woo-jin's side, as the snake turned into a skeleton, a yellowish gold orb appeared right under its head. The brilliant golden orb was dazzlingly bright, spinning in midair, radiating with abundant energy. Kim Woo-jin, in his Arca disguise, smirked. That saves me the trouble of looking for it. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Skeleton summoning failed due to low skill level, cannot create skeleton. The giant snake skeleton began to crack and came crashing down to the ground. The bones were so large and heavy that the impact was huge, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A moment later, the wind blew the dust away, and a figure slowly emerged. Kim Woo-jin was holding the orb, and the system announced that he had acquired the Master of the Yellow Dragon. Master of the Yellow Dragon, a legendary grade item, usable at level 1. The one who wields the Yellow Dragon possesses great magical power, granting a plus 50 bonus to magic power effectiveness and a 20% increase in magic power recovery speed. Outside the dungeon, a white car was parked right at the entrance. Inside a car, a reporter was already typing up a headline, Spiked Serpent Attack Fails. He spoke up, It's been a week, and still no word. Huh. His colleague put his hands behind his head. Of course there's no news. No one expected them to succeed from the start. The first reporter chimed in, You're right. If they actually succeeded, it would be a huge shock. The colleague shook his head, looking bored. It'd be great if this just ended quickly. We can't just stay here forever. As reporters, we should just move on from this story. Suddenly, an announcement was heard from outside the car. The raid was a success. The pot-bellied reporter immediately threw open the door and rushed out to get the scoop. He was completely shocked. How is this possible? In front of them, countless reporters from various news agencies had already swarmed the entire pathway. The non-stop sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air. Someone shouted loudly, "Who's the person in charge here?" "Isn't anyone in charge?" Yo-jun and Jin Hong, who had just exited the dungeon, were frantically looking for someone from the Unicorn Guild's support team. "Damn it. Where are they?" Someone called out. "Here, over here." Yo-jun, looking furious, yelled, "Stop all the Russians! Those are the guys who hunted the spiked serpent. Stop them! We can't let them get out of here." Jin Hong recognized their faces. When he saw the two figures disguised as Russians, Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah, step out, he quickly shouted, "There they are! Those are the guys from before. They're the ones who took down the spiked serpent." The group of reporters continuously snapped photos and fired questions. "Please give us an interview. How are you feeling right now?" Meanwhile, Yo-jun was blocked by the crowd of reporters. He could do nothing but shout as he watched Kim Woo-jin leave. Stop them from leaving." Pushed around by the crowd, he cursed in frustration. "Get out of the way. Didn't you hear what I said?" By the time he managed to break through the crowd, a black car with a distinctive blue license plate was already waiting to take Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah away. Jo-jun looked at the license plate, so angry he could spit blood. "Damn those guys. We can't stop a diplomat's car." Inside the car, Lee Jin-ah happily shook his leg. "Man, Osei-chan must have spent a fortune. Now we can finally kick back and relax on a soft cushion." He peeled off his disguise mask, revealing his usual handsome face. "So, who do you think just showed up? We just caught a giant spiked serpent, didn't we? Isn't that totally awesome?" Seeing Kim Woo-jin just tapping on his phone without answering, he shot him an annoyed glare. "If you're gonna work me like a dog, shouldn't you at least tell me what's going on?" Kim Woo-jin completely ignored him and made a call to someone. "This is Kim Woo-jin. Yes, I just got back from the raid." The person on the other end of the line was Oh-se-chan. He was sitting in front of his computer, scrolling through the news. Kim Woo-jin, "Oh no, I mean Isaac Ivanov. How does it feel to be a hero?" Kim Woo-jin asked back. "Well, what's the atmosphere like right now?" Oh-se-chan laughed and said, "Right now, every single headline is focused on you. The Spiked Serpent Annihilation Raid, the hunt for the Spiked Serpent." Who is Isaac Ivanov? Isaac Ivanov is the most talked about topic. A new skill has appeared. Anyway, it's not a waste to use up some fame all at once. Oh, Se-chan was hatching a new plan. To build up Isaac Ivanov's value, how about we operate on a bigger stage? If you don't mind, I have a proposal. He thought to himself that the name would be very useful for gaining access rights to certain dungeons. Even so, he had planned to suggest it himself, but since he brought it up first, it was much easier. He suddenly became polite to, "Oh, Se-chan. That's great. Then I'll be in your care from now on." "Oh," Se-chan said. "All right, while you were heading into the dungeon, something pretty interesting happened. Do you know Jin Hyemi, one of Park Shin-hye's personal bodyguards? The team she was leading got wiped out while entering the 4th floor. It's not weird for players to die in a dungeon, so it didn't seem like a big deal. But I analyzed the data my own way. It looks like a spy infiltrated Jin Hyemi's team, and I've got info on the players who got support from the Yamato Federation." Oh, Se-chan held up a bank statement, impressed. Even though I saw it coming, the Skull Guild really made a solid move. Kim Woo-jin was confused. "Why are you telling me this?" Oh, Se-chan replied calmly. "There's no point in hiding things from me. I know all about your relationship with Park Shin-hye and the Skull Guild." Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, "So you're starting to go after Park Shin-hye by eavesdropping, huh?" Turns out, Oh, Se-chan is no ordinary guy. The diplomatic vehicle stopped at the rendezvous point. A rest stop. Kim Woo-jin opened the door and got out. "This is our stop." Lee Jin-ah was stunned. "Huh? We're getting out now?" He started rambling. "Oh, did Osei-chan say he was going to treat us to a meal for all our hard work?" Lee Jin-ah just kept on talking. "Even if he didn't, I'm seriously craving some rest stop tofu right now. Why are we stopping here?" Kim Woo-jin patted a beat-up car. "I'll be using this from now on." Seeing a car that looked older than he was, Lee Jin-ah couldn't believe it. What? His tall frame was not made for this car. He had to scrunch up the second he got in. Lee Jin-ah angrily cursed. "Oh, Se-chan, so that's how it is. Damn it, I was wondering why he'd lend us such an expensive car." He was cursing up a storm with no cooldown. But seriously, no matter how you slice it, just look at this clunker. It looks like it was dragged straight out of a junkyard. This is so frustrating. How can a car be this filthy? Does anyone in the world still drive a car like this? Kim Woo-jin felt a little offended and said flatly, "This is my car." Hearing that, Lee Jin-a's attitude did a 180. He laughed nervously. Ha ha. A car that runs this smooth without a single oil leak is obviously top tier in our country, right? Of course, the man still driving this car must be intelligent and patriotic. Remembering they hadn't eaten, Kim Woo-jin mentioned that Oh Se-chan had left some food money in the glove compartment. He suggested that if they were hungry, they should eat before leaving. Lee Jin-ah opened the compartment in front of him, and inside was an envelope. He picked it up, his eyes lit up with expectation. No way! He's actually paying for our food? Are pigs gonna fly? He turned the envelope upside down, and only a few coins fell out. 2,500 won. That's not enough to buy a decent meal. Kim Woo-jin started the car and drove away. That's Oh Se-chan for you. The headlines were all about the first person to hunt the spiny serpent, Isaac Ivanov. Who's that? Is Isaac Ivanov a necromancer? Is a new skill tree going to appear? Are foreigners going to keep entering Korea's dungeons? Online news sites were also buzzing. Political, economic, social, and world news. An exclusive interview with An Hong-jun, a member of the Spiny Serpent Raid. Below the video were countless angry comments. That damn Russian took the A+ rank. He's claiming he was attacked? That jerk. Why are we even letting foreigners in? What a load of crap. I knew it. Our players are all talk and no action. If that's the case, shouldn't they give it to the Messiah Guild? Oh Se-chan read the comments and remarks. The public narrative has shifted from curious to negative. Especially Anon Jun. This person's interview content is making public opinion worse. She asked for permission to act. The matter you instructed me on. Shall I start now? Oh Se-chan nodded with a smile. Go ahead. We have to have a response, right? The internet exploded again when world news sites released a new story, an exclusive interview with Isaac Inao. Breaking news, Isaac Inao. I've always greatly admired the Messiah Guild. Isaac Inao, my idol is Lee Se-jun. I want to do things that others don't, just like the Messiah Guild. Public opinion began to shift. If his idol is Lee Se-jun, Isaac probably isn't a bad guy. Just as I thought, you can't just listen to one side of the story. I support Isaac. Lee Se-jun is a respectable Korean. I acknowledge you. Why haven't we thrown our support behind him yet? Reading the news, Kim Woo-jin smiled knowingly. He praised him internally. Oh, Se-chan is amazing. Isn't this just changing public opinion? Since he's already made a statement like this, the Messiah Guild can't just sit back and do nothing. He looked at his phone, sighing internally about his opponent's unwise move. Even if they don't try to win him over, they should at least put on a show. To think the Messiah Guild would take the bait just because of some media play. Looking at the pile of weapons before him, Kim Woo-jin eagerly awaited the Messiah Guild's reaction. Until those guys get close, I have to be thoroughly prepared. Suddenly, his phone notified him of new breaking news. He immediately clicked to see. A notification popped up. Breaking news. Park Young-won clears the 6th floor dungeon. Read more. Kim Woo-jin smiled. It's finally here. At the press conference, Young-won confidently faced countless blinding camera flashes. The sound of camera shutters clicked non-stop. Secretary Kim rushed over and whispered, "Director, there's something I need to report." Young-won said softly, "If it's not urgent, let's deal with it later." Secretary Kim leaned in close to his ear and reported, "It is urgent. Jin Hyemi's team has been wiped out in the dungeon." This news made Young-won's smug, smiling face harden. He frowned and immediately gestured for his male secretary to step forward and take over. He waved goodbye to the press and left, letting his representative announce, "This concludes the press conference for now. We need to take Mr. Young-won to the hospital for a health checkup." Young-won's representative shared that the official press materials would be organized and distributed at the Phoenix Guild. Meanwhile, he left the scene in a huff. We'll discuss the details in the car. Then he got into his private car, and the engine started as it drove away. In the car, Secretary Kim reported that a few days ago, an anonymous person had sent a bank statement to the office. Young-won was confused. Anonymous, unknown source. Can it be trusted? Secretary Kim was a bit worried. She couldn't understand the intention behind sending the document, but it wasn't entirely untrustworthy either. According to the report, the investigation team returned to the dungeon to assess the situation. Most of the team members were dead, and their injuries were not from monster attacks. Jin Hyemi's team was the only one that entered that dungeon, so it couldn't have been caused by another guild. Hearing this, Young-won understood the problem. He furiously snapped the tablet in his hands in half. So that means they planted a mole in my personal guard? Looks like we got bitten by the Skull Guild. That night, at the Messiah Guild's headquarters building, inside the council meeting room, someone spoke up. What should we do about Park Young-won from now on? Park Shin-hye spoke coldly. If you want to be a scapegoat for the media later, then go ahead. You've been a little too active lately. The person being referred to was Sakahara Ken. He replied, well, I'm working with the Skull Guild. I'm trying to handle this mess. Park Shin-hye stood up and slammed the table. What did you just say? This is no time to be acting so recklessly. What happened in the Lansarden warrior dungeon last time? He pointed to an empty chair. If you're going to handle business, do it properly. Even Kim Dae-hun got dragged into it, which is a death sentence. Are you trying to expose our relationship with the Skull Guild to the entire world? Oh, Seichon warned. Even though you guys don't care how things operate behind the scenes, this incident can't be ignored. He glanced at the empty chair, feeling a sense of regret. Kim Dae-hun, that kid was all talk and no skill, and in the end, he couldn't even die with his own name to it. Park Shin-hye crossed her arms and concluded, our Messiah Guild can no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild. She ordered, cease all joint business with the Skull Guild immediately. Sakahara Ken slammed the table in protest. We can't do that. The Guildmaster is currently absent. We can't just follow your arbitrary decision. Park Shin-hye was uncompromising. She made one thing clear. You probably don't understand, but these words are the Master's will. Hearing that, Sakahara Ken's brows furrowed tightly. He seemed resentful but said nothing more. Noda Hajime narrowed his eyes at Park Shin-hye, wanting to speak but holding his tongue. Finally, the meeting ended. Everyone went their own way. The two Japanese men walked together, and Sakahara Ken asked in a low voice, look, Hajime, what do you think? He lowered his voice. This whole thing is unacceptable, right? Sakahara Ken nodded. That's right. Maybe it's time for us to go a different path from the Messiah Guild. The next day, at Park Shin-hye's private residence, Kim Woo-jin was talking with him. If it was Jin Hyemi's team, weren't they a pretty capable squad? I didn't expect something like this to happen. Park Shin-hye frowned and said, to be honest, but I was looking for a business plan to profit from digging up dirt on those scoundrels. Now the whole game has changed. I won't be satisfied until I've wiped them all out. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin remained silent. A moment later, he spoke hesitantly. He recalled memories from his past life. Park Shin-hye, he was more ambitious than anyone. 10 years from now, Park Shin-hye would bring items to Japan, sell them, and then go into exile there. People who didn't know the full story cursed Park Shin-hye as a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because he was afraid everything he had would be dragged down with the Messiah Guild. Even if he would turn his back on his own country to protect his life and property, he couldn't ignore the current situation. Kim Woo-jin made a request. Let me join your personal guard. He stated his opinion. You probably want to use me to hunt them down, but I don't intend to be the kind of guy you can just use and toss aside. These words made Park Shin-hye laugh. He thought to himself, join my personal guard? Look at this kid. He tapped the table and thought. Kim Woo-jin, I didn't expect this kid to come to me. He's willing to put himself under my command even if it's a threat, so what is he really planning? Whatever, if he can help me crush the Skull Guild, then his real intentions don't matter. With that thought, Park Shin-hye slammed the table and made his decision. Excellent, he asked. So you're saying you'll take care of the Skull Guild for me? Instead, I'm the one who has to protect you, right? Kim Woo-jin nodded. Yeah, if you need me, then that's what you have to do. It just so happens I also have a score to settle with the Skull Guild. Park Shin-hye smirked, gloating internally. Good. That's exactly the answer I wanted to hear. After sealing the deal, Kim Woo-jin left the mansion, already scheming. From now on, all the responsibility for his actions. He looked up, a sly grin spreading across his face. Park Shin-hye, you're going to have to shoulder all of it. I'm truly grateful. The next day, at the Yon Corporation's high-rise office building, he met with the chairman in his office. The male secretary reviewed his contract and announced, since the contract terms have been adjusted to the highest level, I'll go ahead and process it for you. Hearing this, Kim Woo-jin stood up and nodded to them. Yes, I understand. I'll be counting on your support. He then left the office, closing the door behind him. Secretary Nam adjusted his glasses. Kim Woo-jin, how did you manage to get into Park Shin-hye's personal guard? You haven't even been in the guild for half a year. Did he just hand it to you? I've been working here for years, and even now, with my stellar record, it seems I'm still not qualified for the guard team. The chairman was lost in thought. I'm not sure, but it must have something to do with things we don't know about. Park Shin-hye is definitely not the type to act without a reason. In the descending elevator, someone asked, did you hear the news? That punk who backstabbed his old teammates made it into Park Shin-hee's personal guard. Kim Woo-jin stood in the middle of the crowd, gossiping about him, his hood pulled up. I heard that too. How the hell did that kid get into the guard? I bet he just got lucky and found a rare item or something. Gotta be honest, I'm a little jealous. Damn it. As they stepped out of the elevator, the group kept on talking. Jealous of what? He's just a leech, sucking up to stay here anyway. Kim Woo-jin didn't pay them any mind. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, a sly grin on his face. He couldn't deny that luck was on his side. But that didn't matter. The hunt has just begun. The phone on the desk started ringing and vibrating, displaying the caller ID, Kim Woo-jin. Oh, Se-chan picked up, joking. Now, who could this be? Could it be Mr. Isaac himself? You must be calling about something urgent to contact me when you're this busy. After hearing Kim Woo-jin's request, he frowned. What? A fake ID? Lee Jin-ah, who was sitting across from Oh-se-chan, let out a long, bored yawn. What the hell is that bastard plotting this time? Seriously. He heard Oh-se-chan say, well, it's not that I can't do it, he explained. However, it's a bit tricky to handle the people in charge of the guild and the dungeon. But alright, I'll get it ready right away. Hanging up, Oh-se-chan shared the info. He wants to use a fake ID to enter a dungeon. I guess we'll find out what he's up to soon enough. Lee Jin-ah scratched his head, still looking half asleep. But man, why are you helping him if you don't even know the details? Don't tell me you've started to completely trust that Kim Woo-jin guy. Oh-se-chan gave a sly smile. I don't trust people. I'm just trying to figure out who his sword is aimed at. That will decide whether he's someone we should side with. Knowing his target is the deciding factor, because a person's desire never lies. The scene changes to a powerful white sports car speeding down the road. Inside the car, a burly man asked, "You're saying Kim Woo-jin is keeping tabs on the Skull Guild?" Lee Se-jun looked at him and nodded in confirmation. That's very possible. He said it seems like Park Shin-hye is also determined to have a proper showdown with the Skull Guild. Lee Se-jun rested his chin on his hand and analyzed. Most of the Skull Guild's members are also entering the dungeon today. So, it'll be a good opportunity for both Park Shin-hye and Kim Woo-jin. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Woo-jin will form a party and create a fake ID. Oh, Se-chan said grimly. I don't care about that. His goal is singular, as long as Kim Woo-jin enters the dungeon. Then, the car sped off towards the target location. Night fell on Yongjong Island, where dim streetlights illuminated an empty lot. Nearby, there was a registration booth. The person in charge asked, "What's your name?" Kim Woo-jin stepped forward, using his newly created fake identity, Lee Jong-hoon. The attendant began to give instructions. "Mr. Lee Jong-hoon, you came alone, right? Please register here. We don't have a guide inside the dungeon, so you can read this instead." He took the instruction sheet containing information about the two-headed dog dungeon. 2 floors, difficulty, D rank, dungeon capacity, 61 people. Entry requirement, must be below level 40. Clear condition, kill the two-headed dog. Clear reward, none. Kim Woo-jin was a bit surprised. Even though it was just a D-rank dungeon, its capacity was a whopping 61 people. The dungeon's management was also sloppy. There was no better place to deceive people than here. He returned to his car, lost in thought for a moment. He had anticipated this, but this dungeon was clearly a trap to lure him out. Just then, bright headlights shone directly at Kim Woo-jin. Opposite his old, beat-up car were 2 striking white vehicles. Someone got out of the car. Kim Woo-jin looked curiously at this group. He had expected a few skilled players, but this guy was in Oh-se-chan's office. His subordinate received the news, unable to hide his surprise. What? Kang Ji-hoo. Oh, Se-chan looked up. Why is that name here? His subordinate immediately reported, I've already checked the list. I think he entered the dungeon under the alias Kang Ji-hoo. Oh, Se-chan asked, is it the same dungeon on Yongjong Island as Kim Woo-jin? Lee Jin-ah, who didn't seem to know who this person was, asked, Kang Ji-hoo, who's that? Oh, Se-chan reluctantly held his head in his hands. There's a troublemaker among the rookies under level 50. He's a member of the Knights of the Round Table. We're screwed. Back at the parking lot on Yongjong Island, Kim Woo-jin got a clear look at the opponent's face, Kang Ji-hoo. He shot a glance at the guy. I can't believe the Messiah Guild would send Kang Ji-hoo this early. But then again, that guy is also one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, they are a group of players who possess legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur. The guild also includes their followers, the Knights of the Round Table. They fought on behalf of the collapsed government to protect those who suffered. Just like a messiah. As time went on, the knights grew weaker and became guards for Park Jin-hyuk, the wielder of Merlin's magic, and they were the originators of the Messiah. Later, Kim Woo-jin discovered that everything was just a fiction they had conspired to create. The weakening of the Knights of the Round Table was obviously the work of the Poison King. For sure, many of the Knights of the Round Table were his victims. Kim Woo-jin analyzed silently. The necklace that Kang Ji-hoo now possesses must have been taken from its original owner, a Knight of the Round Table. If it's them, then they're definitely capable of something like that. They're also the ones who remained. As he was lost in thought, he opened the system window. The C-rank control stone was untradeable, and its effect was to upgrade a skill from D rank to C rank. It might look like an ordinary stone, but Kim Woo-jin didn't think so. However, it was still a dangerous item for anyone who possessed it. He didn't need to save his strength right now. The system sent a notification that the control stone had been used on the Skeleton Soldier control skill. Skeleton Soldier Control. The skill's rank up increases the ability to summon skeleton soldiers and the number that can be summoned. The effect increases as the skill level goes up, boosting the skeleton soldier's abilities by 20%, and he could now summon 5 more of them. Kim Woo-jin got out of the car and closed the door. He heard someone from the other party say, "We're going into the dungeon. Everyone get ready." A moment later, everyone entered the dungeon. As usual, the quest window popped up with a notification. Please eliminate 3,000 monsters to move to the next floor. A player complained, "What? 3,000 monsters?" Someone sighed. "This sucks. I'd rather kill 1 or 2 strong monsters instead. That's way easier." Taesung glanced at Ji-hoo beside him. 3,000 monsters. It's not dangerous, but it's gonna take a lot of time. Ji-hoo stabbed his sword into the ground and coldly ordered Taesung, "Fine. It'll be easier to backstab Kim Woo-jin and make it look like an accident in all this chaos. Now stop wasting time and find out where he is." Nearby, Sung-hoon pointed towards the Skull Guild. "Commander, those guys." Oh Se-chan turned to look, a bit surprised. The Skull Guild? They entered the dungeon dressed like that? Don't they understand their situation right now? He saw someone point in a certain direction and signal that something was happening over there, so the whole guild immediately moved that way. Ji-hoo sneered to himself. They can't even handle their own problems, yet they keep messing things up. Such a bunch of incompetent bastards. Then he suddenly remembered Noda Hajime and Sakahara Ken. They were probably warned not to get involved in this. How dare they disobey the boss's orders? I'll kill them after we get out of this dungeon. Oh, Se-chan instructed his teammates. Don't worry about the Skull Guild, we just need to do our job. No matter what happens, we have to deal with Kim Woo-jin ourselves. He slammed the heavy sword in his hand down, his face grim and filled with killing intent. Let me know as soon as you find him. His skill is poisonous blood, so don't be careless when you approach him, and you can kill anyone who gets in your way. I'll take full responsibility for it. In the forest, there was the sound of swift and fierce movement. A black-haired figure darted by like the wind. He sighed to himself. He never expected to have to attack the Skull Guild right from the first floor. Kim Woo-jin, that bastard. We're not usually this determined, are we? After running for a bit, Sung-ho stopped by a large tree trunk. He peeked out to observe the situation. Are Park Shin-hye's royal guards in this dungeon too? His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes widening in shock, because Sung-ho saw skeletons fighting monster skeleton soldiers. It seems like one of their members brought a necromancer. How cunning. He looked around nervously, but why haven't I seen Kim Woo-jin yet? Just as he thought that, a figure approached. Sung-ho glanced behind him, breaking out in a cold sweat. The figure was none other than Kim Woo-jin. Sung-ho's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. He swiftly drew his blade and lunged at Kim Woo-jin. Stab. The sound of a weapon slicing through flesh rang out as hot red blood splattered everywhere. In a single move, the weapon in Dung-ho's hand was sent flying. A long gash was slashed across his chest, shattering his armor. He raised his hand to surrender, pleading weakly, "Stop. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I have nothing to do with the Skull Guild." Kim Woo-jin just pointed upwards. "Nothing to do with them, huh? The guy up there told me you were one of them." Hearing that, Dung-ho looked up. "Huh?" The guy up there was a corpse, dangling in the wind from a branch right above his head. When he got a clear look at the face, Dung-ho gritted his teeth, thinking, there's no way that guy could have said that. They actually knew each other. They'd met in a restroom, where the blonde guy had given him strict orders, saying Ma Chu-mo had failed. That's why, even if I'm in danger, you are not to interfere. At any cost, you must survive and report everything that happened in this tomb to our master. Remember that. This is more important than our lives. With this heavy responsibility on his shoulders, Dung-ho desperately yelled, "What are you talking about? I've never seen him before in my life. Why are you doing this?" Kim Woo-jin didn't bother listening to his crap and slashed again, knocking the man to the ground. Feeling his life fading away, Dong-ho kept his mouth shut. I really don't know anything. Kim Woo-jin had no intention of prying any information out of him. He said coldly, "You guys are more trustworthy dead than alive." Just then, a system notification announced that the Eye of Anubis had opened. Elsewhere, a skeleton soldier zipped past a warrior. Two sword-wielding skeleton soldiers charged at Jihu. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his greatsword and swung it horizontally, aiming to shatter the skeleton's brittle bones. But he never expected that one skeleton soldier would leap high into the air, while the other slid low to the ground, both of them dodging his attack. Their reaction left Jihu a bit stunned. Neither of the skeletons bothered to engage with him. They just nimbly ran off to fight other monsters, leaving him lost in thought. They dodged my attack? They're just skeletons. It was the first time he'd ever seen skeletons move that way, when suddenly a figure appeared. Kim Woo-jin dashed swiftly towards his feet, sword at the ready, intending to slash at Jihu's legs. However, the guy reacted incredibly fast, instantly leaping backward. Kim Woo-jin watched him with an indifferent expression, his thoughts unreadable. Jihu grinned, proud for having blocked the attack. Kim Woo-jin tightened his grip on his sword and narrowed his eyes. He knew this Jihu guy was strong, but he was even quicker than expected. Instantly, he twisted his blade, easily breaking free from the deadlock. Kim Woo-jin brought his sword down in a powerful slash, the move so fast, precise, and ruthless that it left an afterimage. However, that last attack didn't even scratch Jihu. The man's massive greatsword had blocked the downward slash. He sneered. "Dude, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Jihu seemed pretty disappointed. "Is this really all the strength you've got?" Kim Woo-jin didn't push his luck. When the attack failed, he immediately backed off to a safe distance. He calculated his options. He'd planned for this, but it was clear this guy was no pushover. Even after conserving his strength, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Suddenly, a system notification popped up for both of them. The indestructible warrior is taking an interest in this battle. Jihu looked intrigued. "It's been a while since I've seen a Halo notification, huh?" Kim Woo-jin remained silent, his face still a mask of complete indifference. Then, a notification appeared, stating that a representative from the underworld was interested in this battle. Jihu stabbed his sword into the ground and sized up his opponent. A notification like that wouldn't pop up if you weren't a worthy opponent, so you're one of those noteworthy players with a halo, huh? How interesting. Killing you must come with a huge reward. Kim Woo-jin didn't bother to reply, he just frowned, getting serious for the fight and thinking to himself, that's easier said than done. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a hand reached for a delicious slice of pizza. It's all just to make a living. Come on, just eat. It's nothing special, so why are you so bothered? The person sitting across from Lee Jin-ah said, "You call this nothing special?" he asked while eating his pizza. "Bro, what kind of player do you think Kim Woo-jin is?" At the mention of him, Oh Se-chan's face fell, looking displeased. "You already know, so why ask? He's a player who's way stronger than you." Lee Jin-ah's pride was stung, and he threw the half-eaten slice of pizza back into the box. "Seriously, I have feelings too, you know. Even if you didn't say that, bro, I wasn't gonna eat it anyway." Oh Se-chan kicked at the empty boxes under the table. Said he wasn't gonna eat, but you sat there and finished 5 whole pizzas. Lee Jin-ah got pissed, his voice sharp. "I paid for it, so I can't even eat it? Is this really considered a lot?" Oh Se-chan waved his hand, signaling him to chill out. All right, I get it. So what were you trying to say? What kind of player is Kim Woo-jin?" Putting his pride aside for a moment, Lee Jin-ah shared, "That guy is more underhanded than anyone I've ever met." Oh, Se-chan was confused. Underhanded? Recalling Kim Woo-jin's tactics, Lee Jin-ah remarked that he's the type who absolutely refuses to lose a fight. If he's not sure he can win, he absolutely won't engage. Back in the dungeon, a black mist rose up with the eerie sound of blowing wind. The change in the environment made Jihu look around cautiously. What the? That black mist was starting to take shape, and a system notification announced the summoning of skeleton soldiers. Kim Woo-jin calculated that even if they couldn't win, he had to summon all of them. Countless skeleton soldiers appeared, with the 2 largest ones standing beside Kim Woo-jin being the most noticeable. Jihu looked around, thinking, aren't those just skeleton soldiers? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just how many of them are there for me to waste my energy on? After summoning his army, only Kim Woo-jin himself charged forward to attack. Jihu focused, all right, that's even better. The sound of clashing weapons rang out. Surprisingly, the small sword in Kim Woo-jin's hand was able to parry multiple blows from Jihu's massive sword. Behind them, the 2 large skeleton soldiers began to move. Jihu grinned. Now this is interesting. he boasted. Bring it on, I'll take you all on. However, the skeleton soldiers completely ignored him and attacked someone else behind his back. It was only then that Jihu realized something was off, and he quickly turned his head to look. What the? Taking advantage of the opening, Kim Woo-jin backed away to create distance. He realized they weren't targeting him, but by the time he did, it was too late. From behind him, desperate screams echoed as a few players were intercepted and attacked by the skeleton soldiers. A team member named An Dong, who was already injured, cried out for help. Captain, save me! If more skeleton soldiers show up, we won't be able to hold on! Jihu silently cursed the useless bunch. He jutted his chin towards Kim Woo-jin. Hey, you bastard! What kind of dirty trick is this? Kim Woo-jin smirked. Dirty trick? I wonder where that dog is barking from. Kim Woo-jin had no problem provoking him. Jihu didn't catch on at first. Oh, the dog. No, the puppy. This remark enraged Jihu, and he decided to use a buff. You've picked the wrong guy to mess with. A system notification announced the activation of the skill, Sun's Blessing, from Wan's necklace. The necklace around Jihu's neck began to glow, and a powerful, warm aura enveloped his body. Kim Woo-jin smirked, laughing smugly to himself. So that guy finally used it. Just then, a few skeleton soldiers approached Jihu from behind. Without even turning around, he sensed the enemy's position. Quick as a flash, he spun around and swung his sword, taking out both skeleton soldiers at once. With a crash, the skeletons were shattered, their bones flying in all directions. Kim Woo-jin kept a safe distance. He sized up Wan's necklace. It was one of the items of the Knights of the Round Table. The item's effect was as amazing as expected. Now that he'd seen him use it, it was time to start the next phase. He didn't hesitate and decisively gave the order. Retreat! Kim Woo-jin's tactics were so strange that Jihu couldn't understand them at all. What? Retreat? But his skeleton soldiers were very obedient, and they immediately fell back, freeing Jihu's teammates. Kim Woo-jin himself also took off. Jihu watched his retreating back, his mind racing. Is Kim Woo-jin trying to run away again, thinking he'll lose this confrontation? But he needed to eliminate him before the other guilds cleared the dungeon. He turned to his team and gave an order. I'm going after him. You guys deal with the skeletons and then catch up to me. His teammates called out to their leader in disbelief. In the dense forest, Kim Woo-jin's figure darted away at high speed. As he ran, he silently mocked his opponent. Jihu, you haven't changed a bit, have you? You still don't give a damn about your subordinates, probably because you're so confident in your own strength. Of course, that doesn't help when you have an item like Wan's necklace. It's an item that can max out all of its wielder stats. But for someone like him, who doesn't even know how to properly use such an amazing item, he sneered. What a waste. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from behind. Jihu was closing in on Kim Woo-jin. He glanced back, calculating for a moment. Even so, he couldn't ignore the gap in their stats. Jihu was extremely confident. He saw him as weak prey. Kim Woo-jin, no matter how far you run, you're still in the palm of my hand, he thought as he gave chase. Now that I've used the Sun's Blessing, there's no way you can escape from me. Due to his confidence and arrogance, he didn't even notice the corpse at his feet. Kim Woo-jin seized the opportunity and activated the Envoy of the Underworld's corpse explosion skill. A massive explosion that shook the very ground rang out, blasting Jihu in the face with scorching flames. Much to his shock, black smoke billowed up, and a heat wave spread out with the sound of the blast. The explosion was so powerful that Jihu's team members could see it from a distance, and asked worriedly, what was that? What was that explosion? Tae-sung encouraged everyone. Don't panic. The captain isn't someone who can be defeated that easily. We just need to wipe out these skeletons quickly, and then regroup with him. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow shot into his chest, the impact forcing him back several steps. A system notification popped up. You have been afflicted with tainted blood. That arrow was an attack from a skeleton soldier. Tae-sung snapped the arrow shaft and growled, you can't just underestimate them as cannon fodder meant to stall us. We need to go all out. Back at the explosion site with Jihu, as the smoke and dust settled, he cursed angrily. Damn it, that son of a b times Tae. He looked around and roared in anger. Stop running like a coward and show yourself. Kim Woo-jin, hiding behind a tree, showed himself to taunt him. A coward? So what? It's obvious I'd lose to you in a straight fight, so if you want to catch me, you'd better run faster. With that, he turned and took off again, luring Jihu along. He gritted his teeth. What? If I catch you, I'll tear you in half myself. The chase between the two started up again. To catch Kim Woo-jin, Oh-se-chan didn't hesitate to activate the indestructible warrior's speed skill. His bulky body shot forward, and in the blink of an eye, He had his sword ready to slash across Kim Woo-jin's back. Even in this life-or-death situation, he looked surprisingly calm and casual. Osei-chan thought victory was in his grasp. You little punk. But he never expected the ground beneath his feet to suddenly give way. The sudden turn of events made him look down, startled. Huh? Osei-chan fell into the pit. It was a trap Kim Woo-jin had planned in advance, and he safely got away from him. The special gift waiting at the bottom of the pit was a pile of goblin corpses. Obviously, what followed was a massive explosion. Kim Woo-jin didn't leave. He waited to see the result of his handiwork. As the smoke cleared, a shadowy figure emerged. Osei-chan was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisting in rage. I've had enough. Stop screwing with me. Kim Woo-jin looked down at Osei-chan in the pit. Without hiding his sarcasm, screwing with you? You're still clueless about tactics. You think I was playing chase with you because I was bored? Meanwhile, Osei-chan was losing his patience. He thought irritably, there's more? What the hell is he talking about? He began to lecture, formulating a strategy based on your opponent's weaknesses, the terrain, and considering every single scenario is a basic principle of combat. Someone like you, who only knows how to fly into a rage and rely on their own strength, is nothing but an incompetent commander who brings danger to their comrades. These words made Osei-chan freeze. Wait a second. An unpleasant memory replayed in his mind, from the time when he was leaving a dungeon amidst gossip. Isn't that the famous assassin, Osei-chan of the Messiah Guild? Isn't he the only one who survived this time? How many times has this happened now? From what we know, he was definitely surrounded by monsters. Back then, he had been furious with the gossiping crowd. Shut your damn mouths. Who dares to run their mouth like that? Huh? If you've got something to say, don't do it behind my back. Come here so I can crush you. Suddenly, a figure holding a folding fan stepped out of the crowd. To say something like that, it's obvious you feel no pity for the deaths of your subordinates. He tapped the folding fan on his head, mocking Osei-chan. No wonder your brain is filled with tofu dregs instead of any actual feelings. It's painfully obvious, just from the fact that you camped at a location I warned you about countless times was extremely dangerous. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he immediately lunged to crush Suzuki Akira's head like an orange. Who the hell do you think you are, lecturing me? However, Suzuki Akira wasn't scared in the slightest. He just narrowed his eyes, carefully watching his move. Immediately after, he ducked to dodge Osei-chan's fierce lunge, then smoothly moved toward his legs, and effortlessly kicked his supporting leg up. Losing his balance, Osei-chan fell flat on his face, utterly humiliated. He scrambled to his feet, trying to save face by blaming others. The others in the party died because they were weak. It's not my fault. Then, Suzuki Akira stated firmly, no, you killed them, and everyone knows it. He moved closer, looking directly into Osei-chan's eyes. His next words sent him into a greater panic. You are just an incompetent commander who only knows how to endanger his own comrades. The memory ended, leaving a jumble of resentful thoughts. That's right, now he remembered. Kim Woo-jin's tactics were strangely similar to Suzuki's. Maybe that's why this was even more unacceptable. Whether it was Kim Woo-jin or Suzuki, he swore he would kill them all himself. Kim Woo-jin suddenly spoke up, cutting off Ji-hoo's thoughts and flashbacks. It's time. Ji-hoo was confused, using his sword to stand up. What? What are you planning? Kim Woo-jin kindly explained the trap he had set. Let me tell you something. My skeleton soldiers don't need verbal commands. That means I didn't have to shout for them to retreat. But I did it anyway, so why would I do that? Ji-hoo felt like his brain was too small to comprehend Kim Woo-jin's dirty tricks. He thought to himself, what the hell? This bastard? Did he do that on purpose to lure me out? Kim Woo-jin looked at Ji-hoo's dumbfounded face and said sarcastically, looks like you've finally figured it out, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the sun's blessing is starting to wear off, right? He instinctively looked at his system window. The sun's blessing had 30 seconds left. Ji-hoo felt extremely confused and panicked inside. How the hell does this bastard even know the skill duration of this item? To hide his confusion, he yelled out, you bastard, who the hell do you think you are? Kim Woo-jin smirked contemptuously. You still don't know who I am? How pathetic. All right, let me tell you who I am. But before he could introduce himself, a system notification rang out. The effect of the sun's blessing had ended. The necklace on Ji-hoo's neck faded and disappeared. The system informed him that Onian's necklace was going to sleep. Kim Woo-jin nonchalantly looked at the fool Ji-hoo. Looks like the necklace's effect is gone too. I'm so grateful that you were fooled like an idiot from start to finish, constantly getting provoked. Ji-hoo cursed angrily. You bastard! Kim Woo-jin glanced around. It seemed like his guys were done with their work too. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind. Kim Woo-jin's group of skeleton soldiers had returned, surrounding the stunned Ji-hoo in the pit. He kindly reminded him, "You were so focused on chasing me that you didn't even realize where you are right now." Kim Woo-jin explained, "This place is pretty close to where I first ran into you guys, because we've just been running in circles." He also shared some news with Ji-hoo. "Thanks to that, my skeleton soldiers were able to kill all your lackeys and get here quickly." As he finished speaking, he patted the head of a skeleton soldier next to him. Hearing this information, Ji-hoo was stunned. His subordinates were wiped out? He trembled with anger. He had never felt so frustrated in his life. "This son of a bee times cha, how dare you look down on me?" Ji-hoo tensed up, the ground beneath his feet cracking as he activated the indestructible warrior's dash skill. In a flash, Ji-hoo leaped out of the pit, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He lunged forward, swinging his sword down at where Kim Woo-jin was standing. Yet, he just stood there, as if he couldn't react to Ji-hoo's speed. However, the one whose eyes widened in shock was Ji-hoo. His sword had been blocked by a large skeleton soldier. No matter what he did, he couldn't hit Kim Woo-jin. He wasn't scared at all and provoked him. "Don't get so worked up. Haven't we just gotten started?" Outside the dungeon, a car was speeding along, seemingly in a hurry. Lee Jin-ah sighed wearily as she drove. "Seriously, isn't he making me do way too much work?" Glancing at a photo of Ji-hoo on the seat next to her, she ruffled her hair. "Why do I have to go check on him?" Earlier, in Osei-chan's office, he had suggested, "Hey Jin-ah, I need you to go to the two-headed dog dungeon. You don't seem too keen on going, huh? Why do I have to go there?" "Oh," Sei-chan said, "I've thought about it, and I'll only be at ease once we've tested him." Even though Lee Jin-ah gets exploited a lot, she seems to have a lot of faith in Kim Woo-jin's abilities. "We don't need to check a damn thing. I bet he'll get out and survive just fine. Are you seriously worried he'll lose to Kang Ji-hoo after all?" Oh Se-chan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, it's the opposite. If Kang Ji-hoo loses just as you predicted, there are a few things we need to be sure of when we make our next move." He analyzed. "I'm guessing it's the same for Kim Woo-jin's side. Since he's a smart guy, I bet he also wants to know what everyone's goals are." Oh Se-chan thought seriously, just like the reason why we created the fake alias of Isaac Ivanov, or the connection between Park Young-won's faction and the Skull Guild, and also, the reason we continue to help Kim Woo-jin. Pausing for a moment, Osei-chan continued. "Even though we know the Messiah Guild is behind it all, this is just a small part of the grand plan to destroy the Messiah Guild." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope containing information. Even if Kim Woo-jin kills Kang Ji-hoo, it's still very difficult to fully understand what his true intentions are. But at the very least, we need to confirm whether he will continue to cooperate with us in the future. That's why Lee Jin-ah took the documents and drove to the two-headed dog dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the sky began to darken, and the atmosphere became gloomier and more terrifying than ever. The ground was littered with the white bones of skeleton soldiers, clear evidence that a fierce battle had just taken place. Ji-hoo leaned wearily on his sword, panting heavily. Damn it, his body was gradually slowing down due to the effects of the poison blood. He was seriously injured, covered in blood, and was facing down a skeleton soldier that was preparing to attack him. And there were just too many of them. A skeleton soldier holding a sword leaped up and brought it down in a powerful vertical slash. Ji-hoo looked at it in disbelief. Are these really just skeleton soldiers? It was unbelievable. Boom! The sword came down, and he struggled to block it. The aftershock caused the ground beneath Ji-hoo's feet to sink. While he was clashing with the skeleton soldier, a dark shadow brushed past him. Ji-hoo's eyes widened, and he was forced to divert his attention to stay vigilant. But the more he did that, the more of a disadvantage he was at against the skeleton soldiers. A smaller skeleton ran up behind him and launched a sneak attack. Ji-hoo spat out a mouthful of blood. The system announced that the poison blood had spread throughout his entire body. He gritted his teeth in pain, a feeling of helplessness and resentment welling up inside him. Ji-hoo swung his sword, but the two skeleton soldiers nimbly dodged it. As for him, he suddenly felt his center of gravity drop as if he had fallen into a pit again. However, it was just one of his feet stuck fast in the earth and rocks, and he grew impatient. Damn it, I can't move my leg. Throughout the fight, Kim Woo-jin remained completely indifferent, just watching from the sidelines. He managed to hold his own pretty well against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now there are only 2 left. It's a shame you can't increase the number of soldiers with the Master Stone. Watching Ji-hoo struggle with the last 2 skeleton soldiers, Kim Woo-jin thought to himself, now he's completely succumbed to the poison blood. You don't need to play around with him any longer. Ji-hoo felt insulted. He roared, "Fight me! I'm telling you to F times kecking, fight me!" Only Ji-hoo's screams echoed through the forest. "Don't just stand there. Fight!" Time passed until, Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, still managing to let out a groan. "Fight me," Jihu whispered. "Even if I have to crawl, I can still fight." And then, the poison seeped deep into his body. His eyes rolled back into his head, and Jihu took his last breath, departing from this world inside the dungeon. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to accept his fate. The system announced, "The Envoy of the Underworld laughs at your easy victory. The Envoy of the Underworld has shared some of its authority with you. The rank of your skeleton soldiers has increased. The opponent is dead." Kim Woo-jin walked over to look at the corpse. He opened the system to collect items from Jiangju. In his hands was a high-value piece of loot. O'Neon's necklace, a legendary rank item equipable from level 22 and up, one of the artifacts belonging to O'Neon, one of the Knights of the Round Table. It holds the Blessing of the Sun. Effect when equipped, plus 40 health. When equipped, plus 40 strength, plus 40 magic power, and increases attack by 10%. When equipped, it increases defense by 10%, increases stamina by 10%, and allows the use of the Sun's Blessing skill once a day. Kim Woo-jin was pretty satisfied with this haul. This was the first time he'd ever gotten an item from a Knight of the Round Table. Anyway, he had an idea. A guy like Jiangju would have definitely seen his master's face, right? To find out for sure, he used the eyes of Anubis. A few of Jiangju's memories appeared before him. The guy was on his way somewhere when he ran into Suzuki Akira, who started taunting him. "I guess it must have been tough getting this far with a brain like yours." He walked past Jiangju, saying, "Of course, I'm talking about your underlings, not you." The guy coldly shot back, "If you're a hunting dog, then bark." Jiangju threatened, "I'm on my way to see my master, so I'll let you off this time. But the next time I see you, I'll smash that damn mouth of yours in." Suzuki Akira wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked pretty amused. "I'll be waiting." Then, the vision changed. Kim Woo-jin saw Jiangju enter the Round Table's meeting room. The guy bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am the new member of the Round Table, Jiangju. It's an honor to meet such a great hero." When the guy looked up, Kim Woo-jin saw the face of the person sitting in the center seat, and it was none other than Lee Se-jun. Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth in fury, cursing to himself, "So there's your damn face." He thought to himself, if the Messiah Guild finds out Jiangju is dead, they won't let this slide. Kim Woo-jin vowed, "Anyone who supports Lee Se-jun's ambitions and turns their back on justice, I will eliminate every last one of them." Elsewhere, a bunch of orcs were lying around, snoring their heads off. Behind some bushes, a group of people were hiding. One man grumbled impatiently, "Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait?" Park Jae-in frowned and shushed him. "Hey, keep it down. We'll never catch this two-headed dog if you're impatient." He continued, "We have to wait for it to take the bait. Then we all jump it at once. That's the only way to minimize casualties." Suddenly, the system announced that the two-headed dog had been defeated. Park Jae-in stared at the message on his screen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, "What the? The dungeon has been cleared. It's all over." Kim Woo-jin quickly exited the dungeon and strolled toward the parking lot. His eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure. Lee Jin-ah was already waiting there. He waved. "You're out, huh?" Kim Woo-jin asked. "What are you doing here?" Lee Jin-ah joked. "Oh, just doing some Uber driving on the side. Saw some action going down and thought I'd check it out." He held up a folder. "By the way, I have something for you. Let's get in the car and talk." They quickly got in the car and drove off. Before long, the car stopped in a secluded area. Lee Jin-ah then handed the folder over. "The boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together," he asked curiously. "So what happened to that dude?" Jiangju. Kim Woo-jin didn't answer right away. He took the file, thinking to himself, "I had a feeling. So they knew after all." He thought to himself, in Jiangju's memory, he entered the dungeon with a fake name and identity. Then Osei-chan must have known why I requested a fake identity, but he still accepted it. Seeing that the other person wasn't saying anything, he shot him an annoyed glance and said coldly, "You threw down with him in the dungeon, right? Is that bastard strong?" Kim Woo-jin said sarcastically. "Yeah, stronger than you for sure," Lee Jin-ah snapped angrily. "What? You got something to say? You blind fool. Do you need me to show you my real skills to open your eyes?" He slowly flipped through the pages. Jiangju was surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers all by himself and managed to take down 10 of them with his own hands. "If you want to prove you're stronger than him," Kim Woo-jin snapped his head to the side, his voice cold, "then it's simple. I can set that up for you right now." Hearing these words, he got scared, sweat pouring down his face, and quickly tried to change the subject. "Hey, on second thought, the strong should be humble. They shouldn't show off. Let's just get back to the main topic. Where were we? He angrily slammed the file down on his thigh. It's the one-horned fox dungeon in Bucheon. There have been 12 raid attempts, and all of them have ended in failure. Kim Woo-jin's eyes were glued to the information inside. Hunt the one-horned fox, 2 floors. Dungeon difficulty, A, capacity of 40 people. Requirement, below level 40. Clear condition, hunt and collect the horn of the one-horned fox. Clear reward, a title and a skill exclusive to the one-horned fox hunter, Lee Jin-ah said with a scowl. Now that you've read it, I don't have to explain it again. We'll be working together this time, and you'll be using Isaac's identity again. I'm sure you know damn well why. So what do you say? A thought flashed through his mind, sending me to the one-horned fox dungeon right after I took down Jiangju. There can only be one reason. He immediately replied, fine, I'll do it. With the deal made, they returned to the parking lot. He stuck his hands in his pockets, silently watching Kim Woo-jin's car until it was out of sight. A moment later, Lee Jin-ah pulled out his phone to make a report. I just got back from meeting Kim Woo-jin. Didn't I tell you not to worry? A guy like him would never willingly walk into his own grave. The person on the other end asked urgently, yeah, you're the best. So what about the offer I made? He replied, he agreed in a heartbeat and has already studied the dungeon information carefully. Oh, Se-chan exclaimed excitedly. That's great, Jin-ah. From now on, you need to stay focused and be on high alert, he continued. Because Kim Woo-jin has accepted our offer, there's no turning back from this move. Oh, Se-chan thought to himself, I still can't completely trust Kim Woo-jin, but if we want to fight against the Messiah Guild, we have to take this risk. His eyes were fixed on the headline in the newspaper. Messiah Guild granted authority over hard-to-clear domestic dungeons. Oh, Se-chan thought to himself, there's not much time left. Just 2 years. 3 at the most. If an organization strong enough to counter the Messiah Guild doesn't appear within that time, they won't hesitate to show their true colors. Soon enough, Kim Woo-jin had returned to his apartment. He stared at the paper in his hand, memories of his past life slowly resurfacing in his mind. As he recalled, it was after he had cleared the one-horned fox dungeon. Lee Se-jun's secretary stood before Kim Woo-jin, his voice full of arrogance. I've been watching your performance in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors say. Want to join the Messiah Guild? Kim Woo-jin frowned, his voice full of annoyance. If you want to recruit me, at least the guildmaster should show up in person. Hearing that, a man immediately stepped out of the car. I'm starting to like you, he said. We need your power to save this world, Lee Se-jun proposed. Become my ally. The thoughts continued to echo in his mind. Lee Se-jun, that was the first time I met him. Suddenly, Kim Woo-jin's phone vibrated, a new message appeared on the screen, and he quickly opened it. You have been approved to participate in the one-horned fox dungeon raid in 2 days. Feel free to show off your talents. A hint of surprise flashed through Kim Woo-jin's mind. Show off, huh? The corner of his mouth curled up, just like before. I'm sure the Messiah Guild will be waiting there this time too. Kim Woo-jin closed his phone, thinking, all right, fine. He quickly opened the system, thoughts racing through his head. I'll become the brightest star that day for them to see. No, wait, it's Isaac Ivanov. Kim Woo-jin selected the thorny vine, thinking to himself, I'll need to prepare a lot for this performance. The item appeared before his eyes instantly. He continued to be lost in his thoughts. But anyway, I've already cleared it once before. Kim Woo-jin was excited, a slight smile playing on his lips. This will be the perfect stage for me to perform. The next day, warm sunbeams streamed across the Bucheon Sports Complex. The guide announced, attention all players, please gather. It's almost time to enter the dungeon. A man calmly spoke up. Are you all prepared? Lee Jin-ah enthusiastically replied, born ready. He continued arrogantly, I'm the one who conquered the thorny vine snake dungeon, a feat everyone thought was impossible. A dungeon like this is a piece of cake. But as soon as he stepped into the dungeon, a bone-chilling cold washed over him, making Lee Jin-ah shiver. Well, this cake is frozen solid. It'll give you a brain freeze. In that moment, Kang Young-ji's voice rang out, use the Daedonyo Jido set, especially the mages and priests with low health. Stay on high alert and protect yourselves, she warned in a cold voice. If you get left behind, you'd better fend for yourselves. No one has time to protect you, so try not to be a burden to others. Kim Woo-jin stared at the person in front, silently praising her in his mind. She seems to have a lot of experience. Sometimes the environment is even more dangerous than the monsters. Lee Jin-ah was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, and he asked in a low voice, damn, even a guy like me is cold. What's the temperature in here? He immediately urged. Jin-ah, let's go. He wondered, What's the rush? Kim Woo-jin didn't say a word and immediately took off. Seeing this, Lee Jin-ah also hurriedly followed, and soon, the two of them arrived at a desolate place, surrounded only by white snow. He spoke with an annoyed tone. Wouldn't it make more sense to stick with the Messiah Guild for now? Splitting from the group in this harsh weather? He said sarcastically. What's wrong? Is it so cold your little buddy shriveled up and you can't get anything done? Lee Jin-ah angrily yelled. No way! He put his hands on his hips and huffed, his voice full of rage. My nickname is the Siberian brown bear. This temperature is nothing but a light breeze to me. Look, do I look like I'm shivering from the cold? Kim Woo-jin said in a serious tone. Good. I'll have you know this dungeon is even more brutal than the spiked serpent dungeon. Hearing this, his will immediately plummeted, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Tougher than the spiked serpent? By how much? He replied nonchalantly. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, the system continuously displayed notifications. Akirafon's necklace equipped, you feel no cold in winter. Death mask equipped, you can now mentally link with your summoned monsters. Kim Woo-jin urged, all right, let's get moving to warm up. That actually makes it feel less cold. Lee Jin-ah clutched his head and sighed. All right, fine, but remember to treat me to something good this time, he continued. So, what's your plan this time? This is a survival mission. So, are you planning to build a defensive line like last time? He quickly replied, no need. Lee Jin-ah said with satisfaction, that's great, saves me the manual labor. But just then, the system announced the summoning of skeleton soldiers. The sight before him left him completely astonished. What the? From within a pitch-black magic circle, skeleton soldiers appeared, their eyes glowing with a cold light, overflowing with killing intent, ready to attack at any moment. Lee Jin-ah joked, are you guys going to a ball? Why are these skullheads so dressed up today? His voice continued, you're rich but so stingy, huh? You only gave them leather armor. However, after taking a closer look, Lee Jin-ah realized, wait a second, this is spiked serpent leather. He roared with rage. You we both farmed the same way, but you hogged all the serpent leather? A thought flashed through Lee Jin-ah's mind. A single set of this armor was already worth a fortune, and this guy actually equipped every single one of his skeleton soldiers with it? Kim Woo-jin glanced at him and said coldly, I sent your share to the office. Lee Jin-ah cursed in misery. Damn it. That means it's all going into that bald geezer's pocket. At the same time, Osei-chan was cleaning his ear, muttering, who the heck is talking trash about me? By now, Kang Wai had also noticed that two people had split from the group. Is it the Russians? She asked loudly. Has anyone seen Isaac, Ivanov, and his teammates? Kim soon replied, flustered. Sorry, I was too busy setting up the camp. But before he could finish, Kang Wai snapped. Sorry for what? Did you forget the orders from our superiors? She frowned thoughtfully. Completing the dungeon was only a secondary objective. The most important thing was to see if they could cooperate with that Russian, Ivanov. Kang Wai immediately left upon hearing this. But before leaving, she didn't forget to give instructions. Finish setting up the camp before I return, and guard it carefully. Kim soon hurriedly tried to stop her. Why not send a scout? Why do you have to go yourself? Kang Wai said in a low voice. Don't worry about me. Just whistle if anything happens. I need to test just how strong they are. On Kim Woo-jin's side, a pack of ferocious wolves had surrounded them. They bared their sharp fangs, drool dripping from their mouths as they stared greedily at their prey. The skeleton soldiers quickly charged into battle, devastating the wolf pack. Lee Jin-ah swiftly unleashed a skill, slamming his hand on the ground, causing the thick snow to shoot up and aim straight for them. Afterwards, the skeleton soldiers swiftly swung their swords and charged into the fierce battle. With every slash of their swords, the wolves yelped in pain, fresh blood splattering and staining the white snow red. The scene before her was utterly shocking. What is that? Kang Wai was stunned. Are those really skeleton soldiers? They're on a much higher level than any skeleton soldiers I've ever seen, Kim Shun whispered. Captain, what should we do now? Should we go help them? She gritted her teeth and growled. Can't you see? This place has already become their hunting ground, Kang Wai continued. Having her help now would just get in the way. She was furious inside. These guys were on a whole other level. Kang Yi was shaking with anger, her hands clenched into fists. As expected of the player who cleared the Thorny Snake dungeon, I have to go back and report this. We have to recruit him at all costs. Suddenly, Kim Hoon yelled out, There's a signal! Kang Yi whipped around, her face instantly filled with panic. A long note is an emergency distress signal. Something's happened at the camp. Without hesitation, they both took off at full speed. Hearing the noise, Kim Woo-jin glanced quickly in that direction. Just then, the aggressive wolves were charging straight for the camp. Someone screamed in terror. They've broken through the defensive line. The group fought for their lives, swinging their weapons wildly in the blizzard, as one person yelled in despair. Damn it, where did so many come from? The person next to him tried to reassure him. Just hold on until the captain gets back. Meanwhile, footsteps tore through the white snow. In the sky, a shadowy figure appeared in a flash, diving down at a terrifying speed. It shot straight towards the pack of wolves. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air, and as it slowly cleared, it revealed a towering figure in the middle of a newly formed crater. A team member's eyes widened with joy as he exclaimed, "Captain!" Kang Yi snapped angrily. "What are you spacing out for? These are just first-floor monsters. Shut your mouth and get back into defensive formation, now." She immediately gave an order. Fight while falling back to the camp. Anyone injured, move to the rear. On a nearby mountain peak, witnessing its kin being brutally beaten, the alpha wolf threw its head back and let out a long, mournful howl. The cry echoed throughout the mountains, tragic yet fierce. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, then it grew stronger and stronger. A man suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately leaped onto a nearby tree to get a better look. The sight before him left the man speechless. It was countless wolves swarming from all over the mountainside, heading towards the camp. He screamed in absolute terror. "It's a monster wave. A huge wave of monsters is heading this way." Kang Yi's face turned pale, her heart filled with anxiety. Crap, the team's defensive formation has already fallen apart. And now there's an even bigger attack coming? On another mountaintop, watching the horde of wolves, as numerous as ants, frantically charging towards the camp. Lee Jin-ah spoke up, "If we just leave them, they'll all die for sure." He was stunned, his voice filled with panic. "Hey, don't tell me we have to go down there now." At the same time, Kim Woo-jin silently recalled last night's phone call. "Oh," Se-chan asked casually, "I was a bit surprised you were looking for that skill scroll. Luckily, I was able to buy one. Did you get it?" Kim Woo-jin looked at the paper in his hand and replied softly, "Got it, thanks." Oh. The paper displayed information about the force field skill, rank E, with the effect of unleashing a force field that can either buff allies or curse enemies. The radius of the force field increases with the skill level. A moment later, a system notification appeared. "You have learned the force field skill." Kim Woo-jin glanced to the side and said in a cold voice, "Just watch me and do as I do." Explaining everything is a pain. Meanwhile, the group below was completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Kang Yi's face was smeared with blood, her eyes flashing with anger. "Damn it. Now I get why the 12 teams before us all failed. I completely underestimated this first-floor dungeon." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the wolf pack. Smoke and fire engulfed a corner of the sky, blowing them to bits. Someone cheered happily. "Reinforcements," she snapped. "Are you delirious from the cold? Who else could be in this dungeon besides us?" Kang Wai glanced toward the cliff, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes as she secretly guessed, unless. Flashing back a few minutes, he was holding a wolf's corpse. Kim Woo-jin coldly tossed it down below. Without a hint of hesitation, the corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smile. Soon, the system notification chimed once again, activating the Hell's Envoy's corpse explosion skill. A series of explosions shook the ground, and thick black smoke enveloped the wolf pack. In just a moment, the smoke slowly dissipated to reveal motionless corpses on the ground. Lee Jin-ah immediately rushed forward, the wind whistling around him and making the smoke swirl with every step. With just a wave of his hand, the snow under his feet shot up like sharp daggers, flying straight towards the enemy. The skeleton soldiers also charged forward frantically, fighting relentlessly, their momentum threatening to flatten the entire wolf pack. The system announced the activation of the Blessing of the Sun, and immediately after, the necklace on Kim Woo-jin's neck suddenly glowed brightly. It continued to display information, opening a link with a skeleton soldier. In an instant, his body and mind completely synced with the skeleton soldier, becoming a single entity. The system continued to report, "Using force field. You are linked with a skeleton soldier. Mana consumption has greatly increased." In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the skeleton soldiers lit up, magic swirling around them and empowering them as their killing intent surged, overwhelming the sky. Their pitch-black eye sockets opened, and a vortex of magic swirled within, emitting a sharp, cold light that seemed to freeze the space around them. Seeing the skeleton soldier's magical transformation, Lee Jin-ah was completely stunned, his eyes wide open, as cold sweat dripped down his face, unable to believe his eyes. They let out eerie roars, showing off their newly acquired power. Lee Jin-ah frowned, curiously wondering, what is this insane aura? He glanced around, looking at the other skeleton soldiers. What the hell are these guys up to? A stream of thoughts rushed through Lee Jin-ah's mind. Did that dude juice them up on steroids or something? The skeleton soldiers roared madly, their cold eyes filled with killing intent. They tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. One of them slammed its sword into the ground, and a thunderous explosion echoed, sending the wolves flying into the air. He was stunned, thinking to himself, no way. They're fighting like berserkers. That bastard Kim Woo-jin is holding out on me with the good stuff. Kim Woo-jin's voice echoed in his mind, full of mockery. What's there to be so shocked about? This is just a basic strategy for group battles. Instead of focusing on single target buffs, using force field to turn the blessing of the sun into an area of effect buff is much more effective. The stiff corpse of the alpha wolf was in Kim Woo-jin's hand as he silently watched the fierce battle below. Then, with just a wave of his hand, the corpse shot downwards. Immediately after, the system announced the activation of the Hell's Envoy's skill. Corpse explosion. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, the crimson flames illuminating a corner of the sky. Kang Wai was shocked. The explosions formed a wall that stopped the tide of beasts. Is this the true power of the spiked serpent hunter? Seeing that the danger had passed, she immediately gave an order. Their attack rhythm has been thrown into chaos. This is our chance! Everyone advance! The scene changes to a high-rise building in the middle of a bustling street, where a voice echoes from within. We'll step in to save the Messiah Guild at the very last minute. Oh, Sei Chan's lips curled into a smug smirk. Exactly. They call themselves heroes, right? Would they dare turn on their saviors? Plus, with media pressure, they'll have to reward us handsomely. He stood with his arms crossed, arrogantly exclaiming, "Get it? The old folks called this killing two birds with one stone," Jisoo retorted. Uh-huh. It's great if it works out, but is that even possible? She voiced her concerns. The Messiah Guild has a lot of strong players around that level too. See, for this plan to work, you need to have power that completely overwhelms them. Do you really believe Kim Woo-jin is that strong? Oh, Sei Chan affirmed, absolutely. Based on his power leveling speed and the skills he's shown recently, I'm willing to bet everything on this. Hearing these words, Jisoo's hand stopped typing on the keyboard. She was shocked inside. Everything. Jisoo quickly pushed her chair back from the desk. You rate him that highly? He was certain. Of course. So while Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin were in the dungeon, Oh Se-chan's voice rang out with determination. We need to protect their identities at all costs. The enemy is in the open while we're in the shadows. That's the golden rule. Back in the dungeon, a sharp sword plunged deep into a wolf's body. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. Kim Woo-jin spoke, his voice tired. Is that the last one? Another team member wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Kim Woo-jin. If it weren't for that Russian guy, we'd all be dead. Kang Wai quickly approached, extending her hand in sincere thanks. Our whole team survived thanks to you guys. Seeing their silence, she was startled and quickly tried to smooth things over. If you guys don't speak Korean, that's okay. Don't be shy. The two of them immediately turned and walked away, despite Kang Wai calling after them. Wait a minute, Lee Jin-ah whispered. Hey, are we just leaving like that? What about our plan? Kim Woo-jin calmly replied, we just took out the biggest pack. The rest aren't a big deal. His voice continued. Sticking with them will just make it easier for us to get exposed. Now that they've seen our power, they won't dare to shamelessly claim this dungeon for the Messiah Guild anymore. So what are we waiting for? Let's get grinding. He panicked, his face tense. Hey, wait. Don't tell me you're gonna do the same thing as last time. But Lee Jin-ah's only reply was a cold laugh. The two continued on, exploring every nook and cranny of the dungeon. After a while of fighting, he was panting heavily, thinking angrily to himself, damn it, I'm going crazy, teaming up with this psycho freak. At that moment, the system sound chimed. You have leveled up. Both of their eyes were glued to the notification window in front of them. Kim Woo-jin was thrilled inside. I've reached level 35. I've hit my target. The system reported again. The Hell's Envoy has used its privilege to grant you power. The blood poison skill has increased by 1 level. He reached out and touched the screen to check the skill's current power. The text on it read, Blood Poison Skill Rank S, Skill Effect, turns your blood into poison. You can use mana to refine the toxicity and create black blood, Kim Woo-jin mused. S-rank blood poison and black blood. This will make my plan go much more smoothly. Lee Jin-ah asked curiously. Hey, why the serious face? Something you ate? He spoke awkwardly. No, it's nothing. But before we move on to the second floor, we have one more extremely important thing to do. He roared in anger. What the hell is it now? What the hell is your plan? Anyway, Kim Woo-jin replied nonchalantly, dinner. Going to the second floor will take a lot of stamina. Lee Jin-ah was stunned. Wait, for real? A moment later, a fire was lit, and the fragrant smell of grilled meat filled the dungeon. Lee Jin-ah grabbed a leg and started chewing on it noisily. See, this is how teammates should be. Here, have a piece, buddy. He glanced over, his voice filled with curiosity. Ah, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. Even with your immortal body, you can still feel pain, right? So, in the middle of a battle, could you pass out from the pain? He took a hearty bite of meat. As if that would happen. Who do you think I am? You think a great man like Lee Jin-ah would pass out in the middle of a fight? However, Kim Woo-jin's next words made Lee Jin-ah choke. Yeah, that's good. In the case that a one-horned fox guts you, how long can you hold it in place? He questioned. What the hell, man? Did I do something to piss you off? Seeing his ice-cold gaze, Lee Jin-ah quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. Hey, let's just take it easy. Chill out. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the dungeon, the team members were getting wrecked. The monster here moved like lightning, flashing past them so fast that no one could even see its shape clearly. An archer drew his bow, his eyes scanning in all directions, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, it's too fast. How the hell are we supposed to fight it? Right after that, the monster seemed to change direction and charge straight at him. The man immediately sensed something was wrong, his whole body tensing up in alarm. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed by the monster's massive jaws. Just as quickly, it vanished again. Witnessing this, Kang Wai worried, at this rate, we're all going to die. We're just sitting ducks. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing as she tried to come up with a viable plan. Is there any way to hold back the one-horned fox? Suddenly, footsteps rang out, stopping right beside her. She was startled, her eyes widening in confusion. Lee Jin-ah, concealing his identity, spoke in broken Russian. Me Russian, me kill Shiba Fox. Kang Wai wondered to herself. A Russian? Is he alone? Only then did she realize that Lee Jin-ah was casually strolling towards the one-horned fox. Kang Wai screamed in panic. Hey, wait, facing it alone is just suicide. At that moment, all she could see were its eyes, glowing brightly and filled with